and there is, I think the document is well-written, balanced, and will enable educators to link to the past and bring multiple voices not been heard previously. There are several new concepts in these, history, social studies framework, and there are statutory requirements for many areas we have not covered in the past. So with that as an opening, Tom Adams from the department, Deputy Superintendent, is here. He will open the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Superintendent Torlington, President Kirsch, members of the board. I'm Tom Adams. There we are. It's on. So
go ahead.
Item 7, take 2. Good morning, Superintendent Torlington, President Kirsch, members of the board. I'm Tom Adams, the Deputy Superintendent of the Instruction and Learning Support Branch and former Executive Director of the Instructional Quality Commission. I am here today to help present this item as part of my completing my duties in my former position, but also to present to you the completion of the History Social Science Framework. This item marks the end of a very long process of development that began in 2008. The revision of the History Social Science Framework has been at times a long, arduous, and to quote the members of the Grateful Dead, a long and strange trip. It's been an open and public process with extensive public comment on this document even from the beginning. And thankfully, during this whole time, I've been supported, we've all been supported by the great staff at the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division, as well as the various county offices that have held focus group meetings, and of course, my colleagues on the Instructional Quality Commission. And here to join me today will be Lauren Wild, Chair of the Instructional Quality Commission, and also Bill Honig, the Vice Chair of the Instructional Quality Commission, as well as the Chair of the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee. In addition, a vital partner in all this was the California History Social Science Project that did the initial draft that was completed in 2009, as well as helped us under the leadership of Nancy McTighe, did an extensive revision of the work in 2015. Nancy herself could not be here today. She is actually undergoing knee surgery. So that was not due to the framework, though. I just want. But joining us today, in case we have detailed questions about the text, is her colleagues Beth Slutsky and Shannon Hutton from the California History Social Science Project.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute.
So, as I mentioned, this is a document that's been extensively revised. During the time on June 6th of this year, we actually did what we consider the penultimate version of the framework that involved extensive revisions. And for the benefit of the public, we put it in a track changes format so people could see what had been changed and what had been added from the May meeting. You can see that we want to be transparent in terms of what the board is acting upon, what the commission had accepted at its last meeting. Here's a quick diagram of the process. I'm not going to go over through each square, but you can see this is pretty much analogous to any framework development process. The one thing is that between July 2009 and September, November 2014, the framework went and had its own experience. I consider it a little ice age of development, but we came back. But things I want you to be aware of, from the beginning, this document depended upon teacher input. We did have 4 focus groups throughout California. We did have a curriculum framework committee that had a majority of teachers on it, as well as content experts. We did receive public comment from a number of community and interest groups throughout the whole process, beginning back in 2008, and that continued through this time. So what my point here is that during this process, we were able to benefit from this community input. And at no point did anyone see this as something that was hindering our progress. We always thought of it as expanding and enriching the document. Well, the framework got restarted because of legislation by Senator Hancock, SB 1540. This is an important point. During the period of 2009, the state fiscal crisis had put all curriculum development and instructional materials adoptions on hold. And there was two exceptions. One was when we adopted the Common Core standards for English language arts and for mathematics. That kind of restarted the process, and they were actually able to get going. To get history, social science, to complete that process actually required specific legislation, and that's the reason why I'm mentioning 1540. And it's the importance of that because one thing that is key in that legislation said you cannot begin history, social science until you have completed the Common Core mathematics framework as well as the English language arts, English language development framework. So one of the things we did in this, One of the things we did is we wanted to, in this process, honor the initial work of the Framework Committee. So in 2014, we did send the document out with specific, pretty much what the committee had approved in 2009 with updates that were required by the legislature. And what we had was extensive public comment on that. Let me see. Sorry. So we had extensive public comment that caused the framework to actually be modified. What you have here is the list of various legislative actions that required the framework to be updated. Things I want you to pay attention to here in terms of legislative requirements are the Fair Education Act, which, as well as the inclusion of financial literacy, the talking of the Bracero program and the illegal deportation of Mexican Americans, the increased emphasis on the Armenian genocide, as well as Filipino American contributions. So even between that time of 2009 and when we got it started, there was extensive legislative action. We had 2 field reviews in 2014 and in 2016. We had multiple IQC meetings and extensive public comment throughout the process. And to be honest, I think this subject area probably sets the record for public comment. At least I can say in terms of curriculum areas, I'm not going to take anything away from yesterday. Or The one thing I do want to note is that even after the second field review, the commission felt it had to assist the board in terms of going through those extensive comments and providing some type of input on what to do with it. So we did march through them. First, on March 24th, the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee had a meeting and went through an extensive list of items. And I know some of your board colleagues were there during those meetings, enjoying the process. And then recognizing the gravity of the situation in terms of how much was being accepted and modified, it became the decision to actually have the full commission look at what was the subject matter committee's actions and have the full commission act on it on May 19th. So in that sense, what I want you to be aware of is that the commission has seen the entire document as it is presented to you today and as it is on the CDE website. Again, just to let you know, in terms of who was all involved, we not only had focus groups of educators, we had a framework committee, we had the IQC, we had expert writers, we had the staff from the CDE, members of the legislature, and members of the public all involved in this draft. One thing I do want you to be aware of is that we did enrich it in the areas of civic education and service learning. This is an important part. It's no longer the civics that we had as when we were in school, of how a bill becomes a law and, what are the institutions of power and how, people get into them. It's more about being active in your community, how to actually take action on an issue and be involved in it. The other thing that I wanted to point out is a specific concern of the legislature. It has been financial literacy and voter education. We do have enhanced discussions about that, especially in the appendices. And then the other thing is we had a strong environmental focus, so that with the Education and the Environment Initiative, this is with its environmental principles and concepts. We wanted to make sure we address those, just like we are doing in science, so we are required to do in history, social science. Other new features, we didn't want this to just be a California dialogue. That's why we refer to the C3 framework. We also make explicit connections to the Common Core ELA standards, specifically the literacy standards. We also make sure that if you look at some of the teaching vignettes and snapshots, you will find explicit references to the ELD standards. The other thing is we want to make sure that this is a subject area not thought of in terms of minutes. One of the things that had been taught in the past is people tried to divvy up certain minutes in the day according to various subject areas. What we wanted was more of an integrated approach, that you should use the opportunity when there are shared readings between language arts and history social science to do that and to make connections to the broader curriculum. So in this sense, we were seeing it beyond the realm of this subject area and trying to understand it within the classroom experience. One thing you should know in terms of numbers on the public comment, we did receive over 10,000 emails on this. Yeah, some of it, 10,000, yeah, I know. So see how math and history naturally connect. There's a place value lesson and all that. But also we receive physical mail, we see submissions from other states, other countries, and we've had extensive coverage both nationally and internationally. One thing I want you to be aware of is that the IQC always wanted to make sure that we had concrete edits and rewrites in the process. So we would always encourage people that if they had an issue that was of concern, we would always say, okay, so you've pointed out the problem, tell us how to fix it. In this sense, if you know it better than us, then let us understand how we could actually address your concern. And that was very helpful because then what it did is staff was then able to make a table of suggested edits arising out of public comment. And this made it easier for the commission to march through these different comments and address each one systematically. The one thing, did I go into my?
So that we didn't update the PowerPoint.
Okay, yeah.
If you want to pause, we can show you we can have that updated to give a visual for all of the numbers.
See, it says Tom's PowerPoint.
And that wasn't just a technology glitch, it was actually a simulation about the role of technology in modern presentations. So, just to let you know, number of speakers, we had over 90 speakers in March, 150 in May. So in that sense, we do have, if you might want to think of public comment as a growth area in terms of public policy. I did talk about the different areas and that process. The one thing I want us to be aware of is that diversity in the framework process was seen as an asset. And people said, oh, did I? Yeah, okay, sorry. No,
Wrong way.
wrong way. Yeah.
Wrong way.
More directly into the microphone. Sorry to interrupt, but there are a number of people that can't hear very well.
There you go.
Okay, there we are. It's hard because I have so many microphones in front of me. I've never had this experience. I'm usually a mono microphonist, so please excuse me. Other things I wanted to point out in terms of, I mentioned the 700 public comments with 480 different submitters. In terms of IQC meetings, in 2014 we had 59 speakers. 2015 we had 194. 2016 266 speakers total. And as I mentioned earlier, over 10,000 email comments, 1,000 additional print comments, and 1,000 suggested line edits and revisions. And I just have to say that in terms of the commissioners, they did their due diligence on all this. There has not been my quick perusal of the public comments for this meeting, I kept going, oh yeah, we talked about that. Yes, we talked about this. We've seen this. We've seen this. So in this sense, there has been no stone left unturned. In terms of navigating all the public comment, one thing is that each IQC member did receive both the comments in the raw as they got it submitted, whether it be in paper or email. And then what we would do is then we would take the comments, if we received them in a timely fashion, we would put them in a table so then the commissioners could look at each one. Anything that came in after the commission mailing, we did give to the commissioners in their what we call our red action folder. It's a red folder that's there for them when they arrive at the meeting. And then all comments were sent to each IQC member via box.com. The one thing I also want you to know that anybody who was a subscriber to our listserv also got access to that list of public comments. So in that sense, there was no hidden comments in any of this. And I did talk about the more recent events and the changing legislation demands and the various entities. And now, at this point, then, let me turn it over to my colleague on the IQC, the chair of the Instructional Quality Commission, the person who led the ELD adoption of instructional materials, and after that decided to accept the charge of being chair of the Instructional Quality Commission, Lauren Wild.
Good morning, board members. We're excited to bring this document to you, and as Tom has mentioned, this has been quite a journey. And as someone who was in the classroom when this journey started, it's been, and taught history myself, it's been really exciting to see how this has come to fruition. And so one of the things that we really did want to communicate with you this morning is that this framework does represent many, many hours, as Tom had mentioned. Thousands of hours on behalf of my fellow commissioners. Many of us feel like maybe now we need to get our eyes checked after all of this reading that we've been able to do with all of the public comment. Also, many hours spent by the CDE staff and the California History Project. And then, not to leave out, this has been really a collaboration, also in partnership with our public stakeholders. As you can see, it was exciting for us to really see civic in action take place as we were discussing the need to make sure that we're teaching and modeling to our students what civic action looks like. So we were submitted, as mentioned, with an unprecedented number of public comment at every single stage of the process. The other thing that we would like to highlight is that this framework really is founded on a foundation that we believe diversity is an asset. We're very proud to represent a diverse state, and we're very proud that this framework really reflects the population that we serve. Another thing that we're excited about is this framework is really rooted in inquiry. And so we're having our students be able to ask questions that they can be able to go out and look at multiple perspectives to be able to grapple with those questions and have a better understanding of how they can be able to participate in the learning process in an active way. The purpose of this framework, and this is a really important point to make, is the context. Why do we have a framework? Why do we need to go through this process to produce this document? This framework is really guidance. It's guidance to teachers, curriculum leaders, and other educators so that they can really come around and understand, what is the lens and what does instruction look like for our population. This framework will be important in shaping the instructional decisions. However, it's important to note that it is not the ending point for instruction. There is not a limit to the instructional resources and the other supplementary and supporting documents that teachers and educators might use to be able to make those instructional decisions about what is taught in California classrooms. As you know, the last couple of years, we've really have listened to your charge of what it means to have local control and the fact that decisions are oftentimes best served really close to the stakeholders in those populations. And so we're excited that this framework really represents that flexibility for local classroom districts and local classroom teachers. And as a result, that's why we see it as one resource, but not the only resource. We know that districts and teachers and curriculum leaders and parents and communities will be able to first understand who are the population of students that we're serving. What does our community reflect? And how can we be able to shape that curriculum and make decisions based on our student needs and our population? This framework is really, we see it as a jumping point to help students be able to dive into that inquiry-based instruction. There are just a few points that we want to highlight in the framework. We mentioned the commitment to diversity and also the importance around teaching around inquiry-based questions. We really see this framework guiding instruction that allows students to synthesize information after they've looked at primary source documents. We know that in history, sometimes there's multiple perspectives. And so we want students to be able to be exposed to those multiple perspectives and go back to primary source documents and have a rich inquiry-based discussion so that they can truly understand for themselves what it is that's important and how those values are going to shape them. The other important point about this framework is that we have an extensive access and equity chapter that really helps educators understand what are the instructional resources and strategies that we can include to make sure that all learners have access to rich content and curriculum. Another chapter that's really important is the professional development chapter, because we need to be able to help guide teachers through these new 21st century learning processes and be able to give them the support for what that could look like. And finally, we have narrative course descriptions that cover kindergarten through grade 12, where they were completely rewritten to represent recent scholarship and add specific suggestions for teachers on how to address the topics called for in the standards. So we wanted to also make sure with the development of this framework that we were very consistent with the charges that were set forth with us. Tom mentioned the legislation that we sought to include, but another important movement that we wanted to make sure we included was to be consistent with the superintendent's task force for civic learning. We actually had one of our commission members that was on this task force, and so we worked very closely making sure that we were including a lot of those ideals. So as mentioned, we do have an appendix on civics education and service learning that was completely rewritten. It references civics learning, student projects, service learning, and all of those descriptions are inserted throughout the course of the framework. As mentioned, there's also a lot of information that we included on financial literacy and voter education. And the other focus that we really wanted to make sure was included was the environmental focus, including frequent references to our environmental principles and concepts and the instructional units prepared by the Education and the Environment Initiative. And this is a group that is also included throughout several of our other frameworks as well, as we want to make sure that we're focusing on what environment looks like in the context of California education. So a couple of other new features of the framework that were really important to include was understanding and acknowledging the importance of the adoption of the California Common Core State Standards for English Language Arts and Literacy in History, Social Science, and Technical Subjects, and the California English Development Standards. This was very near and dear to my heart. As Tom mentioned, I had the opportunity and privilege of helping lead the charge on crafting the ELA-ELD framework and being a part of the materials adoption. And we really wanted to have this framework connect to those important literacy concepts. This framework really is the product of collaboration between teachers across disciplines. We're moving from an era where we see content in silos. We really recognize that what our students need to be able to do is to make those interdisciplinary connections and understand how those skills work together. And as a result, literacy is woven through this framework, and we include suggestions of how this collaboration can be done across disciplines with more than 20 detailed examples from different grade levels to show how they can tailor instruction to address not only the history, social science content standards, but also how to address literacy and instruction for our ELD students, which we know is pivotal in our state. As Tom noted earlier, the Commission acted to recommend this draft to you in November, but we also had to work with the context of this document. And as we had a lot of public comment come in, we received during the second review, we decided to really take that public comment and weigh it and consider it. And so now my colleague on the Commission and chair of the Social Science Subject Matter Committee, Bill Honig, will continue to give you information on what happened after that.
Thank you, Lauren. Board members, superintendent, staff. My name is Bill Honig. I'm the chair of the Subject Matter History Social Science Committee. Before I start, I wanted to thank our two liaison people, Board Member Rucker and Board Member Sandoval. They were very helpful in this whole process and keeping it transparent. And I want to thank you for the hard work that you put into it. So this is about now the second review. As Lauren said, this document came to you initially, and you know in the law there's 2 reviews. Excuse me. So it goes out for a second review. And in that review, let's see if I can, there we go. In the second review, we received over 10,000, as you've heard, 10,000 emails. These were put by staff, did a great job in putting these into a format where every comment, every submission was identified, and then a recommended course of action was given. So basically every person that either by mail, by email submitted, then theirs was looked at and there was a recommendation that was reviewed. So it was very thorough and transparent, and we looked at these one by one. During the second review, we had submissions from teachers, administrators, interest groups. CTA put in several suggestions. We had, I think Tom and Lauren mentioned, we had LGBT, the environmental groups, some of the more specifics that I'll talk about subsequently. We had individual comments, but 10,000 seems like a lot, but a lot of them were from 6 or 7 or 8 groups, and we were able to group those and get through them because of that. There was some commonality in the arguments that were made. We also received comments from numbers of states outside California, some scholars, and other countries. As you know, some of the media covered, there was extensive coverage about the ancient India issue, comfort women of World War II, and so forth. So the History Social Science Subcommittee considered these comments at a meeting held on March 24th And to help us in our review, we had recommendations from the California History Social Science Project, which developed the original draft and subsequent revisions. While many of the comments were fairly general, we basically had 4 categories. If it was a general comment or statement, we couldn't really deal with it at this part of the process. That was before. So we didn't really look at those. And we'd like another chapter on so-and-so. We didn't deal with those. Many of the groups, and I do have to say this, I want to reinforce what Lauren said. This process and the participation of the groups really helped improve this framework. Because we made extensive changes based on people's suggestions, and I think it's a much stronger document because of that. So we had recommendations from the Social Science Project, which developed the original draft, and then we tried to respond to the major points or any point that a commission member would bring up on each of these issues. So we had a meeting on the 24th, and we went through this, all these suggestions. And so that either they were general, which we couldn't deal with, they were line-specific, which we could deal with. Some of them we adopted, some of them we made modifications, and you'll see in your documents, and some of them we rejected. So that was the process. We also received a number of comments that were submissions of items the commission had considered previously. Some of the submissions were contradictory. We had arguments on one side, arguments on the other, which we then tried to resolve by our best opinion about the factual nature of it, or trying to work out the statement the best we could. We took this all into account, and the SMC approved a list of suggested edits in March. And as Tom said, the board asked then for us to make sure that we took this to the full commission so it would be transparent and aired, which we did. And we took the list up in the May meeting. We took 4 hours of public comment and reviewed hundreds of additional submissions from the public before taking action to recommend a final list of edits for the board to consider today. These range from typographical fixes to let me see, there we go, to other kinds of edits and some substantive. And we listened to we heard the recommendations. We commented on some of them. As I said, we accepted or rejected. And then we had the 4 hours of testimony. And then we went back and then made additional changes because of that testimony. So, for example, some of the people testifying wanted to put 2 of the major saints from previous time in ancient India. We did put that back in. There were several things like that. I will go into that in a little more detail in a second. So the main public topics were the Armenian Genocide, the Bataan Death March, Fair Education Act, the Comfort Women, and as I said, the middle school world history content centered around ancient India. Just as an example of how this process worked, one of our concerns was there was too much. One of the things that people said, teachers especially, there's too much here to deal with. So we try to work at that. We try to pare things down. We tried to say there are alternative ways of presenting this material. You don't have to march through each civilization. You might want to assign that to different groups of students, come back and report what are things like about these civilizations, what are the differences. There are creative ways of putting this material together. We tried to reinforce that. So the Bataan, the Philippine Americans, Bataan, they heard what we said, and they came up with their edits. They said, we have exactly the same word count as you had originally, but they rewrote it, and we accepted what they said. It worked out fairly well. I do want to talk a little bit about the ancient India, just to give you a flavor of what that discussion was about, because that got press, and it was people felt very strongly about it. Originally, we had ancient India in a description in the 6th grade of that civilization in ancient times. There was a submission during the second review by the South Asian faculty and other groups that said that's unfair to the other groups in the area, that the area now geographically that's Pakistan and Bangladesh and Nepal and so forth, Myanmar. So one of the recommendations was that we change that to South Asia. The IQC committee, when we heard it in March, did not agree with that. We did understand it was an issue, and so the Hindu American, one of the Hindu American groups made what we thought was a good suggestion. Start out the section by saying, when we say ancient India, we are now referring to the geographic area that includes all these other modern countries, so that we didn't have to keep saying it. We did put in parentheses when we said ancient India, South Asia, but we decided that what didn't work too well, so we took that out, and now we just say ancient India, which, by the way, is in the standards. So we were consistent with the standards, but we did explain that we were talking about a broader area. That was one compromise, I think, that worked well, although some people disagree. The second, as an example, there was controversy over the issue of caste, and in the original, in the document that was presented, it talked about caste as a social issue about discrimination and stratification, and some of the suggestions that came in said there was also a religious aspect to it, so we did put that back in as one of the influences. And that was thoroughly discussed. We had that discussion about 5 or 6 times and basically had a unanimous vote on that. The other one was about patriarchy, which has come up in many ancient civilizations and modern civilizations. And the thought was that there was a patriarchal society, but that didn't preclude some women from participating. And also, it should be pointed out that other societies had the same problems. So we put that in as a change in the process. So that gives you some of the flavor. Some of the groups that appeared wanted to make sure that we change the name Untouchables, which is somewhat negatively understood to Dalit. We made that change. And the representatives of those groups said, do not basically water down the caste statement the way some people wanted to do. We did take out the one reference to the caste system and slavery because it was thought that that was too inflammatory, and so we took that out, although then that was opposed because people stood up and said, no, that's the way we experienced it, so you can see the tensions on both sides. The point being that we tried to compromise these things, take each item into account, and proceed. We also added some further content of the Armenian genocide to the grade 10 course and clarified the section on the Philippine campaign of World War II to make sure that the Philippine Americans were talked about as members of the armed forces and not just some adjunct group, and I think we did that satisfactorily. So I did have 2 other points here. We did take a vote. It was unanimous, and every member of the IQC voted for this. And I think that we feel the inclusivity of the process has created a document that appreciates diversity and the inquiry approach to learning. So Tom has the following comments.
So, just to follow up then, what happens in every framework is afterwards we do a pre-publication version where we run it through our CDE style manual, which is based upon the Chicago style manual. So all things like spellings, dates, corrections, fact-checking does occur during that process, and we will get that up later this month. The other thing I do want to stress is that this is a long anticipated document from the field. To actually, I have many colleagues, especially county office folks and district folks, who are saying, okay, so when is the framework going to be ready? When can we get going on this? So there's a certain level of anticipation there in terms of the teaching profession. Also, I want to say that we are ready to get moving on this, in that using the collaborative structure that we've created with the board and the department and the county offices, we are ready to go on that. But I do want to just step back a little bit and ask you to look at this framework in some bigger points. One, keep in mind this is a curriculum framework. A curriculum framework is not the document that students will be consulting on a daily basis. That's why we have curriculum, textbooks, instructional materials, and things like that. The purpose of the framework then is to kind of provide that outline. And you can see that through some of the discussion, we've tried to resolve some of the details, but we also when we got into some sticky issues, we also tried to make sure that let's turn it into a point of inquiry. Let's not make us the arbitrator of this debate. If it is a point of debate, let's have our students actually look at it and study the available resources and make their own judgments. And I think this gets into something that's happened in this new sets of standards and the curriculum frameworks that support them. If you look at mathematics, English language arts, English language development, and science, as well as history, social science, we've turned everything into an inquiry approach. And what this means is we really see the standards as the beginning of the discussion, not as the way to limit debate. In this sense, this is where we want our students to start. This is the beginning, the point of discussion. And inquiry is key in this, because rather than telling students, here is simply a body of knowledge that you need to know, we've actually said, well, here's some knowledge, but we need you to understand how people create knowledge in each of these different disciplines. And so we wanted to be explicit about that. And this is is a point of respect for our students, in the sense that we said, you don't have to wait till the end of your K-12 education to be a historian, to be a mathematician, to be a scientist, to be a writer. We want you to start from day one in the process. And in this sense, we're going to give you not simply the knowledge, but the skills on how to do that. And no, it's not going to turn out perfectly every day and every grade level, but nonetheless, we want to get them into the habit of thinking in these different perspectives from the different disciplines. And so you will have a whole host of comments today. People will ask you to decide about various details in different subject areas at different times. And these are all well-intentioned comments. But the big question I think you want to ask yourself is, in this public comment, is it really advancing the overall drive of the framework? Is it enhancing the inquiry approach, and will it make it a more positive learning environment for our students? And will we be helping out the teachers who will be working with them? So,
Okay, thank you for that opening and good discussion. I think before we go to the public testimony, we've had two liaisons who have spent extensive time, and wonder if they want to make any prefatory comments before we hear the public comment. Some very nice smiles, but I haven't heard any.
Well, I had planned to wait until after the public comment.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to give you a chance.
Yeah, I just, out of respect for all of our guests today, I really like to hear from the public first before we engage in the discussion.
All right, State Superintendent would like to comment.
Well, I look forward also to hearing from our liaisons. You put in a tremendous amount of time, and thank you. And I just wanted to underscore, make some general comments and then one question, but underscore what you said, President Kurz. This is an extraordinary process, years long, and so many people involved, and so much very heartfelt thinking and research put together to make this a very living, viable framework and document. And so thanks to Lauren Wild and Bill Honig, the IQC, the California History Social Science Project, Tom Adams and his team, again, an extraordinary effort. Just think of the volume of information that they received and, debate that they were in the middle of sorting out. And I just wanted to underscore a couple of the parts that I find particularly outstanding, and I think we all share in that, and that is this emphasis on diversity, not only acknowledging diversity, but celebrating diversity as a strength of our state and our culture and our country. And then the diligence in looking at an inquiry-based approach. It's not multiple choice. It's not dates and times when different wars and battles and who was king or queen when. It's thinking. It's the problem-solving process. So I think that's been a truly big advance of this framework over previous frameworks, and that the information is not in content silos, that we're looking across discipline as part of that thinking and building your case and your arguments. Appreciate the civics education emphasis, service learning, the environmental education, so much incredible work here. So I just wanted to commend all the parties. I did have one question. I talked to Tom Adams about this in terms of one area that, of the many that we're going to be hearing today, was the question of the amazing humanitarian relief effort to help the Armenians after the genocide in Armenia. And there was a debate about 10th grade or 11th grade, and how did you handle that, and what was your process for resolving that? It was a great part of American history, of course, helping people from another country, the starving Armenians and the orphanages they set up and so forth.
Right, and so this gets into, I think, some of the strategic choices that the commission had to make on this. One of the things the commission did not want to do is repeat topics from grade level to grade level. Grade 10 is a world history course, and in there we cover and discuss the Armenian genocide extensively. In this context, then the question came, do we talk about the U.S. relief effort and the Morgenthau effort to provide international relief? And they did raise $4.5 million, as was pointed out. It's a great episode of American charity and a willingness to reach out. But then the question is, does it belong in 10th grade or does it belong in 11th grade? Now, in 11th grade, you might say it's a natural American history event. Maybe we should put it in there so people understand it in the context of American history. Or do we include it in 10th grade, where we talk more extensively about the Armenian genocide and World War I and the context of America becoming a greater world power and in that. And so it became the decision of the IQC to actually keep the discussion in the 10th grade for the simple reason is then it would be in the complete context of the events. To put it in the 11th grade, you then would have to rebuild the whole context of the Armenian genocide again. And so in that sense, while it's a great example of America reaching out internationally, it's also hard to rebuild that whole context in 11th grade when you already have the stage pretty well set in 10th grade. So that was the decision behind that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're now ready for the speakers. I understand we have 241 speakers signed up. That's a new record. And so I want to remind the speakers you have 1 minute each. And please hold down any demonstrative comments so that we can hear the speakers. And so now we'll start with the list. Okay, go ahead.
Kristen Wright, State Board staff. In order for this to go smoothly, we have given all of our input presenters numbers that correspond with the number by which they signed up.
So we will be calling the first 20, and we'd like the first 20 to come up to the podium and line up, and then we'll be calling the second 20 as we get a little more into it. So if we can have folks, they know where they are, they have their stickers, so we'll go ahead and proceed.
And they understand that when the yellow light comes on, their time is ending?
Yes, and just to repeat, there's a little set of lights up here to the left of the podium. The green light is when it starts, the yellow light is when your warning is, and the red light means your 1 minute is up.
First 20, please come forward. Please come forward, begin.
So we'd like to have the first 20 come up, please. Numbers 1 through 20.
Go ahead, you come, and maybe some more will come. Yeah.
Is this the mic? Okay. I get 20 minutes? Okay. Should I start now?
Yes, you begin.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Yang. I'm a first-generation college student and the first in my family to graduate college. I received my bachelor's degree from Sacramento State in Ethnic Studies and my master's from the University of Pennsylvania in higher education. Growing up, I felt ashamed for being Hmong because I did not understand the cultural traditions that my parents had me follow. They came to the United States as war refugees in the 1990s because of the Vietnam War. They raised my 12 siblings and I, relying heavily on government assistance. I saw how the war impacted my parents, especially my father. I saw the ways he treated my mother and the challenges she endured as a Hmong woman. I'm grateful for ethnic studies because I learned about their secret war. I realized my parents held on tight to our cultural traditions because this was all they brought with them to the United States. Ethnic studies helped me understand the cultural clash and strict traditions my parents had on me. Through ethnic studies, I became acclimated to embracing my family's historic and present community cultural wealth. And it liberated me in many ways. I know it can do the same for other students, and this is why I strongly urge ESN.
Next speaker, please.
I'm sorry. I had it all written out.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so hello, my name is Sydney, and I'm a graduate from George Washington Carver. As a young African-American student, I found it astonishing how we don't necessarily focus on the differences of culture, gender, ethnicity, etc. This caused me to be insecure about my race and feel slightly ashamed. It wasn't until my junior and senior year in my government class when I realized that it's okay to focus on my culture and ethnicity. Recently, there's been a lot of speaking on racism in America and grabbing the attention of people all over the world. I think that speaking about things that are normally really hard to speak about will help the youth grow and learn more about themselves and the community, and in turn become a more united society. I genuinely feel like ethnic studies can do just that and make everyone more together. So that's all.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Ivan Regis Miguel. I was in the 8th grade and was attending Hilliard Comstock Middle School. En la quech, tú eres mi otro yo. You are my other me. Si te hago daño a ti, if I do harm to you, me hago daño a mí mismo. I do harm to myself. Si te amo y respeto, if I love and respect you, me amo y respeto yo. I love and respect myself. En la quech, respect the State Board of Education members. We are the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition, and we are here in support of 3 small but important recommendations for the 9th grade A through G Ethnic Studies course description. Did you know that the national dropout rate for Mexican Americans is 14%, the highest of any majority group? In Arizona, somewhere in 1998, a man began Mexican American studies. The average dropout rate for Latinos was 56% back then. After a few years of starting, the Tuscan Unified School District found that 98% of Mexican American study students reported they did all homework, and 66% went on to college.
Thank you. I just want to remind board members that you'll come in and out as you want. We'll take no formal breaks. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Hank McKay. Hello, my name is Hank McKay. I'm a senior at George Washington Carver School of Arts and Science in Rancho Cordova, California. Last year, the junior and senior classes partook in a special 2-week block on race and privilege in the U.S. This was a very enlightening experience for my peers and I, and it opened up an important dialogue. Though this block will be taught next year, there is still plenty of room for education on ethnicity. When our nation's current events are taken into account, the need exists more than ever. Ethnic studies need to be taught in our schools to give young people perspective on the privilege they either have or don't have. A proper, standardized education on the topic will lead to a decline in ignorance-fueled hate. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is June Lam, and I attend George Washington Carver High School of Arts and Science, and I am a rising senior. Before high school, I didn't think about most things that were and still are major topics today. Stereotypes, discrimination, and racism, just a few words that held no meaning to me 2 years ago before attending this high school. I'm glad I attend this school and is very involved in social science, and within these 2 short years, my knowledge of social issues and the impact they have on our society and our everyday lives has increased tremendously. I feel that integrating ethnic studies will help not only students but all of us grow more knowledgeable and understanding of the world's most intricate inhabitants, human beings. And that's why I support ethnic studies, and I feel like it really should be a part of our curriculum.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's doing good today. My name is Jordan Prana Carvajal. I'm the student body president of the Central Region College. I'm the co-founder of Undocumented Student Union, and for 18 years of my life, I have been undocumented here in the United States, migrating from Peru. I stand in solidarity with Ethnic Studies Now Coalition into recommending that all ethnic studies be all around California state. Now, what's so important about inputting ethnic studies in California? Well, in 2016, Stanford came out with the research saying that students who are underserved, mostly Mexican Americans, have a higher rate of dropping out or not attending classes. Then, when ethnic studies came into the San Francisco public schools, they saw an increase in grades and enrollment. My concerns as a student body president at Central Region College is that enrollment right now is down. We're expected to have 18,000 students in Santa Rosa, but now we only have 14 and it's lowering every year. And I think passing ethnic studies to all California can increase enrollment.
Time.
Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Angelica Lopez, and I'm a recent graduate from George Washington Carver School of Arts and Science. In elementary school, I remember my peers one morning were saying very discriminative stereotypes towards Mexicans. As a Mexican American, I felt immediately embarrassed and ashamed, and I responded with, well, I don't really look Mexican. I'm only half Mexican. I mean, I look more Asian than I do Mexican. From then on, I always felt a sense of shame behind that. And when I went to middle school, I did everything I could to try and hide my tan skin. I would buy makeup 3 shades lighter and do everything I could to just kind of put that under the rug. It wasn't until I entered my high school years at a Waldorf school where I took geography, and history. And that is where I actually gained a sense of respect and appreciation for my heritage. Not many people have that opportunity and still kind of have a shame around their cultural background. No one should ever be ashamed of their cultural background. Thank you.
Mike, we're going to go ahead and ask that we call up to the outer doors numbers 21 through 40 so they can be prepared.
Okay, go ahead. Please come forward.
Good morning. My name's... Good morning. My name is Jasmine Escandona, and I'm an upcoming senior at Roseland University Prep and the co-chair of MECHA. I support ethnic studies because I believe that it will help the graduation rates of students of color increase, and it would also benefit the school board by saving them money because studies show that ethnic studies increase the attendance rates of students, and I believe that Governor Brown will do what is right and pass this bill. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Hernandez. I am currently a senior in Roseland University Prep. I am the co-chair of MECHA in our program. And as a Mexican American growing up in the United States, I didn't really learn to embrace my culture. And it wasn't until this past school year that I took Spanish literature and culture, and I was able to learn why it is important to learn more about our background and our heritage and where we come from, because we need to learn to embrace and feel proud of our heritage.
Good morning. I'm Angeles Cruz. I'm a Casa Grande High School alumni and was president of Mecha Club the past year. But most importantly, I identify myself as a dreamer and as a Chicana. And for a long time, I felt ashamed of of being undocumented, and I learned through Mecha and through my Spanish classes that I shouldn't be ashamed, that I should be proud to be Mexican and American. But most importantly, I think that so many of the adults today say that the kids right now are tomorrow's future, and we, AB 540 and undocumented students, are part of that future. And in order to be successful, we need to know our heritage and our background and be able to accept ourselves and accept other people, as well as know other cultures. In terms of hatred and racism, we need to understand each other in order to be successful, and I believe that ethnic studies should not be a privilege, that it should be a right. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bridget Martinez. I'm a high school teacher at McClatchy High School in Sacramento. I've had the opportunity to teach ethnic studies for 10 years before my school decided to remove it from the curriculum. And I saw firsthand the things that these students are talking about. I saw students get a voice. I saw students realize that their voice mattered. And what I'd like to, so that there's no questioning that. I think we're all on the same page with the importance of ethnic studies. What I'm here to do is recommend that the framework follow the suggestions of ethnic studies now in the teaching of ethnic studies and the approach. There are 4 crucial elements in order for the class to be successful, some of which deal with addressing the indigeneity of the people, particularly in this region, of cultural regeneration, cultural appreciation, all of which these students spoke to already. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Karim Sanchez. I am a community organizer with the North Bay Organizing Project, the Latino Student Congress. And my job is to work with a lot of the youth that you heard today to get them to voice their stories in public arenas like this. I'm very much, and I have a list of experts in the field, scholars that are signing on to the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition's recommendations that I really want to strongly urge this body to adopt. So I'm not sure who I should hand this to. Okay, thank you. And really quickly to end where I'm coming from, I too grew up as an undocumented person in California, and it wasn't until I learned about myself, learned how to love myself, and learn to develop a worldview through ethnic studies courses that I was able to be a more active agent in my own community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maribel Rosendo Servin. I'm a teacher at San Juan High School in the Citrus Heights area. Currently, I am teaching ethnic studies, and so I'm here in support of the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition's recommendations of the 4 critical elements for ethnic studies within the framework. I teach those critical elements in my own classroom, and I see the powerful impact it has on students and how when they become engaged as critical thinkers, learners, they begin to see themselves as educators, writers, readers. And then they most definitely create and develop a sense of identity. I am also a product of ethnic studies. Didn't learn about my own culture and history until I went to college. So definitely here in support of that.
Just a reminder, we've asked numbers 21 through 40 to line up.
Hello. My name is Stephanie Cook, and I'm a teacher at George Washington Carver High School, one of the 3 ethnic studies pilots here in the area. I'm speaking today as a member of the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition in reference to their recommendations to support a rigorous ethnic studies curriculum across our state. Being that California has one of the most diverse high school populations in the country, the impacts of understanding one's own ethnic history and the ethnic history of others cannot be overstated. Students must have an accurate understanding of the concepts of indigeneity, colonialism, cultural hegemony, and self-determination in order to explore and unpack historical privilege and oppression and make real-world connections to our state's many pressing contemporary issues. When students see themselves reflected in the curriculum, they learn the story of both their own people and others, and from this place they can find overlapping experiences and areas of friction in our shared state history, which in turn benefits both students of color and white students and our community as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, board members. It's an honor to be here with you. My name is Tolteca Cuauhtin, drove up from Los Angeles. I teach at Social Justice Humanitas Academy, socioeconomically disadvantaged area of Los Angeles, Pacoima, San Fernando. We achieved a 96% graduation rate, which we're very proud of, getting students to go to college. And a big part of it is our critical curriculum with ethnic studies within it. And as part of the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition, we submitted to the IQC in February these 4 core concepts, right? And it was more comprehensive submission with essential questions addressed and everything. It was marked NSER because we weren't specific with line edits. So today we bring you 3 very concise, specific line edits for the 9th grade History, Social Science, Ethnic Studies course. And it's really critical. We need to frame the course with historical literacy. Although I appreciate many elements of it currently, it's really superficial historically, right? So indigeneity, first recognize the indigenous people of any area, of course, is taught. That's traditional to ethnic studies. But also as human beings, we all have indigenous roots somewhere on earth. We get 9th grade students cannot identify their continents on a map. Ethnic studies takes them way beyond that with high-level academic language. Thank you all. Please accept our 3 recommendations. They're very concise. Thank you.
My name is Mario Galvan. I'm a retired high school teacher and a member of the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition. And while I'm here as other members of our coalition to ask that you consider the critical concepts that we're asking to be included in the state framework, I also want to draw attention to the headlines that we see in the newspapers today of ethnic conflict in the United States that has a long history. And I think that a lot of the fear and misunderstandings that are plaguing our society today are largely due to ignorance. And I think that this adoption of ethnic studies in this critical format will help alleviate those social problems, not just for students of color who will benefit from, academically from this new content, but for the whole society as well. Thank you very much.
I'm Joanne Fuller. I'm a proud member of the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition here in Sacramento, and I'm speaking in favor of our 4 recommendations that we feel are critical and that the experts feel are critical as part of this course of study. And I wanted to lift up how important this issue is for all of our communities. Coming from the community I come from, it's really needed. Thank you.
Hello, I'm glad to be here today. My name is Kathy Shanklin. I am an 8th grade early college prep teacher and 8th grade advanced history teacher at Hilliard Comstock Middle School in Santa Rosa. The part that I would like to point out about the emphasis for ethnic studies being introduced more strongly into our curriculum is the fact that in teaching 8th grade history, there's only a single view, not a single view, but a very one-dimensional view of colonialism, which is how did it affect people of Northern American heritage, and a small, slight mention of how indigenous people were affected by colonialism. The effects of colonialism even affect us today, and I would like to ask that more examination be given to California Native Americans who had a unique experience of colonialism versus the rest of the country, and their incidences of debt servitude and the loss of their population parallels the East Coast, but that we really need to look at it. I want to thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Veronica Valadez, and I'm here representing the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition from Ventura County. I urge you to adopt and support the 3 recommendations that include our 4 core concepts. I teach Chicana and Chicano studies at Cal State University, Channel Islands. And I was also a first grade teacher for 14 years in a dual immersion program. And what I saw as a first grade teacher is that unless the standards are very specific in what teachers need to teach when it comes to culture and history and really getting to the core of that, they won't do it. They won't do it. They're going to follow the curriculum as is. So we really need to make a strong curriculum that is really going to represent ethnic studies at the core of what it really means. Teaching now at the university, when I have students in the university classroom tell me, why have I never learned this before? I went through my K-12 education, not ever knowing about the contributions that my people have made in this country, the struggles that we have gone through. So thank you for your time. This is critical, and we can save lives by passing this. Thank you.
We'd also like to have numbers 41 through 60 line up outside the door, please. 41 through 60.
Good morning. My name is Guadalupe Carrasco. I'm here also on behalf of the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition and also on behalf of the Association of Raza Educators Los Angeles. In addition to that, I'm here as a teacher. I'm speaking as a teacher. I've been teaching for 16 years. I've been teaching high school. I am credentialed to teach English and social studies. And essentially what I'm here to say is kind of let you know that I have been a witness to students who have basically created miracles. They've come from, packing house parent backgrounds, undocumented backgrounds, English language learner backgrounds. And we've been able to get some of those students to go to UCLA, UC Berkeley. I have some kids that have gone to Stanford. And when they've come back and said, Ms. Carrasco, can you please come to my graduation ceremony from such and such university? They thank me not for helping them to be able to formulate a paragraph, although they do that very well. They write essays very well, but they thank me for that connection to their ethnic background. Thank you.
Morning. I'm Janet Hecht. I'm a professor of education at Sacramento State, and I'm a teacher educator in this region for more than 30 years. I've been familiar with this framework since its inception, and I'm an advocate for your adoption of it with the recommendations. I think it just has a huge impact for us. I want to endorse the 3 specific recommendations for inclusion from the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition. They support student attainment of academic skills consistent with understanding one's ancestry, as well as recognizing the cultural wealth of all original peoples, particularly the ones in the communities in which they reside. I'm really an advocate for place-based instruction. These revisions to guarantee a high quality and rigorous academic approach to the social sciences in general and ethnic studies in particular, better preparing our students for college, career, and life in a civically and ethically conscious, multiculturally diverse California. Please agree with the suggested revisions and adopt this framework. Thank you.
Buenos días, good morning, namaste, assalamu alaikum, malowele, bula. What's cracking? My name is Martin Ramirez. I'm an assistant principal here at Rosa Parks, formerly Gady. Former teacher at Luther Burbank High School here in South Sacramento, formerly from Monterey County. And I'm here to support and urge you to support the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition recommendations. It is crucial that these recommendations are passed. Like mentioned earlier, some of the details in the standards need to be specific. With that said, I wanted to say that not only does ethnic studies and Chicano studies help heal, but it also helps transform the lives of these students that have no hope, have no cultural identity, and if they do, it's a negative one. And often it leads to gang-on-gang violence. It leads to shootings on the streets during protests. It leads to unsafe and unhealthy communities. So I urge you, please take some time to really consider this. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Rhonda Rios-Kravitz, and I'm a retired dean from Sacramento City College and a former P316 council member under Jack O'Connell. I strongly endorse the 3 recommendations made by Ethnic Studies Now Coalition In my work with underrepresented students, I saw directly that culturally relevant pedagogy was and remains a compelling way to unlock the educational potential of historically marginalized students. However, culturally responsive pedagogy is more than just good teaching. It requires practitioners to advocate for social justice, maintain a socio-political consciousness, and possess a knowledge and understanding of the concepts of ingenuity, colonialism, cultural hegemony, and self-determination. Without this specific and critical language, the teaching of and curriculum for ethnic studies has the potential to remain situated in Eurocentric, westernized ideals that fail to consider non-white perspectives. With the addition of this language, students will more fully be able to view issues from multiple lenses and to address issues of social justice. I urge you to adopt these recommendations. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning, all. Lorenzo with Alianza member, also UCLA Dreams student, and I urge you to enroll as a student and immigrant rights supporter to accept the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition recommendation for the California History Social Science Framework. For me, ethnic studies courses are critical because they explore and promote cultural, social, political, and economic self-determination and self-representation of unrepresented groups, the expansions of human rights, international and global context, and immigrant rights. Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Devin Cardenas. I'm a community organizer with the North Bay Organizing Project in Sonoma County. Today I'm actually representing Rodolfo Acuña, which is terribly wonderful to say in itself, the big shoes. He was a founder of Chicano Studies at CSUN over 40 years ago, California State University, Northridge. And for me, I'm a beneficiary of not only the Chicano Studies Department, but also the work of people like Rodolfo Acuña, who are forebears in fighting for ethnic studies and a new world. And I just would hope that my encounters with reading this beautiful literature that has changed my life wouldn't be a chance encounter, but would be part of the curriculum. So Rudy has also signed on to the petition requesting that you accept the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition recommendation for California History Social Science Framework. And I would just say the same, that my basis to work as a community organizer, change material conditions, find love, justice, and compassion for myself, first rooted in myself, and then being able to translate that to others is rooted in this type of curriculum. Thank you.
At this time, we'd like inputters to please, all the way through numbers 95, line up outside of the doors, up to number 95.
Good morning, board. My name is Hernan Reyes Argosa Lemos, and I'm currently the VP at the Santa Rosa Junior College. I came here today to talk about ethnic studies and how urgent and key it is in our communities. As a youth, I walk around and I see a disconnect in our communities. You know, a lack of understanding, a lack of love, and a lack of compassion. You know, ethnic studies gave me those. It gave me the ability to love myself and love my neighbor. You know, and that's what we need as a country, as a nation. You know, we need to fix this disconnection and make a community for all. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. I'm Dr. Lisa Wertley, and I'm here to represent ICS, the Institute for Curriculum Services. I'm here today first to thank you. ICS appreciates the many changes that have been made thus far to the proposed draft. I'd also like to note that some inaccurate content on Jewish history has persisted throughout the process, and some troubling erroneous content has been incorporated into the latest draft. Because of that, ICS has submitted changes to help ensure that accuracy and balance will be the hallmarks of the final version of the framework. Our changes have the support of key Jewish organizations throughout the state, some of whom are here today, as well as that of JPAC, the Jewish Public Affairs Committee of California, which is the largest single-state coalition of Jewish organizations in the nation. We also enjoy the support of State Senator Block. Thank you again for your time and attention to our proposed corrections.
Good morning, board members and President. Christina Wojciechowicz on behalf of the Jewish Public Affairs Committee in support of the ICS amendments to the Jewish content in the history framework. We have worked directly with Tom Adams from the Department of Education and believe that these are very reasonable and fact-based amendments. We have a letter today with signatures from multiple Jewish organizations in support of the amendments. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Board. My name is Sharon Rogoff. I'm here on behalf of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Sacramento, and I would like to thank you for all your work on addressing some of the issues regarding Jewish history content. I'm here today in support of the remaining proposed changes recommended by the Institute for Curriculum Services to correct the factual errors in the draft history, social science frameworks, Jewish history content. Thank you. And I'm providing a draft copy of the factual errors. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Arnold Golub. I'm a retired faculty member from the California State University, Sacramento. I was the university's first director of the Office of Research and Sponsored Projects and chaired my academic department 4 different times over a period of 40 years. I'm here this morning on behalf of the Jewish Community Relations Council of the Sacramento region. We're a division of the Jewish Federation of the Sacramento region. I would like to thank you for all your work addressing various issues regarding Jewish history content. I'm here today in support of the remaining proposed changes recommended by the Institute for Curriculum Services to correct factual errors in the framework's Jewish history content. I've provided a cover letter from the Jewish Community Relations Council of the Sacramento region and a manuscript of suggested corrections to the framework that are recommended by the Institute for Curriculum Services. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Trubowich. I'm with the Jewish Community Relations Council of San Francisco, the Peninsula, Marin, Sonoma, Alameda, and Contra Costa counties. We represent over 60 Jewish organizations and synagogues on matters of concern to our community. I am here today in support of the proposed recommendations from the Institute of Curriculum Services to correct the factual errors to the draft history and social science framework on Jewish content. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Elisa Einhorn. I'm the Interim Executive Director of the Jewish Federation of the Sacramento region. We're a community-based umbrella organization for the area's nearly 20,000 Jewish individuals. I want to echo my thanks as well for your past work correcting Jewish content with regard to the curriculum and ask your support of the recommended changes by the Institute for Curriculum Services. Addressing these errors now ensures a well-educated and informed populace and dispels misinformation in a proactive rather than a reactive way. I thank you for your time and consideration. Our organization has submitted a letter in support of these recommendations.
Good morning. I'm Barry Broad. I'm the immediate past president, like last week, of my term ended of the Jewish Federation of Sacramento. And obviously we support the recommendations of ICS. When you're, there's 15 million Jews in the world. It's a very small minority group. But we somehow have managed to pop in and out of history pretty continuously for thousands of years. And it's important to us not that controversies be avoided, but that the facts are correct. And that's what these comments are for, and we hope that you will take them into consideration and make the changes recommended. Thank you.
Good morning, President and board members. My name is Ryan Payson. I'm the Executive Director of the California Legislative Jewish Caucus. I'm here on behalf of Senator Marty Block, who's chair of the caucus. We've submitted a letter dated June 27th outlining 8 changes that were advocated from the people before me. And these organizations that are in our coalition are Sacramento JCRC, Sacramento Federation, San Francisco JCRC, JPAC, and the Institute for Curriculum Services. I will also drop off another copy of our letter. Thank you for your time.
My name is Acharya Arumuganatha-Swami. I'm managing editor of Hinduism Today magazine for the past 28 years. I'm a sannyasin, a Hindu monk. Dr. Shiva Bajpai and I have been engaged with the narrative review since 2014 as the Uberoi Foundation Institute for Curriculum Advancement. Professor Bajpai of Cal State Northridge is arguably the foremost scholar of Indian history in the United States. He has contributed to seminal books and presented scores of papers at international conferences. In 2005, he was appointed the content review expert for India by this board. It was evident at the last two IQC meetings that the California History Social Science Project, entrusted with the narrative revision, did so with limited resources. They were underfunded and specifically lacking by their own admission in any expertise in Indian history, resulting in multiple errors. Hindu kids are humiliated by the classes now taught in the schools, as Hinduism, alone among the religions they study, is vilified for social injustice. In conclusion, the edits to date have not only not fixed this, they've made it worse. We're handing out a revised submission. Thank you.
Namaste. My name is Sadhaka Jayanatha. I'm a Hindu monk and assistant editor of Hinduism Today magazine. So the Uberoi Foundation has submitted a list of 19 edits in 4 different categories, which reflect the Hindu community's concern. First are confusing edits and clerical errors, including the accidental deletion of the definition of Dharma, a concept central to the four Indic religions. Second are edits related to the disputed Aryan invasion migration theory, which is wrongly treated as a fact. And third, the most extensive, are edits related to caste, which should be called jati, which is presented here as an essential and thereby defining characteristic of both India and Hinduism. This essentialism is a well-recognized process by which Western historians reduce a non-Western culture to its supposed essence, often to the bafflement of those who actually belong to and understand that culture. Fourth are issues of fact and sensitivity, such as calling India's greatest river Ganga by its British name, Ganges. The Hindu community's simple request to use Ganga was previously denied.
Time.
We urge you to accept those edits. Thank you very much.
Good morning, State Board Member, Superintendent. Fred Jones on behalf of the California Council for the Social Studies, the teachers and administrators of social studies out in the field. We want to thank the work that went into this. I think all the issues you will hear in the edits requested today have all been discussed before ad nauseum. And we believe that Mr. Honig and others have diligently looked at all of those requests and have balanced those. Our econ folks would prefer more financial literacy. I mean, I could go on and on about things that we would like to see changed. It's not a perfect document. We don't expect a perfect document. We do think this document needs to be adopted sooner rather than later. This process began in 2008. Our teachers need some direction badly, so we support the work that is before you and urge its immediate passage. Thank you very much.
President Kurz, members of the board, my name is Les Francis. I direct the public policy work of the National Campaign for the Civic Mission of Schools. It's a national coalition, the co-chairs of which are Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor and former Congressman Lee Hamilton. I'm honored to appear before you today and to commend the board for its consideration and, we hope, the adoption of a new framework for history, civics, and related subjects in our state schools. Our coalition stands ready to support the board and the department as you move forward on implementation in the weeks and months ahead. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this morning.
At this time, we'd like presenters up to number 115 to please line up outside the doors.
Good morning. I'm Dave Gordon, the Sacramento County Superintendent. I had the privilege of serving with Justice Judith McConnell as co-chair of the Civics Education Task Force convened by Superintendent Torlakson and Chief Justice Kantil Sakaue. We have watched the development of the framework with great interest. I want to commend the department staff, Tom Adams, the IQC, Bill Honig, and others. There is a great plan in place, a collaborative plan to roll out the framework. The field badly needs the guidance and direction, and we encourage you to approve the framework. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Barbara McGraw, the convener of the Social Sciences and Religion Faculty Group.
a coalition of highly esteemed academics who came together because alarm over the inequitable treatment of Hinduism in California textbooks as compared with other religions. Our internationally renowned scholar experts include Diana Eck, professor of comparative religion and Indian studies at Harvard University, and Dr. Frances Clooney, director of Harvard Center for the Study of World Religions. 46 academics total, including many experts in ancient India and Hinduism. Focusing a narrow, harsh lens on Hinduism in India without considering that other religions and areas are presented positively results in bias that is starkly apparent to us. For example, negative overemphasis on caste and patriarchy that still remains. We urge you to recognize and address that bias today. Thank you.
Can you start? Good morning. My name is Mani Kiran. I'm a Hindu and Indian parent in California. Hindu Americans participating in the framework process have been attacked and maligned for allegedly trying to whitewash history. If asking the board not to emphasize negative interpretations of Hinduism is whitewashing, then we ask, why is whitewashing of the negative interpretation of Christianity, Islam, and other religions are permitted? Why is Hinduism treated with an especially critical eye when other religions are given a pass? To make it seem that caste is the central tenet of Hinduism is to allow bias pervade the discussion of Hinduism, particularly when the frameworks do not address slavery in Islam and Christianity or Christianity's support of the feudal system in Europe. Thus, I ask you to accept the recommendations of the Social Sciences and Religion Faculty Group, which only asks for equity for Hinduism. To the equal protection law of the 14th Amendment, I just want to quote one line from Justice Chief Warren.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Anuradha Agrawal, and I am a Hindu American Californian who is deeply concerned about the way in which Hinduism and India is taught in contrast to other major world religions and societies. I am here to support SSREG's recommendation. 8 words in the content standards requiring a discussion about the caste system have resulted in textbooks that spend anywhere from 30% to over 50% of their sections on the origins and beliefs of Hinduism and caste. The current draft narrative, which will also influence textbook content, has expanded the topic of caste even further. Most textbooks spend at a minimum 100 and at best 270 lines on Hinduism. How is it fair to have anywhere from 1/3 to half of this minimal coverage fixated on social practice when few to no lines, that is 0% on the units of other religions, focus on social evils such as slavery that has been justified with various religions throughout history? Thank you.
My name is Vaidya Kiran, and I'm a Hindu American currently studying political science at Cal Poly. So as a student, it really interests me that I really want Hinduism to be represented accurately in my textbook so students actually get a proper understanding of Hinduism. The recommendations of renowned scholars of religion and social studies, such as those in the Social Sciences and Religion Faculty Group, and requests from the Hindu and Indian American communities do not conflate the social practice of caste with core Hindu teachings is not called a whitewash history. Hindu teachers have always emphasized the spiritual unity of all people. Chapter 10, page 221, lines 955 to 957 notes, the caste is a religious belief of Hindus. This is wrong. It's like saying Abrahamic traditions use religious teachings to justify the wrongs that they are committing against others. California law promises that no religion should be denigrated in instructional content. That's why I respectfully request that the board accept the recommendations of the Social Sciences and Religion Faculty Group to revise Chapter 10. Thank you.
To the honorable board members, my name is Dr. Amita Roy Shah, and I'm currently an adjunct professor in the Department of Child and Adolescent Development at San Jose State University. and the founder of Hybrid Parenting, an online platform that provides parents with information and resources to help them invest in the cultural well-being of their children. I also have experience as a teacher for the Los Angeles Unified School District. As someone who has dedicated my life to education and cultural competency, I believe that all of our children deserve equitable treatment and safe learning environments. While I'm mostly pleased with the Instructional Qualities Commission's efforts to create the framework document, I urge you to make one more important change to the section on Hinduism in India to help ensure that Hindu and Indian American children do not experience bullying, ridicule, and harassment due to misrepresentations of their traditions. Specifically, I ask that you not conflate caste with the religious belief of Hindus in Chapter 10, Grade 6, page 221, lines 955 to 957. Caste is a social practice that should not be discussed, but it goes against religious... Thank you for your time.
Hello and namaste. My name is Madhav Nekar, and I'm a senior at Westmont High School in Campbell. The images that I'm about to show you are from actual textbooks presently used in classrooms today and are emblematic of the way that different religions and societies are taught to my peers and I. First, we have Judaism, which is depicted with beautiful artwork and families celebrating a religious holiday over a shared meal. Christianity is likewise depicted with beautiful artwork. Islam is similarly depicted with diverse communities in prayer and pilgrimages. Now, you'd expect similar treatment for Hinduism. However, my religion is shown with an impoverished woman walking away from a pile of trash, with an inset photograph of a priest looking in disgust. I urge the board to adopt a framework that is accurate, culturally competent, and treats Hinduism with the same level of dignity that is afforded to other religions. Thank you.
To the honorable board members, good morning. Hi, my name is Devin Shaw, and I'm a third grader at John Green Elementary School. John Green Elementary is in Dublin, California. I've been going to John Green since kindergarten. The school has a large number of Hindu American students. I wanted to ask the board to consider 2 edits to the way Hinduism is presented in the 6th grade section of the framework. These edits would reduce confusion for 6th graders and allow for students who are Hindu like me to gain a better understanding of our Hindu identity. In Chapter 10, lines 809 to 812 and lines 887 to 891, the use of religions of ancient India seems confusing because the passage is referring to Hinduism. Buddhism is mentioned in the following passage. This is why I think it would be important for the board, in the name of clarity, to just use Hinduism in these lines. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Good morning. My name is Pranjal Agarwal, and I'm a student at Cupertino High School. And time after time, Hindu American women like me have stood here and told you with examples that the Vedas preach equality in all fields of life. The Rig Veda says the wife and husband, being the equal halves of one substance, are equal in every respect and take equal parts in all works, religious and secular. And yet still, Chapter 10 in the current framework of Grade 6 says, and I quote, "Women participated in religious ceremonies and festival celebrations, though not as equals." This same framework also states that women in India had no property rights. However, in ancient India, matriarchal systems were socially prominent and have continued to exist in various places, such as the state of Kerala. Hence, I urge the committee here to re-evaluate these lines, for Hinduism gives no justification for the mistreatment of others, whether on the basis of gender or for any other reason, and therefore support the recommendations of the SSRFG. Thank you.
Hi, respected members of the board. My name is Nagaraj Patil, and I am the Hindu American Californian parent. I support the recommended edits of social science and religious faculty group led by Dr. Barbara Magro. I am opposed to the attempt to link the caste with slavery. Even Elizabeth Clay Roy, who has written to you and stated caste and slavery are not the same. Also, Dr. Ron Davis, Professor of History Emeritus from California State University, Northridge, wrote to IQC in March of this year stating, quote, historians of slavery and the antebellum American South do not equate slavery to the caste-like system for a number of reasons, unquote. Thank you.
My name is Rashika Patel, and I'm here as a concerned California resident. In Chapter 10 of the current draft framework, there is still confusion about what the ancient religions of India are, especially since Buddhism and Jainism are distinctly mentioned. The current phrasing, how did the religions of ancient India, including but not limited to early Hinduism, is both confusing and inaccurate. These edits are in Chapter 10, Grade 6, page 214, lines 809 to 810, and page 218, lines 887 to 891. It might be true that other religions existed in ancient India, but Buddhism has its own section, and it might be worthwhile to add a separate section on Jainism. However, describing Hinduism in the current manner would make this document more complicated than it has to be. The religions of ancient India wording also contradicts the IQC's decision to remove the term in Chapter 11, Grade 7, and restore it back to simply Hinduism. For the purpose of consistency, it would be important to similarly remove the term religions of ancient India, including but not limited to early Hinduism, and replace it with simply Hinduism. Thank you.
Namaste. My name is Sandeep Dedge, and I am the director of Hindu Education Foundation. I'm also author of the article, Don't Use Caste to Erase India. And I'm here today to support the edits from SSRFG, the suggestions were made by them. There is an impression being created that demanding equity and parity for Hinduism in comparison with other cultures is against so-called lower caste. Now let me remind, I am one of the so-called lower caste, and the community I belong to, I'm extremely proud of the contributions my community made and numerous other communities made to Hinduism. And instead of focusing on the positives, the current focus is increasing on the negatives. Instead of 92 words on caste system in the previous framework, now it has expanded to 233 words. And in fact, some of the edits accepted on 23rd March have dragged IQC into the violation against the content standards and the standards for evaluation for Californian material. I urge you to accept the edits from SSRFG and reject the politics on the caste and be fair to Hinduism in parity with other cultures. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Narendra Devdas. You just saw the little boy was here who spoke to you. There are many such little boys and girls who will be impacted by California's depiction of Hinduism the way it is. Hinduism has contributed yoga, and it has given holy festival. It has given Hare Krishna movement, which represents love, universal love for everybody. And this is not a representation it requires. When you compare it to other religions, which are much more violent and where you have beheadings on TV and stuff like that, there is no reason for you to do this. So I'd like you to implement the suggestions made earlier in the previous discussion about positive representation of Hinduism. I thank you for it.
Honorable members of the State Board of Education, my name is Suhag Shukla. I'm the Executive Director and Legal Counsel for the Hindu American Foundation and also a former California public school student. The Hindu American Foundation submitted previously a seminal preliminary survey on bullying of Hindu American students grades 6 through 12. Amongst the findings, 1 in 3 reported that they had been bullied for their religious beliefs. 1 in 8 said that their teachers made sarcastic remarks about Hinduism in front of class. Community testimony and submissions suggesting a link between inaccurate instructional content and bullying were called into question by some during the May IQC hearing. This prompted a secondary analysis of the preliminary survey data. The result of this secondary analysis is that Hindu student perceptions of faith-based bullying was tightly correlated to perceptions of caste and conflation with Hinduism in instructional material. We have brought copies of this analysis for you and implore the board to adopt only a framework which is accurate and culturally competent. Thank you.
My name is Mihir Megani. I'm speaking on behalf of a broad coalition that supports the recommendations of the Social Science, Religion, and Faculty Group to preserve Hindu and Jain identity, equitably represent women's roles in ancient India, and equitably represent social structures across all societies. Our coalition features 18 elected and appointed California officials. Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, the only Hindu member ever in the United States Congress. Most Indian Americans elected to or running for state and federal office. Miss America 2014, Nina Davaluri. 50,000 Americans who signed a petition, which is in front of you, and interfaith organizations, including Californians Together, the American Jewish Committee, United Muslims of America Interfaith Alliance, the Silicon Valley Interreligious Council, and the country's most prominent Indian, Hindu, and Jain organizations. Our concerns have also been echoed by Lieutenant Governor Newsom and Assembly Member Baker. We believe that Hinduism is being portrayed inaccurately and negatively in comparison to other religions. Therefore, we urge you to take action to be accurate and fair about the representation of this 5,000-year-old religion with 1 billion followers, including 700,000 in this state.
I'm Anasya Sengupta, and I'm with South Asian Histories for All. We're a multi-faith, intercaste coalition of over 25 community organizations. We thank you for your hard work in this process, but we're concerned with the historical inaccuracies and ideologically driven content that remain. The Oberoi Foundation and the Hindu American Foundation have pushed for inaccurate, prejudiced representations of caste in Islam. South Asia has largely been erased as a current descriptor for ancient India. In India, these same Hindu fundamentalist forces are manufacturing and erasing history far more violently. Minorities are being attacked, progressive intellectuals are being killed, Dalits and Muslims publicly lynched. Gandhi's assassination by a Hindu supremacist erased from textbooks. I'm a Rhodes Scholar. I'm a feminist. I'm a Hindu. I miss my cultural roots. I've been told to go home on the streets of San Francisco, but my spirituality is based on curiosity, openness, and pluralism. It is not based on denigrating, dismissing, and denying other religions and communities. The Hindu American Foundation does not speak for me. Thank you.
Wow, that just gave me chills. My name is Barnali. I'm also a member of South Asian Histories for All. And I'm here to ask a simple question about procedure. What prompted the IQC's repeated use of the recommendations of the Oberoi Foundation, who we have established as a prejudiced organization, as a casteist organization? Why were those documents given precedence at the March 24th and May 19th meetings when there was a staff-generated HSS summary that was being used prior to that? This is a serious procedural lapse. This has led to the inclusion of extremely problematic edits, especially related to caste and Islam. We have included a letter that you should have been able to read over the weekend. At Exhibit 3, you'll see our suggestions to make these edits correct, to not allow this sort of partisan, prejudiced, fundamentalist, supremacist, do this to our curriculum. Please make sure that the decision today is fair and nonpartisan. And I will say, as a woman, seeing somebody come up and say that there was no patriarchy in India, and as a Hindu, I am appalled because they've just erased women's struggles. They've erased my struggle to speak for myself.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm a neurologist by profession, but I also consider myself an educator. And I want to thank everybody for taking so much time in clearing the air, so to speak. Fardos Sheikh. I want to take the attention to page 265, lines 542 to 545. It says here that students are made to believe that the primary teaching of Islam is to wage war and destroy other cultures and to invade. To me, I look at this not as a Muslim, although I am a proud American Muslim. I was thinking about the term United States, and I'm here to make us united, if possible. I think as a neurologist, and my concern is what we're throwing at these young brains, irrespective of what each culture wants to preach and bring to your table. My bigger concern is that in the process of this education, we're not throwing bigotry, Islamophobia, hate, and intolerance to other religions. I think it is extremely imperative. Sorry. Let's educate and not propagate, and let's grow and not stunt. Thank you.
Good morning to all. My name is Dr. Gurbakh Singh Baga. I'm here with the South Asian Histories for All. I'm here to ask you to change section in chapter 10, page 221, line 953-94, which now says, today many Hindus in India and in the United States don't identify themselves as belonging to caste. This is an obvious lie. If this was the case, then how is that every day 3 Dalits are murdered, 2 are raped, 3 houses are burnt? Instead of supporting the denial of caste, I ask you to please change this to caste and caste discrimination persist in South Asian and the United States today. According to the Walk Free Foundation, India has nearly 40% of the world modern slaves, many of them Dalits, forced into slavery due to social expulsions, dispossessions, and violence connected to caste. Caste like race is about how society treats or mistreats someone in addition how they might identify. I support an education that helps our young people. Thank you. In the last, if you want to know more about Hinduism, read about Kandamal, spelling Kndhamal. You will know everything about Hinduism. Thank you. Please pass on to the members.
Casteism and Hinduism. My name is Sudhamalli Ganga, and I am with Ambedkar Association of North America, and I am here with South Asian Histories for All. I would like to read you from one of the earliest texts in the Hindu canon. There are 2 words used here. Shudra refers to the lowest caste, right above untouchables, and the Brahmin refers to the highest caste. A Shudra, whether bought or not bought by the Brahmin, may be compelled to practice servitude. For that, Shudra was created for the service of the Brahmin. Even if freed by his master, the Shudra is not released, for his servitude is innate in him. If a man of one birth, that is low caste, assault of the twice born, that is upper caste, with virulent words, he ought to have cut his tongue is worst of the. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ramakrishna, and I represent Ambedkar International Center. So this is specifically about, I want to say that caste still exists now, and it always existed for thousands of years. If you look at chapter 10, page 221, lines 953, 954, which says, today many Hindus in India and in the United States do not identify themselves as belonging to a caste. Unfortunately, this is not true, and this is also highly misleading. Please replace the statement with quote, caste and caste discrimination persists in South Asia and the United States today. For example, if you look at the South Asian matrimonial advertisements, virtually all of them ask and want to know your caste. And the same goes for caste-based organizations in the United States. The IQC has been working closely with the Burai Foundation, and their submissions have been, well, please show that caste still exists in India, and that is the reality. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board. Thank you for your opportunity to present my case in front of you. I am representing with the South Asian History for All, and I want to bring your attention to the caste pyramid. In your previous studies, the pyramid was upper caste was on the top, and the lower caste was on the bottom. And this was removed on page 21 next to lines 955 and 958. The reason given was because of the Hindu lobbyists were lobbying for this removal because it made the Hindu children very uncomfortable. But being confronted by your privileges might feel uncomfortable, but it's also an opportunity to feel empathy. Perhaps if more Hindu children understood what their previous history was, and thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you.
At this time, we'd like speakers with stickers with the numbers up to number 145 to please line up outside the State Boardroom door. Up to 145, please.
Hi, I am with South Asian Histories for All. We learn history not by intuition or by practicing it. We learn it by textbooks. Therefore, it is very important that text represent two events and their true consequences. In regard to chapter 10, page 220, there is a mention that division of classes and caste create a social stability. How could that be? Like division of classes, they were created to provide this unfair advantages and privileges to higher class and extreme oppression and discrimination against this lower caste. So it is important that the next generation learn what were the consequences because of the division and what social disorder that caused. Because we want next generation to take very informed decision, not just to provide the peace, not just provide to social stability, but also for the economic development. Because if we provide privileges, equal privilege to all, they all would contribute equally to the development of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Seema Duhan, and here representing South Asian Histories for All. I would like to speak to the failure of the IQC to maintain a democratic and fair process. For reasons beyond our understanding, the IQC chose to favor the document of Oberoi Foundation for much of the review process for the last two hearings of History Social Science Framework. We want to know why. This is especially disturbing because Oberoi Foundation has connections to Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh, a group that represents upper caste interests and has raised numerous casteist, Islamophobic, and anti-Sikh edits throughout this process. As funder, it has injected thousands of dollars to the other stakeholders in the process unfairly amplifying its influence. Understanding the ideological underpinnings of the Oberoi Foundation and the affiliated network is necessary in order to understand the fierce rejection we voice about their suggested edits. In the light of serious procedural lapses by the IQC, we would like the State Board of Education to consider the edits listed in Exhibit 3 of our letter before finalizing the curriculum. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Thanmori Soundarajan, and I'm here with the South Asian Histories for All Coalition. I'm also here as a representative of over 300 million Dalits and hundreds of thousands of Dalit Americans in the United States. I became a Dalit out of pride, but I've been made to feel an untouchable by the Instructional Quality Commission in the way that they have privileged the Oberoi documents to further discriminate against our community. There was no reason to use Oberoi documents when, in fact, there was neutral documents created by the HSS. As a result, our community has had to fight specious statements like the fact that the majority of Hindus today do not practice caste. This is a statement that's in direct contradiction to documents by the U.S. State Department, the UN, and even the Indian government itself. In fact, there is a very famous study that was the largest study ever on untouchability that said 1 in 4 Indians practice untouchability, the largest of whom are Hindus. Why am I here in the United States in 2016 and having to defend and fight for the rights of my people, especially in a democratic process? The failure of this process isn't just a failure of the state of California, but it's a failure of our ability to be able to create plurality and just representation of South Asia. So I ask the California Board of Education to once again review Exhibit 3 and address the edits related to caste and Islam. And I'm having to speak here and beg and hold a sign because we do not have the Oberoi dollars that went into creating the influence here.
Thank you. Respected board members, this has been my fourth time now advocating for the correct projection of my culture in the California textbooks. I wholeheartedly believe the fact that children develop and mature by being influenced with whatever they can directly hear, see, and make sense of. And I believe this fact because a couple years ago, when I was a sixth grader, I subjected to this process when I came over the discrepancies of my culture in the textbooks. Anyone that's read the California textbook can easily discern the distinct differences between Hinduism and the rest of the religions that are portrayed. The other religions have depth insight on the good aspects of their culture, whereas in Hinduism, the subject of the caste system and no mention of any achievements are shown. According to the California State Law of Education, textbooks and educational material adopted to teach at public schools are required to instill in each child a pride in his or her heritage. But with misleading information and negative light on Hinduism that is brought in these textbooks, how is that equality supposed to take place? In order to change this thinking, I ask you to accept SSRFG's recommendation in this matter. Dhanyavad.
Namaste. My name is Aditi Gajjar, and today I'm here to support the recommendations made to you by SSRFG. Today, we live in a society where about half of the population is female, yet we as women are not considered yet treated as equals. All societies were and still are patriarchal, even in modern times. Hence, whenever we see women as achievers in history, we should be proud. For example, in the Rig Vedas, the earliest and most sacred scriptures of Hinduism were composed by female sages named Rishikas. Yes, women. In fact, 27 of them. This is unparalleled to any other culture. But sadly, I see that you are portraying India as a uniquely patriarchal culture. In Chapter 10, Grade 6 of page 221, lines 962 to 964 of the framework, a quote says, "They, as women, were participating in religious ceremonies and festival celebrations, though not as equals." This, I believe, is unfair nitpicking in civilization and examples of women leaders. Instead, I recommend you replace it with "They, women, participated in religious ceremonies and festival celebrations."
Thank you.
Dhanyavad.
Namaste. My name is Tanvi Zershi, and I am a sophomore at Lindbergh High School. I'm here to support social sciences and religion faculty groups' recommendations on women. I am the one who upholds the whole world. I live in the world and provide energy, inspiration, and wisdom. These verses were composed by a female author, Rishika Vagambini, who is mentioned in the Rig Veda, our most ancient and sacred texts. Going by the dates of when the Rig Veda was composed, she is probably one of the first female poets that we know of. But we do not find her mentioned in our textbooks. Rather, Hinduism is known as patriarchal in the framework. As written by Tulsi Gabbard, a congresswoman representing Hawaii, we should accept the fact that, while it is important to discuss the existence of patriarchies in ancient civilizations, it is also critical to discuss the positive contributions and unique roles played by women in those societies. I support SSRFG, and I urge you to positively consider the edits made by them. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable board members. My name is Soma Chatterjee. I live in California, and I'm also a parent to a 6-year-old boy. But the adoption process for the California frameworks hasn't been a bright spot for our state, and it's pitted groups and academics against one another and privileged certain communities' voices over others. As a Hindu American woman, I'm upset that the Hindu community's contributions to this process have been unfairly scrutinized and even trivialized. I'm mostly pleased with the Instructional Quality Commission's final vote in May of the document that sits before you, but I still urge you to make one more important change in Chapter 10, Grade 6, page 221, lines 958 to 962 and 962 through 964 still have inaccurate claims about the role of Indian women in ancient times. Patriarchy was a norm in many parts of ancient India, but, it's not so relevant in progressive modern times. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Kiyush Shah. I live in Folsom. Both my kids study at Vista del Lago High School.
which is part of Folsom Cordova School District. I want to start by thanking all the board members, Superintendent Olaxon, all IQC members and HSS committee members, as well as all the support staff. Thank you for all your hard work. I also appreciate the comments by Deputy Superintendent and Superintendent Olaxon this morning that they want to make the framework in such a way that the kids are encouraged to do more research on their own, as well as they want to make it all consistent. And in that light, I recommend all the edits by SSRFG, which really is trying to make the framework consistent. I also recommend the edits by OVBI, which is giving the research in terms of which dates Ramayana at 5000 BCE, 7,000 years ago, which invalidates the Aryan invasion theory. We'll be submitting all the research along with to all the members. Thank you.
Respected board members, I'm Chandrasekharan, head of Nityanadeshwara Hindu Temple in California. I come here today as a Hindu, but most of all as an American, and I hope my participation here in the democratic process can foster a culture of mutual respect, tolerance, and enlightenment. Hinduism is arguably the oldest religion with over 1 billion followers. Its core principles of peace, truth, and nonviolence have inspired great leaders like Martin Luther King. That is why we are saddened and angered by the way California textbooks characterize Hinduism. California textbooks currently marginalize one of California's most important minority groups. By removing the mention of Hindu as a civilization in the textbooks, California Department of Education is essentially erasing the identity of millions of Hindu Americans. Our country is in a period of intense racial strife, and this is not the time for California to be fostering ignorance, irrational fears, and creating Hindu phobia. Reducing Hinduism to caste is no different than reducing any religions to its stereotype, which is wrong and have no place in California. Our schools have an essential role in forming the worldview of next generation citizens. Thus, I ask you to accept the recommendations of the social sciences and religion faculty group, which only ask for equity for Hinduism. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Samir Kalra with the Hindu American Foundation. I'm here today to endorse the recommendations of the Social Sciences and Religion Faculty Group, which has already been submitted to you, in order to ensure the equitable and culturally competent representation of Hinduism and India in the framework. Specifically, we ask that you restore references to Hinduism in grade 6 that were removed and replaced with arbitrary and ahistorical language. We ask that you do not conflate caste with Hindu religious teachings, and that we ask that while recognizing patriarchy as a historical reality, you also recognize the unique contributions of Hindu women in ancient India in grade 6. But throughout this process for the last 2 years, what has struck me most and has troubled me the most has been the politics that has been brought into this issue by our friends at the South Asian Histories for All Coalition. Unfortunately, they have stooped to the level of engaging in ad hominem attacks on social media, personal attacks against our members and community members, and trying to denigrate Hindu community members, including children, for coming to just ask for equity and fairness in the framework. Thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable members of the board. Good to see you again. Staff, committee, Madam Timekeeper. My name is Ihsan Katir. I've brought up 2 children in the California school system. And I'm here today on behalf of a diverse coalition of 28 advocacy, social, cultural, education, and religious organizations from across the U.S., as well as over 4,500 individuals of diverse backgrounds who joined the Equity in Education 2016 petition to voice our concern for equity in Hinduism. And we have brought a copy of that petition, which you have on your desk. In the current textbooks, the teachings and histories of other religions are highlighted positively. Hindu teachings, however, are oversimplified and inaccurate. Gender bias, subjugation, and discrimination are only conflated with Hinduism, in spite of their presence in every religion's history.
Time.
Thank you.
Good morning, honorable board members and Mr. Superintendent. My name is Adrien Nazarian, and I stand before you as a representative of the 46th Assembly District, which I'm honored to have the opportunity to represent. And I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you, as well as to thank the members of the Instructional Quality Commission, and the State Board, as well as your board, for the hard work you've all invested in developing the history social science framework that is before you today. When I testified before the IQC earlier this year, I suggested 2 recommendations. The first was to include the Armenian genocide at the hands of the Turkish government in the 10th grade curriculum, and to examine how the Armenian genocide became a template for all future genocides. I feel that the IQC did great work accomplishing this objective, given the amount of information that you were all presented with. The second recommendation was to include the Near East Relief Organization in either the 10th and or 11th grade curriculum, so students would learn and understand the importance of humanitarian assistance and the role the Near Eastern Studies, the Near Eastern Relief Organization, which was the first ever U.S. congressionally sanctioned humanitarian organization, played in the development of the international assistance. Unfortunately, this second recommendation was not placed in. I ask that you considering placing that in as well this time. Thank you so much.
The impression is that I thought Honig said it was in there.
Honorable, excuse me, honorable board members, I am Dr. Mohammed Rajab Ali of Fremont. I stand here as a past chair of the Human Relations Commission for the beautiful city of Fremont. During my tenure, I worked hard to bring harmonies and understanding among the various ethnicities in my city. And I urge you today to consider my concern that we cannot afford to import, and I use the word import, foreign ethnic hostilities and tensions into our melting pot, California. We cannot afford that. We cannot have languages in our textbook that are inflammatory, that has a sense of bigotry in them, that will incite the young people. You feel the tension in that room. I do. You want to transfer that to the hallways of the high school, on the basketball of the high school. That's what you decide this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I strongly recommend you to adopt the recommendation of the scholars on Islamic history. Those are Muslim and not Muslim. But they have given you their thank you.
Hello, my name is Julian Kelly. I am an ESL teacher. I am also a convert to Islam. I have 3 children, 2 of them who are in the California schools as of now. I would like to mention that this inaccurate information, it fuels Islamophobia, which Muslims already are at the end of hate crimes now, which we're seeing. Also, intentionally allowing incorrect and negative portrayals of history is a tremendous disservice to our children and only fosters bigotry in the minds of impressionable kids, teenagers, and young adults. Please accept the recommendations from the Muslim Studies faculty group and authored by well-versed scholars on history of Islam and ensure a balanced textbook content. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kedar Reddy, and I'm with South Asian Histories for All. I'm Hindu American, and on behalf of my community, I'd like to ask the board to please remove all Islamophobic content from the curriculum. Anti-Muslim sentiment is one of the main reasons why Hindus get bullied and attacked. We asked around, and here's what our American Hindu friends had to say. One friend said, I was asked where bin Laden was hiding. Another, someone screamed, go back to Osama, you bitch. Someone told me that Middle Easterners like me shouldn't be in the country. Another guy, a guy yelled, go back to Iraq, you bitch. I was called camel jockey all through middle school. My brother was told to go back to the desert. Again, all of these people are Indian and Hindu, not Muslim, Arab, or Middle Eastern. But when these folks get attacked, American Hindus like me also get attacked. So please remove all inaccurate Islamophobic content from our textbooks and help protect our targeted communities. Thank you very much.
Dear board members, my name is Muhammad Arsalan, and I'm a resident of Santa Clara County, California, and I support South Asian Histories for All Coalition. As a Pakistani-American Muslim, it is upsetting that the history of Indian Pakistani Muslims in California curriculum is being distorted in a way that is not only deficient in fairness and accuracy, but seeks to inject Islamophobia into California classrooms. Thankfully, some of the top scholars in Islam and Muslim civilization and U.S. academia, known as the Muslim Studies Faculty Group, have provided recommendations that are factually correct and backed by scholarly research and consensus. Similar attempts to rewrite history to align with Hindu supremacist narrative are taking place in India and have fueled the increase in religious hostilities there. Please reject similar attempts at revisionism of history in the USA. Please accept the recommendations of the Muslim Studies Faculty Group and ensure that our children's understanding of history is not marred by bigoted content. Our children trust the material they are taught in schools, and it shapes their personalities and worldview. Please safeguard the integrity of education and help ensure that our instructional material emphasizes facts over ideology, understanding over bigotry, and please bring fairness to the depiction of Islam and Muslim history. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ishaq Sayed, a Californian Muslim parent, and I'm with South Asian History for All. Before approving the curriculum, I hope you will remove the 5 major instances of Islamophobia in it. For example, in grade 7, chapter 11, page 265, line 542 to 545, I support adding some qualifying statements there. 27 prominent scholars of Islam, Muslims and non-Muslims, from campuses like UC Berkeley, UCLA, and from former dean of Harvard Divinity School, came together to develop better text like this. I quote, "The Quran explicitly forbids forced conversion to Islam. Despite that, some Muslim rulers did force some non-Muslims to convert at times, while certain Umayyad rulers actively discouraged voluntary conversion to Islam. This suggested text qualifies entries with some and certain in order to ensure that we are not over generalizing or attempting to sanitize Muslim history. We don't want our textbooks to either glorify or attack Islam." Thank you very much.
My name is Omkar Bindra, as most of you know, since I have been associated with this process since 2003, even before 2008 officially began. The draft framework contains quite a bit for the 6, and I thank all concerned, for that. However, the draft framework is silent on freedom efforts of Indians, role of Ghadar Party, and consequences of the 1947 partition of India. I request the inclusion of these as soon as possible without unduly delaying its finalization. Thank you.
Honorable board members, my name is Pashara Singh Dhillon. I am a retired landscape architect, poet, and singer, and I speak on behalf of the Sikh Council of Central California. I support the inclusion of Indian Ghadar movement in grade 10 or 11 world history because of 2 simple reasons. Number 1, inspired by the American Revolution against the British, it's a significant saga of pioneer Indian immigrants who organized a secular movement in America to free their own country back home. Number 2, in the diaspora, its inclusion is important for a community still seen in media as new immigrants. I also support the inclusion of 1947 partition of India, one of the greatest forced migrations in the history of mankind, in which 1.5 million were killed and 15 million became refugees, including my own family. I also support the inclusion of ACR 34 Cooper relative to November 1984 anti-Sikh massacre. Thank you.
My name is Charanjit Bath. I am one of the largest raisin and almond growers in the Central Valley, Fresno area. I'm also a member of Sikh Council. I fully support the inclusion of India Ghadar movement in grade 10 because it has been significant history of the Indian immigrant living in this country. I also support an inclusion 1947 partition of India, as well as ACR 34 relative to the November 84 anti-Sikh massacre. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ranveer Singh, live in Fresno, California. I fully support Sikh Council of Central California inclusion of Indian Ghadar movement in grade 10 because it has been very significant event for Indian immigrant live in America. I also support the inclusion of 1947 partition of India as well as ACR 34 Cooper relative to November 84 anti-Sikh massacre. Thank you.
Very good morning. First of all, I am proud to be here being a Sikh American. So it's my privilege to speak to the Honorable Board as I'm a member of the Khalsa College, Amritsar, a very prestigious institution way back in India, city of Golden Temple, Amritsar. I'm a member with the managing committee of that college too. So we are really thankful to all the Americans for the gratitude and we appreciation you guys have given us to for having enlightened the torch of independence among the Indians because it started from Stockton with the Gadri Baba movements and the Kamagata Maru Jahaj, which was recently talked about in American Parliament. So I would appreciate to include that Gadri Baba's movement into the curriculum. And also I would really appreciate to include the partition of India 1947 because of which nowadays the most Sikhs and Punjabis are migrating from India, you know, and I would request you to include that ACRA 334 by Cooper into the California State Assembly. So this is my request, and I would really appreciate we all Sikhs are proud to be Americans. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Amrik Singh. I teach ethnic studies, Sikh American studies at California State University, Sacramento, and also world language Punjabi. And I'm also currently a vice principal at one of the charter schools. The reason of my representation here is that the British, after about 200 years in India, by regulating caste system, left India in 1947, divided subcontinent based on hatred, bigotry, and religious nationalism. And it all contradicted the principle of the Ghadar movement, which had a vision of uniting India as United States of India on the principle of secular principle of love, fraternity, equality, and liberty. So these two nations became sworn enemies of each other. So this should be represented in history. Thank you.
Peace to all of you. Thank you for letting me say something. I'm very happy. I have 5 graduates, 2 from Sac State, 1 from UC Davis, 1 from Lexington, and my last one just turned 21 from Cornell. Thanks to the education system. Please give claps to the board. I admire you. I love this country. I'm American. I'm a pro-American. We can make this country goes up or go down, all together. As an ethnic group, all of us, we can have a new party called righteousness, goodness, happiness, wellness, you know, all the good things, or just in Hollywood. But we all together, we can work together. And we all from Adam and Eve. And please, kindly, I ask you to support whatever we submitted to you. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jamal Youssef, and I'm with South Asian History for All. I have 3 kids, twins in 9th grade and 1 in 5th grade. I love for all of them to have a very good education. And so now we speak about the Islamic history, and we have to look about two things. The first one, which is we have to sit down with the right people from the same religion and take the recommendation about the change, because they know much better than any others. The second, I love my kids to learn love, respect, care, and happy in the school. But if they do the change they speak about, they will get bullying every day with other students because of their religion, and we don't need that. So instead of make them love the school from the early age, we make them not love the school, crying every day.
Time.
Thank you.
My name is Aisha Omar. I'm an Indian American Muslim 6th grader, and I think it's important that our schools don't become a place where students come to learn to hate through our own school textbooks. The portrayal of Islam and Muslim history are factually wrong. Why would wrong information be taught that would hurt us Muslim kids that already have to deal with bullying? I urge you to accept the recommendations of the Muslim Studies faculty group to ensure a balanced depiction of my faith, Islam. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Umar Malik, and I represent the Indian American Muslim Council, and we support the South Asian Histories for All coalition. We are actually very much aware of the attempts by Hindu supremacist groups in India to doctor history, and you may have seen the Pew Research study that have clearly documented the increase in religious hostilities in India over a period of time. We want to avoid doctored facts to represent Islam and further foster Islamophobic thought in our children. We urge you, the board, to consider the recommendations made by scholars of repute that have several books to their credit and are experts in the domain that have provided a factually correct and balanced portrayal of Islam in the school textbooks. Please avoid the Islamophobic content that is being peddled by these groups, Hindu nationalist groups. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dan Al-Neil, and I'm with the Council on American Islamic Relations. CARE is the largest Muslim civil rights organization in the United States. As CARE California, we represent the interests of over 800,000 Muslims in the state of California. That is why we were incredibly disappointed that given the significance of our population to California, we were not consulted, nor was there any input or attempt to have Muslim scholars and members of the Muslim community involved. The lack of Muslim voices has led to an overall Islamophobic portrayal of Islam in the history social sciences framework. As a result, 27 scholars of Islam from top U.S. universities have found 5 major errors. They include significant issues with the content regarding negative introduction to Islam and early Muslim history by presenting the spread of Islam primarily under a narrative of war and conquest, accepting misguided attempts by Hindu nationalists to make inaccurate references to forced conversions of Hindus by Muslims, removing the term South Asia for ancient India, therefore robbing non-Indian countries such as Iran, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar of their historical heritage. Procedural lapse by IQC. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Caitlin, and I'm with CARE California. I'm also a student at the University of California, Davis, majoring in political science and social services. As someone who's been called an Islamabitch and has had things hurled at me, I take Islamophobia very seriously. And that is why I'm concerned that many non-Muslim groups have weighed in inaccurately on Islamic history, including the many outrageously Islamophobic suggestions that have been submitted. We are asking you to address the procedural lapses of the IQC that privileged a partisan document and allowed these edits to be entered. Muslims should not have our civil rights denied by having an Islamophobic framework ratified today. Please consider the 5 very specific suggestions of the Muslim Studies faculty group to remove the inaccurate edits and that will end up fueling the existing culture of Islamophobia.
Hello, my name is Saad Swalam. I'm a civil rights attorney on behalf of CARE California. I'm here to address California Education Code sections 51501 and 60044, which specifically prohibit the State Board of Education from adopting any instructional material which contain any matter reflecting adversely upon persons because of their race, color, creed, national origin, or ancestry. These edits violate these codes and perpetuate Islamophobia and casteism. Inaccuracies in curriculum framework compounded with an Islamophobic atmosphere create an extremely dangerous atmosphere for other targeted communities. That includes not just Muslims, but Sikhs, Hindus, Dalits, and other Middle Eastern and South Asian communities. In the past year, we've seen a tremendous uptake in bullying of Muslim and perceived to be Muslim students. Institutionalizing Islamophobia in the school framework will only exacerbate this issue. One of the edits, in particular, Chapter 15, page 516 of the Grade 10 curriculum, attempts to blame the problem of religious extremism in the Middle East on Islam itself. It ignores the extensive history of Western governments funding extremist groups to achieve short-term foreign policy objectives. So I urge you, please, to reject these proposed edits. Thank you.
My name is Bassem Malkar. I'm the Executive Director of CARE Sacramento Valley. I'm here to address serious concerns of CARE and South Asian Histories for All Coalition has about the current framework. Due to a lapse in the process and the ratification of Islamophobic, casteist, and anti-Sikh content, the current framework violates California Education Code Section 51501 and 60044. The current history social science frameworks violate these codes and perpetuate a dangerous Islamophobia. According to a recent CARE California Youth Bullying Report, 29% of headscarf-wearing students experience offensive or pulling of their headscarves. 1 in 5 students experience discrimination by a school staff or teacher. And 55% of California Muslim students have been bullied. And even more troubling is that this report does not include data from the most recent uptick of anti-Muslim bias, which according to a recent report released by Attorney General Kamala Harris, there's been over a 200% increase in hate crimes of Muslims in 2015 alone. So I strongly urge you to consider the 5 very specific suggestions of the Muslim Studies faculty group and to remove any inaccurate, Islamophobic, and also accept the edits put forth by the South Asian Histories for All. I brought copies of the report for the board members.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my opinion. My name is Javed Khan, and I'm with the South Asian Histories for All. And I'm proud to be a Pakistani American, and I'm proud also for having Pakistan share its heritage with India, China, Afghanistan, and Iran. Now, as we speak, there is a movement by the right-wing Hindu nationalist in India and also in this country which professes that Pakistan is really a part of India. And also they say that someday or very soon we will take over Pakistan. So this kind of rhetoric has now gone into the curriculum. And every time the guidelines talk about Pakistan, something happened in Pakistan, it says that it actually happened in India, which is totally wrong. So 2 groups of academic groups, the South Asia faculty group and the Muslim Studies faculty group, have a solution to this. So if something has happened in India, call it in India. If it has happened outside India, call it South Asian region. So
Time is up.
I'm just saying that there are 15 cases where the South Asia terminology has to be inserted. Okay, thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Asif Haq. I'm an American Muslim. I'm here to appeal for a specific correction in the Grade 7 framework, Chapter 11, page 265, lines 542 to 545. The current language describes Muslims as persecutors that forced conversions. It does not embody and reflect the major and significant role played by Muslim saints and religious scholars who, through their approach to life and their humanism, led to mass conversions among non-Muslims. These were not forced conversions, but happened due to the exemplary and honorable way these saints and religious scholars lived and taught how to live life. Even to this day, and over the past hundreds of years, these saints and religious scholars are glorified and honored by people of all faiths in the region. These saints and scholars have left an amazing body of
Time.
intellectual and ethical work. Thank you.
Hi, I am Ahsan Khan, and I am with South Asian Histories for All and a father of 4 kids. How do you feel if your history was erased or distorted in history textbooks? I am Indian American Muslim, and I feel let down by the IQC's curriculum guidelines. First, the guidelines make it seem like the history of 1.6 billion Muslims is mostly a story of war, conquest, and forced conversions. When I look at the guidelines, I don't recognize my faith. I don't want to see either pro-Muslim propaganda or anti-Muslim propaganda. I just want to see facts and nuance. Like on page 265 of the 7th grade guidelines, it says, and I quote, Arabs converted to a new religion and inspired by that religion fought wars against other cultures. I expect to hear that kind of tone on Fox News, not in California history textbooks. I'd like to ask the Department of Education to abide by the California Education Code by fixing that and the 4 other instances. The Muslim scholars have suggested the language. Please look at that. Thank you.
At this time, we'd like speakers up to number 160 to please line up outside the boardroom. Up to 160. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Amar Khan and I go to Miller Middle School in Cupertino. I am also a Muslim American. My reference is to the grade 10 history textbook, to chapter 15, page 516, lines 1568 to 1581. This section refers to anti-Western violence perpetuated by a fundamentalist version of Islam, also called radical Islam. I want to clearly state that practicing Muslims all over the world and in the U.S. condemn the violence perpetuated by such individuals. There is no place for such violence in Islam, including references to radical Islam need to be erased from school books. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kaleem Anwar, and I am with South Asian Histories for All. I am a Muslim American with Pakistani origin. So I'm testifying here to inquire about the reviewers submitted by the O'Brien Foundation for the History and Social Sciences Framework. And the O'Brien Foundation is not a neutral organization, but a partisan one that has thousands of dollars to influence this process. Beyond funding the efforts of the Hindu American Foundation, it has also funded several of the reviewers Shiva Bajpai recommended for the IQC and CBE in 2014. Okay. We asked for a full transparency of the status of these applicants. Okay. The privilege of O'Brien Foundation in HSSF process is unacceptable. We want accurate histories that enable young people to challenge generalization about minorities and to identify and resist injustice. Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Khalid Sabzari. I'm an American Muslim, and I'm here to appeal for a correction to the framework, specifically in the grade 7 framework, chapter 11, line 542 and 545. The text says Muslims often did not force Christians and Jews, people of the book, to convert, but people of other religions were more often forced to convert. To attribute the emergence of Islam as a major world faith to forced conversion is a gross misrepresentation of world history. A scholarly consensus is that Islam is spread by and large through a combination of active preaching and interaction between Muslim traders who traveled far and wide across the world and were ambassadors of their faith. Quran is very clear about this. It says there shall be no compulsion in acceptance of the religion. I am deeply concerned that the framework as it currently stands will fuel a growing wave of anti-Muslim bigotry in the country. The classroom should be a place of serious equity of study and not for Islamophobia. Thank you.
Hello, board. My name is Saeed Ali from Somalia. I live in Santa Clara. I thank to the American people, American government. the first lesson I learned in the U.S. was America, the land of opportunity and justice. And we thank you. I want to help. I'm with the South Asian History for All. I want to help the board understand the Islamophobia of the Uboro Foundation and in a larger way the Islamophobia of Hindu nationalism. Their Islamophobia is rooted in their ongoing need to establish Hindus as an aggravated minority who has oppressed Hindus for generations in their ideological view of South Asian history. The problem with this narrative is that it's a fiction. This fiction then allow them to justify violence and the policies that hurt Muslims across South Asia. Thank you.
I'm Eric Buer with Gateways to Better Education. I'll be the first of several speakers to express our concerns about certain aspects of the proposed framework. We've been joined by 34 educators who submitted a report to you, 16 legislators who signed a letter and sent to you, and 221 educators and concerned Californians who recently added their names to our report. We can all agree that this framework should not be a political document that exaggerates or diminishes the contributions of individuals, groups, or ideas. We are simply asking that it be true to the historical record, academically sound, and consistent with state content standards. The next few speakers will address two basic concerns about the framework. Number one, there's a problem with misalignment to the standards, including Common Core expectations. And number two, the proposed framework deletes certain words and omits historical facts that give at least the appearance of intentional bias.
My name is John Robertson. I teach academic writing at University of California, Santa Barbara. Years ago in the 1989-90 textbook adoption cycle, I served at the Instructional Materials Evaluation Panel, the IMEP, for History, Social Science, and I was asked to return in 91-92, which I did. Having taught 5th grade for 10 years at Columbus Elementary School in Glendale, I was curious to find what the 2016 framework would include for this grade. I was disappointed to see that the historically accurate term and concept Judeo-Christian heritage, specifically mentioned in the 2005 framework, had been deleted in the new revision. To be consistent with the content standards, this concise explanation of the unique contribution of the Jewish and Christian traditions on our governing institutions must be highlighted. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Dennis Eastman, and it is my privilege to serve as the Director of Teacher Education at Biola University. The Curriculum Framework Guidelines directs that the updated History and Social Science framework be aligned to the state-adopted history standards of 1998. However, the current proposed framework has placed content standards introducing the origins of Christianity in the 7th grade rather than in the 6th grade where they have been placed in the standards. This would appear to be a misalignment that may serve to introduce significant confusion for educators and curriculum developers alike who expect to see a clear side-by-side connection between the framework and the standards. We would like to suggest that the current framework be returned to alignment with the 6th grade standard to provide the intended congruence between the framework and the standards. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brenda Lebsack, and I've taught history for over 10 years in California, and I'm an NEA and CTA member. The proposed framework takes sides in the matters of religion, suggesting that religion is the product of social evolution rather than revealed truth. When specifically addressing Judaism, the proposed framework asks, how did the environment, the history of the Israelites, and their interactions with other societies shape their religion? A state history framework that explains religion as social evolution violates the First Amendment requirement that the state not express a preference for or against any religion. It is fine that the framework states that religions do change over time. However, it should not diminish that Jews and Christians believe their religions are based on revealed truth and not just shaped by their environment. Thank you for your service.
Hello, good morning. My name is Lynette Volker. I am a Palestinian and a Honduran mom of 4 school-aged children. I am also the daughter of refugees who came to the country to pursue freedom. I am thankful for the Judeo-Christian heritage of this country, which has contributed into a tolerant society that was willing to receive my parents. I ask the board to retain the language in the framework that honors the Jewish and Christian history of our nation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Randy Rubio. I'm a high school math teacher down in Modesto. An example of both a misalignment with the standards and an omission that gives the appearance of bias, the framework fails to fairly discuss the origin of Christianity, particularly in regard to the central event in Christian history, the belief in the resurrection of Jesus. Belief in the resurrection is clearly included in Content Standard 6.76. However, the framework leaves it out, describing the execution of Jesus and skipping right to the spread of Christianity on page 253. We believe the framework authors may have desired to preserve neutrality on religious matters by leaving out this central supernatural claim of Christians. We want our public school educators to teach about religion, but not teach religion. However, in discussing the origin of Islam, the framework reads on page 263, according to Muslim tradition, Muhammad received revelations from God, which were written down in the Quran. The central supernatural claim of Islam is included, while the central supernatural claim of Christianity is excluded, despite its inclusion in the content standards. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joshua Kazis. I'm a teacher at Modesto High School and a parent of 3 school-aged children. The proposed 7th grade framework states that students see the impact of new information flowing into Europe from the discoveries in the Americas as a more critical factor in reshaping European thought than the cultural movement of the Renaissance. While Europe benefited from minerals and vegetation from the Americas and knowledge gained from contact with native societies, the sentence claims that new information reshaped European thought more than what happened in the Renaissance. This would include the development of Gutenberg's printing press, Galileo's astronomy, Shakespeare's plays, Michelangelo's art, or Catholic universities throughout Europe. The proposed framework gives no evidence for this historically inaccurate assertion. This is a widely disputed historical conclusion that should not be taught dogmatically. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Arnold M. Conrad. I've been teaching in California schools for 40 years, primarily in the 6th grade area, and I'm a member of CTA and NEA, and like you, I'm ready for the lunch bell to ring. The ELA Common Core Standards expect students to understand how literature uses biblical metaphor and symbolism. This is another example of misalignment between the framework and the Common Core Standards. It is not enough that the proposed framework makes only a passing reference to Judaism's influence on Western culture. It states, their religion, which became known as Judaism, made an enduring contribution of morality and ethics to Western civilization. We urge the State Board of Education to retain the language of the 2005 framework, which states that because of the enduring contributions of the ancient Hebrews to Western ethical religious thought and literature, students should read and discuss biblical literature that is part of the literary heritage and ethical teachings of Western civilization. That aligns with Common Core expectations. Thank you, and thank you for your service on this board.
Good morning. My name is David Schmoose. I was a 15-year veteran teaching AP US History at Los Altos High School in Hacienda Heights. I'm now the Outreach Director for Christian Educators Association, and we represent about 500 K-12 teachers across our state. You've just heard many concerns about the alignment between both the framework and both the state content and Common Core standards, as well as omissions that seem to suggest an unfair bias. You have already received a letter from 16 members of the legislature expressing their concern. I'm here to say that 3 more have since added their concerns, Assembly Members Chang, Wagner, and Allen. We are simply asking that in light of these concerns that you don't make a decision today. We have been admittedly late in coming to the table, but it's clear that more and more Californians, including our membership, are becoming aware of these issues. So we humbly today ask the board to delay and provide opportunity to consider amendments for these concerns. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bijan Singh Binder. I'm a director for Sacramento Valley Charter School. My grandfather came to Singapore. I was born in Singapore. He left India because of the oppressive caste and other oppressive systems going on there. When we talk about having the truth in our school, the Japanese internship, the African American slavery, and other tragedies of humanity, such as the Holocaust, and only help to enhance and foster good relations among all the citizens of the United States. So all truth, whether it's caste and all that, must be put out for the betterment of our society. I want to leave you with the words of one of the greatest icon of India, the most educated Indian, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who graduated from Columbia University. He said, "You must have courage to tell the Hindus that what is wrong with them is their religion, the religion which has produced in them this notion of sacredness of caste. Will you show that courage? Will you show that courage to make sure that we fall in line with the great people like Farid, Namdev, Kabir, Nanak, and Buddha who have shown the courage? Please show the courage. Thank you."
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Tracy Noriega, currently serving in my 20th year in education. I am currently Director of Assessment and Evaluation for New Haven Unified School District in Union City. I'm also President of the Filipino American Educators Association of California. As part of my district role, I oversee the Ethnic Studies Department and the curriculum for our schools. I do commend the IQC for including the aspect that diversity is an asset and that the inquiry-based process is the approach to learning. I also commend the IQC for including our recommendations that reflect AB 123 and AB 199, the Filipino American contributions to the farm labor movement, as well as World War II. These very historical pieces are not only crucial to building the identities and self-worth of our Filipino American students, but serves as a bridge to solidarity to the rest of our community. What continues to be crucial, though, and that the IQC needs to include in the ethnic studies framework, are the main concepts of ethnic studies. Students must know about their ancestral roots and the original people of their communities, the consequences of colonialism and cultural hegemony, self-determination and cultural worth. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Superintendent, President Kurz, members of the board, CDA staff, and of course, people of California. My name is Professor Joe Cuangelis, Filipino American Educators Association in California, as well as CTA NEA as the Asian Pacific Islander Caucus. So again, I just want to say to you, much thanks to the IQC for their involvement and collaboration in the effort to include the Filipino American experience both in World War II as well as the labor and civil rights movement here in California, AB 123 and AB 199. I think it's very critical, as said by Superintendent, the inclusion of diversity and marginalized and indigenous peoples in the involvement in American history to be shown as a positive reaction from our students, to have much more self-esteem issues, and of course, cover the challenge, the much needed social justice activity that's happening now in America. So again, thank you to the IQC as well as the board for consideration. We thank you.
Honorable board members, my name is Asif Iqbal. I represent South Asian Histories for All. I'm a parent of 3 children. They'll be going to middle school very soon. And I have great belief in American education system, especially the school education, because when I look at other countries, my country, India, I see school education has become more into money-making business. And I believe here there are a lot of efforts being put to educate every children. And when I went through the new edits, especially on the Islam and Indian conversion, I'm really surprised. And I come from a South Asian Muslim background, and my forefathers were warriors. They fought for the independence. But when I read these edits, it feels that Muslims were converted. 500 million of South Asian Muslims were converted by force. That's not true. The history is much more. And I would appreciate if you can look at the chapter 11, page 277, lines 796 to 807, and please go through the recommendation of American scholars of Islam, so that we can help the education system. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Samir Attar, and I'm here, a software professional supporting the South Asian Histories for All. I'm a Muslim parent who is concerned about the Islamophobic edicts that are being proposed, which, if passed, will introduce my children to the peaceful religion of Islam, primarily through a misleading story of war and conquest, with the subtext of forced conversions, the fallacy of which has already been addressed by other members. For example, in grade 7, page 265, line 542, it says, the Umayyad dynasty often forced people to convert to Islam. This is not the truth, because in fact, the Umayyad dynasty actually discouraged the conversion of non-Muslims, as it meant the loss of taxes through them. For reference, you can look at the report submitted by the Muslim Studies faculty group. We need to fix errors like this in the curriculum before we move ahead. This isn't just a matter of tone, it's a matter of historical accuracy.
Time.
So please read through the Muslim Studies faculty group. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zara Muzaffar, and I'm a high school student who's here with the Council on American Islamic Relations. South Asia is not only home to Hindus, but it's home to a very large Muslim population, and these diversities need to be celebrated. It's disappointing to hear when groups want to refer to the entire region only via the word India, when in reality it's geographically representative of countries from Afghanistan to Sri Lanka. Having said that, the Muslim Studies faculty group has reviewed the text and think that most of the uses of India should remain as is. However, on 15 cases, they recommend a more appropriate term, such as the word or phrase South Asia. This is an incredibly modest and measured ask and is in no way anti-India. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sophie Johnny, and I was a public school high school teacher for 6 years, and I'm here with South Asian Histories for All. I am married to an upper caste Brahmin who grew up in the U.S., and we live in Oakland with our 3 beautiful daughters, 2 of whom go to public school. When I met some members of my husband's family, they wouldn't even look at me or shake my hand because of my caste. Growing up, I thought caste discrimination was a historical relic. Now I've seen what casteism looks like in my own family. In Chapter 10, page 221, lines 953 to 954 reads, today, many Hindus in India and in the United States do not identify themselves as belonging to caste. Please change this to caste and caste discrimination persists in South Asia and in the United States today. Let's not be ashamed to reveal the truth so the younger generation can combat systems of oppression and recognize what's happening in our own country right now. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Sham Bhatt. I am an Indian Hindu and part of what's called the upper caste Brahmin community in India. And I can tell you very clearly that growing up, Brahmin meant denigrating other castes in India and around the world. And to me, that's what I was raised up with. It's only when I came to the United States that I learned about what an oppressive construct Hinduism is. A lot of the kids who will be talking to you today will not even hear about that at home or in their communities. This is an opportunity for you folks to actually tell them the truth for the first time since they were born, to actually tell them what an oppressive construct the religion is, as well as the mentality that actually the Uberoi Foundation, the HAF, and the HEF perpetrate. Thank you so much.
Namaste. Respected board members, my name is Chitra Hariharan, a Hindu-American California resident. I'm Sri Mahant, administrative leader in the oldest apex body of Hinduism, Mahanirvani Pita. My concern is that while other religions are depicted with positive words and imagery in California school textbooks, Hinduism is depicted with pictures that portray poverty, untouchability, gender bias, and so on. Hinduism is about raising human consciousness, great lifestyle of meditation and yoga, which have shown tremendous benefit to humanity worldwide. The California school textbooks do not mention anything about these. Removing the mention of India as a civilization is essentially erasing the identity of millions of Indian Americans. Instead of depending on colonial sources to represent Hinduism, the state should reach out to Hindu temples and enlightened masters, gurus like His Holiness Paramahamsa Nityananda, who is the leader of ancient apex body of Hinduism, who can give a very accurate depiction of the religion. In essence, I request you to accept the recommendations of the Social Sciences and Religion Faculty Group, which only asks for equity for Hinduism.
Time.
Indian community deserves to be treated with dignity and fairness. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Bhuvaneshwari. I'm a proud Hindu parent of a sixth grader from California. Here is the testimony from my sixth grader. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today. When I asked my sixth grader, who is he says without any hesitation, I'm a Hindu American. I asked him, what do you want to do when you grow up? He says, I want to become the President of United States of America. When I asked him, what is your favorite subject? He says, history. He always says, Mom, I find a lot of content that disturbs me about the way Hinduism is represented in the textbooks. I have friends from other religious beliefs. I do not see any negative representation about any other religions. He says, I, being a proud Hindu American, I live a life of peace and tolerance towards everyone. Mom, he says, history should educate us about our culture, the way our ancestors lived in India. By misrepresenting facts about Hinduism, the K-12 CA history textbooks are putting a seed of fear, discrimination, and hatred towards Hinduism. Thus, I ask you to accept the recommendations of the Social Sciences and Religion Faculty Group, which only asks for equity for Hinduism. Thank you.
Respected board members, my name is Malarkori Palaniswamy. I'm a Hindu Indian parent in California and also a member of oldest Hindu apex body called Mahanirvani Akhada. Indo-Americans participating in the framework process have been attacked and maligned or allegedly trying to whitewash history. If asking the board not to emphasize negative interpretations of Hinduism is whitewashing, then we ask, why is whitewashing of the negative interpretations of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and other religions permitted, but only Hinduism is singled out for negative treatment? Why is Hinduism treated with an especially critical eye when other religions are given a pass? We would suggest that inflammatory, highly disputed political issues are not appropriate for US K-12 textbooks for any religion. To make it seem that caste is a center tenet of Hinduism is to allow bias pervade the discussion of Hinduism, particularly when the frameworks do not address slavery in Islam and Christianity or Christianity's support of a feudal system in Europe. Thus, I ask you to accept the recommendations of the Social Science and Religion Faculty Group, which only ask for equity for Hinduism. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ushna. I'm an American Muslim, and I'm here to appeal for a correction, specifically in the Grade 7 framework, Chapter 11, page 265. Firstly, to attribute the emergence of Islam as a major world faith to forced conversions is a gross misrepresentation of world history. Scholarly consensus is that Islam spread by and large through a combination of active preaching and interaction between Muslim traders who traveled far and wide across the world and were ambassadors of their faith. Moreover, the Umayyad dynasty for centuries actively discouraged conversion to Islam as it adversely impacted their poll tax. This is just one of the glaring inaccuracies that have been pointed out by the Muslim Studies Faculty Group. I urge the board to approve all the recommendations as they are backed by scholarly consensus. I am deeply concerned that the framework as it currently stands will feed a growing wave of anti-Muslim bigotry in the country. The classroom should be a place for serious inquiry and study, not for Islamophobia. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello. My name is Pamela Doolin. I'm here to urge you to adopt the recommendations of the IQC History Curriculum, Grade 11, Chapter 16. My husband, Roy Doolin, is here today. He was born in Manila, Philippines, and during World War II, he and his parents and 3,000 prisoners, civilian prisoners, were interned by the Japanese in a prison camp, Santa Tomas prison camp. There were several camps in the Philippines. Within a month of the conclusion of their stay in camp, they were dying of starvation daily. The intent was within the month to have everyone dead of starvation. MacArthur got wind of this, and he and his troops traveled through enemy territory over 100 miles to crash through the gates with their tanks of Santa Tomas and liberate the civilians. This could not have happened without the Filipino scouts and guerrillas who worked side by side with the military. The ratio was 12-1. For every U.S. military person in the war, there were 12 Filipinos. He wouldn't have survived without their support. And we should recognize the support of the Filipinos and all the diversity of our state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, school board members. I am
State Board of Education members. My name is Judy Appel, and I'm the Executive Director of our Family Coalition and LGBTQ Family Organization. I'm also a member of the Berkeley School Board, and I represent a coalition of a broad-ranging organizations and school districts around the state who are committed to ensuring that the History and Social Science framework complies with the Fair Education Act and is LGBTQ inclusive. And I am happy to be here today to ask you to adopt the framework as it's proposed. We've been coming to the IQC meetings for the last 2 years and have been working closely with the staff and providing our comments. And I want to just really applaud the work of the IQC. And I want to give particular shout out to Nancy McTeague for her tireless work in putting this together, as well as now Assistant Superintendent Tom Adams. They have really worked hard to include key LGBT historical figures and essential moments in the struggle of LGBT equality. And so we're very happy this is an intersectional approach and represents many different communities. And so I'm going to thank you all and urge you to adopt the framework.
Hello, my name is Maya Berkeley, and I am a junior in college. As a queer person of color, learning about LGBT history in college has helped me feel more represented and engaged in my own learning and the history of this country. This summer, I have the pleasure of working with a teacher at a California high school developing a curriculum to teach the Harlem Renaissance, with a focus on the many Black and LGBT-identified prominent figures of the era. California students will soon have the privilege of learning this perspective early on in their education, and I am certain that it will allow LGBT students of color, such as myself, to become more engaged and take pride in an accurate U.S. history that is reflective of their own diverse American identities. This is one of the many ways that California's groundbreaking new LGBT inclusive history framework will positively impact its students for years to come, and why I ask you to adopt the new history social science framework. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. It's an honor to be here. My name is Cecilia Gearland from Bataan Legacy Historical Society. I also represent a diverse coalition of organizations, historical, military, academic, cultural, even ordinary citizens. We urge all of you to approve in its entirety the framework for Chapter 16 of Grade 11 U.S. History. This will be the first time in California and even in the United States that the sacrifices and contributions of Filipinos and Americans during World War II will be taught to high school students. And with your help, California can lead the rest of the nation in teaching these very important lessons of war. I also want to thank the entire Instructional Quality Commission, its staff, the History and Social Sciences Committee for their infinite patience, and State Superintendent Torlakson for your help in helping us reach this very historic juncture. I look forward to working some more with the Department of Education. Thank you so much.
Board members, my name is Michelle Lockwood. I'm Commander General of the Naval Order of the United States. This is an organization that is dedicated to the preservation of sea service history, and we fully support the inclusion of the World War II history in the Philippines in your curriculum. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the school board. I'm Consul Bernabe from the Philippine Consulate General. On behalf of Consul General Henry S. Bensurto, the officers and members of the Consulate General, together with the members of the Filipino-American community, we would like to thank the California School Board of Education and all its dedicated school officials for the extensive and thorough work they have imposed on themselves and for hearing the voices and working with the various stakeholders, particularly the Bataan Legacy Historical Project, in crafting this new curriculum. Last July 4th, the Philippines and the United States celebrated the 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations. Your support for the inclusion of seminal points in World War II in the Philippines is a testament to the robust and enduring relations of our two countries. The inclusion highlights the shared history of the Philippines and the United States, allowing the younger generation of Filipino Americans a deeper appreciation of the significant contributions of their country, not just to U.S. history, but that of the world. In closing, the Philippines and the U.S. have a long shared history cemented by the past sacrifices of men and women who fought in World War II. We owe it to them to never forget. California leads the way, and I hope the rest follows.
Good afternoon. I'm Juanita Tamayo-Lott, a retired federal demographer statistician. Almost 50 years ago at San Francisco State, I was one of the students who co-founded the first and only College of Ethnic Studies in the United States, and today, the only one in the world. Thank you for accepting Cecilia Gaerlan's edits from the Bataan Legacy Historical Society. Thank you also for the inclusive, thoughtful, critical inquiry process for developing this framework. I am heartened by all the students and teachers that are here. Finally, in adapting this revised curriculum framework, I want you to understand that we're making history. California, again, makes history as a leader in 21st education, not just in the United States, but in the world. Thank you.
I'm Mark Miller. I'm a professor of theology and Philippine studies at the University of San Francisco, and just wanted to express our support for the measure also.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Ochoa, and I'm the retired community member, and I want to thank you all so much for your hard work in this, and I'm going to give you a little history lesson. 1969, there was a group of young students down in LA that tried to get ethnic studies, Chicano studies, and they were met by brutal force with the police because the Board of Education was not ready. But in the months later and the years later, you became ready and you granted ethnic studies to the schools. And for that, I congratulate you. You guys listened. But then you took it away. And all the leaders, because of the ethnic studies, you gave young Chicanitos role models, such as Reyes Lopez Tierina, Corky Gonzalez, Cesar Chavez, and the Honorable Edward Roybal. But that was taken away, and so you're bringing it back, and I just want to tell you thank you. And if you can also consider the recommendations by the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition, it would be much appreciated. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Hi, my name is Sadiq. I'm American Muslim. I'm here with South Asian Histories for All. In this curriculum, children are being introduced to Islam primarily through a story of war and conquest, with a penchant for inserting a subtext of forced conversion. These are inaccurate narrative. It is contrary to historical evidence, and it feeds into the Islamophobia prevalent in our society today. So you should have copies of letters from 27 scholars of Islam. These are professors from Berkeley, UCLA, Georgetown, and including the former dean of Harvard Divinity School. So I'm a Muslim, and I want California textbooks to teach the real facts to my children. Please fix the 5 problems flagged by Americans' top scholars of Islam. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, board members and everyone. My name is Sheikh Mohideen. I am with South Asian Histories for All. I have 2 kids who are attending one in high school, one in elementary school in the Fremont Unified School District. I urge the California Board of Education to follow the recommendations by the nation's top scholars of Muslim history from the most premier institutions that have come together to reject 5 major factual errors in the curriculum framework. These 5 errors propagate Islamophobia in our schools. What type of example does it set for our children if their textbooks aren't based on the best available scholarship? We urge you to follow the scholarly recommendations and reject the lobby groups that have been trying to inject this content into our school books. Thank you for listening patiently. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamim Ansari. I'm an Indian American Muslim, and I'm with South Asian Histories for All. I'm a parent of children who attend California public schools, and my children come home on numerous instances for being made fun of their religious identity in school, stores, and public places. It's appalling to me that the textbooks of our American kids will be learning from might end up including, obviously, inaccurate Islamophobic historical assertions. It is appalling to me that IQC allowed anti-Muslim groups to drive a partition process that violated the civilian rights of Muslims, Dalit, Sikh, and other religious traditions from this region. Please, I urge you to read the letter from the historians and scholars of Islam and fix the 5 factual errors that they flagged in the curriculum. They are in the grade 7, chapter 11, and grade 10, chapter 15. Do it for my kids and for all of our kids. God bless America. God lead us to the right path. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Ibrahim, and I support the South Asian Historical for All Coalition in accurate information, fuel, Islamophobia, and our communication are already at the receiving end of the head crimes, instantly allowing the factually incorrect negative portrayal of history of the is a disservice to our children and only posters bigoted in the minds of the impression heads. Please accept the recommendation from the Muslim Studies Faculty Group authored by reputed scholar on history of Islam and ensure balanced textbook content. Thank you.
At this time, will speakers who have numbers up to 200 please come to the State Boardroom? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Akanksha Maddi, and I'm an incoming sophomore at Foothill High School. 1 year ago, I came here to discuss the representational inequality of Hinduism and India in 6th grade history classes, and here I am again. I cannot stress enough the consequence of heavily portraying the Indian caste system as an equivalent to Hinduism. Imagine the discomfort a Hindu child faces when her classmates argue that Hinduism as a whole, is shameful because of assimilation of the caste system. The brief chapter on India falsely depicts the caste system as a foundation for Hinduism. It is, in fact, a cultural and social structure separate from the religion. We just want all contributions from people of all castes to be represented. For example, Valmiki, a man from a lower caste, wrote one of the greatest pieces of literature in India. The textbook also lacks to mention about India what it mentions about other civilizations, such as the arts, sciences, and legacy that Hinduism and India have on the world. Today I stand here proud to be a Hindu, but once upon a time in middle school I was not. I don't want another child to be ashamed of something that they should be proud of. Please consider this carefully regarding the future edits to the 6th grade history textbook. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bhaskar Maddik from Pleasanton, California. On May 7th, 2015, my daughter shared her experience of getting bullied in the whole class as a part of a caste system exercise. To minimize such bullying concerns, the IQC initially added explicit instruction for the teachers. That is, teachers should make clear to the students that this caste system was social and cultural structure rather than the foundational religious belief. But then, 24th May, IQC reversed the meaning of the sentence. Now, it has encouraged the teachers to do bullying by making the changes as follows. Teachers should make clear to the students that this was a social and cultural structure as well as religious belief. The damage was done because of SAFG was given free hand to in 24th March hearing. I ask you either remove chapter 10, grade 6, page 221, lines 955 and 957, or restore the statement as suggested by SSRFG. Thank you.
Hello, respected board members. My name is Rishika Vinakota, and I'm an 8th grader, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I'm glad you rejected the suggestion of erasing Indian civilization from the textbooks and reducing it to the geographical term South Asia. I thank you for rejecting that comment. But I still believe that Hinduism and Indian civil culture is not being given its due. There are many things in the textbooks that are unfair. While all religions are treated with respect, only Hinduism is singled out for negative portrayal. As you write as if the only thing in Hinduism is the caste system, and that's the only thing my friends and I need to learn. Also, Hinduism is shown as discriminating against women, while every other culture is shown in a positive light, conveniently focusing on only the good things. Why is this happening? I'm glad that many great leaders today have understood and supported us in our effort to get parity, fairness, and dignity for Hinduism. I thank Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom and Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard for understanding our concerns and supporting our endeavor.
Time.
I request you restore all mentions of Hinduism that were removed in the last
Time
two
is up.
hearings.
Dear members of the Commission, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I am happy to note that there have been several positive changes to the sections of Hinduism in recent revisions of the framework. However, I would like to draw your attention to the stark contrast that still exists between the portrayal of Hinduism and other world religions. The fact is, every major religion has some or the other negative aspects to in their past. Religion sanctions slavery, racism, second-class status for women, persecution of non-believers, objection to the theory of evolution, discrimination against LGBT community, and these are some of the examples which continue even to this day. I don't see any of these mentioned in the framework when talking about other religions, so why is Hinduism being unduly targeted? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Srihita Chipasuri, and I'm a Hindu American Californian who is proud of my state's intensive education system. The Hindu community, contrary to popular belief, is not monolithic. We are of many different descents, and in this state there are about 7,500,000 to 1 million of us. Our peers deserve equitable treatment and safe learning environments. Let me emphasize that equality is not a special treatment. I'm calling your attention to Chapter 10, page 221, lines 955 to 957. Nothing that caste is a religious belief of Hindus is not only flat out wrong, but is the only place in the entire framework where a social practice that goes against religious teachings is mentioned as a religious tenet. No other religion has that albatross. Hindu kids experience bullying because textbooks continue to make the claim that the caste is a central part of Hinduism. The idea of hierarchy is simply not in our scriptures. You are all familiar with California education codes about ensuring that no religion is degraded in instructional content. That's why Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Sammy, and I'm here today to support the recommendations of Social Sciences and Religion Faculty Group, which features leading scholars of religion and history. Specifically, I would urge the board to accept their recommended edits in Chapter 10, Grade 6, page 221, lines 958 to 962 on patriarchy and gender roles in ancient India. In Chapter 10, lines 958 to 962, the phrases little property rights when compared to men and though not as equals when describing women's roles in religious ceremonies are simply inaccurate or out of historical context. The board should strongly consider accepting the edits of the Social Sciences and Religion Faculty Group on this point and revert to the December draft language, which highlights the equality of women participating in religious ceremonies while still acknowledging the patriarchy as a social factor in parts of ancient India. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Asad Ali, and I'm here to express my grave concern about how Islam and Muslims are depicted in California curriculum framework and the proposed edits. Page 265, lines 542 to 545. The history of Islam and the Umayyad dynasty, as outlined in the framework, would lead a student to believe that the primary teaching of Islam is to wage war and destroy other cultures. This is not only grossly inaccurate, but also feeds into growing Islamophobia in the country and around the world. The Muslim Students Faculty Group has the level of scholarship needed to deal with complex subjects like Islamic history. I appeal to the board to accept the recommendations of these learned men and women and bring fairness and accuracy to the California curriculum. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rehan, and I am here to appeal for a correction into the framework, specifically on page number 318, lines 1640 to 1645. The current language confines and describes Muslims as persecutors. It does not embody and reflect the major and significant role played by Muslim saints and religious scholars who, through their approach or life and their humanism, led to mass conversion among non-Muslims. These were not forced conversion, but happened due to the exemplary and honorable way these saints and religious scholars lived and taught how to live life. Even to this day, and over the past 100 years, these saints and religious scholars are glorified and honored by people of all faiths in the religion. These saints and scholars have left an amazing body of intellectual work. Thank you.
Respected members, my name is Dakshita and I'm here today as a parent and as a Hindu. It's an honor to be here, and I would like to bring to your attention that some of the information in textbooks is seriously misleading. It's deeply disappointing to read the misrepresentation. This does not fulfill the board standards for evaluating instructional material. I'm here to wholeheartedly support the recommendation by Social Sciences and Religion Faculty Group SSRFG, and would like to request you all to kindly consider their edits. Let's create an optimistic and well-respected educational environment for all. Thank you.
Respected Commission members, I have a simple question to ask you today. Does my opinion count? This is the third time I've attended the public hearing to express my opinion, and I'm not alone. Hundreds of Hindu children like me have missed countless hours of their education just to have a voice. Even though there have been some corrections, I'm still disappointed to see that the major issues still remain, like singling out Hinduism for negative portrayal and not mentioning enough about the great contributions Hinduism has made. I'm no expert in history. I'm merely a kid who goes to school. It is for the learned historians and researchers to determine what the correct facts are. However, I do know how Hindu kids feel when we study from these textbooks. We feel inferior, and I know that the textbooks are responsible for that. Please, Commission members, don't let our opinions get lost. It is clear that all of us who are voicing our opinions today, over 40 academicians, and even the California's Lieutenant Governor, request you to ensure that the portrayal of Hinduism is fair, equitable, and at par with those of other religions. Is that too much to ask for? Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Nidhi freshman from Mountain House High. I'm here today to support the request from SSRFG. On 23rd March, IQC disconnected Vedic period from Hinduism in response to some political groups' requests. The Vedas are the ultimate scriptural authority which proclaim life's sacredness and a way to oneness with God. Hinduism is not a cult or a separate thing from its Vedic roots and beliefs. Vedas, in fact, form the core of Hinduism. Think of this. Can you disconnect the Bible from Christianity? Can you ever disconnect the Quran from Islam? Of course, this will be a very wrong thing to do. Then why are you allowing the disconnection of the Vedic period from Hinduism? Our Hindu Bible is called the Veda. California will be violating the content standards if it manufactures the history and will be setting a wrong example for the world. I humbly request you to display Hinduism as it stands today. Thank you for your time.
Dear respected board members, my name is Banu and I go to Crest Elementary. I am here to ask you to restore the reference to Saraswati River, 6th grade, page 210, lines 788 to 790. The original statement included the Indus River and its tributaries, along with Saraswati River, flow from the Himalaya Mountains southward across the plain now called the Punjab, fan out into a delta and pour into the Arabian Sea. The river Saraswati was removed. IQC should have removed the Indus River and its tributaries flow from the Himalaya Mountains southward across the plain now called the Punjab and fan out into a delta and pour into the Arabian Sea. Saraswati River was a major river of the time and has recently been rediscovered. There are 500 plus archaeological references available. Many cities have been discovered alongside its banks. I am including the references here. Many Hindu texts refer to it, for example, Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Mahabharata, and much more. Thank you for your time.
Hello, respected board members. I am Manu Mahalingam, junior at Mountain House High School. Your framework chapter on 6th grade 893 says, as in Mesopotamia, in ancient India, priests, rulers, and other elites used religion to justify the social hierarchy. This is grossly inaccurate and misleading. The priests in Indian civilization led really humble lives, and they were honored for their knowledge and simplicity. Indian society has always revered knowledge and character above everything else. Please portray Hinduism in fair light. And please remove line numbers 892 and 893 of your recent 6th grade framework. And please also help to remove all negative portrayal of Hinduism and bring fairness. Thank you for listening.
Hello, respected board members. My name is Nikhil Pathuru, and I'm a freshman at the University of California, San Diego. The objective of my group today has been to emphasize the discrete textual mistakes made on Hinduism. But it isn't as simple as saying these are just words on a piece of paper. In a country known for its diversity, it is important to teach all cultures and religions on an equal platform. Soon enough, a new generation, my generation, will take on the role of running this country. My generation may not always remember what we read, but we will remember how we felt. With limited bias, a well-informed public can go on to debunk cultural stereotypes and bring greater connection in the nation. To reroute our future from division to unification shows that these simple changes can make all the difference. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear board members. Thank you for making the time to listening to us. My name is Tina Jobin. I am with South Asian Histories for All. I represent the Bangladeshi American diaspora in the Bay Area. By profession, I'm a director in a private equity firm. During the Bangladesh Liberation War, we fought for the right to speak for our own language and celebrate our own culture. It's very important to us that Bangladesh, its cultural heritage, the shared history, is represented socially and academically, accurately, globally. The IQC approved a curriculum guideline that erases the shared historical heritage of Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. For example, in grade 7, chapter 11, page 272, it refers to ancient Gupta Empire in India, but Gupta Empire expanded from modern India to as far as Bangladesh and probably beyond. My modest request is that when history takes place in several modern-day South Asian nations, please change the text to say South Asia instead of just India. Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Farzana, and I'm here with South Asian Histories for All. I want you to know that we are an interfaith coalition of over 25 different organizations representing 8 different religious traditions. Our speakers today are here on the behalf of the following groups: California University Students for Inclusive History, Organization for Indian Minorities, Indian American Muslim Council, Bay Area Progressive Desi Families, California Teachers and Teachers Educator for Inclusive History, Bangladeshi Historical Memory Project, Ambedkar Association of California and North America, Sri Guru Ravidas Sabhas of Rio Linda, Sacramento, Yuba City, Pittsburgh, and Fremont, California Parents for Inclusive History, South Asian Sister Alliance of South Asian Taking Action, Bay Area Soldier Summer, Berkeley South Asian Walking Tour, Dalit History Month, Alliance for Justice and Accountability. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Anirban Chatterjee. I'm proud to be a Hindu American, and I'm also here as one of the many members of South Asian Histories for All from 8 different religions coming together. As a Hindu American, I'm disappointed by the Hindu lobbyists who've been coming up here and they've been saying over and over, caste has no religious basis. But that's a really cynical PR strategy, because I'm going to read you something that even one of their
one of their own leaders said, somebody named Aditi Banerjee, and she writes, and I quote, "What I do object to is HAF claiming to definitively conclude that caste-based discrimination is not inherent to Hinduism." She says, acknowledging such birth-based differences is fundamental to the Hindu worldview. I will not reject any portion of Hindus' sacred scriptures. So this is what the leadership of the folks who are coming up here and telling you that there's no connection. This is what they actually say behind the closed doors. So I'm a proud Hindu American. I totally think you should represent Hinduism positively, but I think it's also really important to not erase caste. Caste is linked to Hinduism. We would not erase slavery because some white kids might feel bad about it. And we shouldn't erase casteism just because some upper caste Hindus might feel fragile about it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Madhuri Satish, and I'm a Hindu American with South Asian Histories for All. Imagine telling the story of the California missions, but hiding the fact that they were linked to the Catholic Church. Telling the truth about the missions doesn't mean we hate Catholics. It just means we're telling honest history. I'm ashamed of my fellow Hindu Americans who are coming in here to insist that we can teach about the caste system without mentioning its roots in Hinduism. Caste is definitively rooted in Hindu religious scriptures, practices, and belief. Throughout history, Hindus have both perpetuated the caste system and resisted it. But how do we tell the story of the Hindus who stood for justice against caste oppression if you don't first teach the link between caste and Hinduism? Explaining these basic historical facts is not an attack on Hindus such as myself, any more than teaching about slavery is an attack on white people. Please don't censor my Hindu history. Retain the text that describes the origins of caste are rooted in religious belief. Thank you.
Namaste and respected board members. Thanks for the time. My name is Dharmendra. I'm a Hindu, a father of two. One goes to the 6th grade this year. So many of them have expressed about the negative portrayal of Hinduism in the 6th grade textbooks. But here I'm with a different perspective, the social media. Recently there has been a lot of hatred campaign going on against Hinduism and Hindus. So please allow me to read one of the comments made by our own prominent members of South Asian Histories for All members. It reads out like this, quote, "If you are a Hindu, then you should have a caste. There is no ifs and buts about this. Accept the fact. If you follow an evil religion, then you must be an evil person too. What is wrong in honestly accepting the truth? You are a Hindu, how can you speak the truth? You just can't." This is Hinduphobia. So I request the respected board members to take steps to subdue this, to express supporting negative portrayal of Hinduism. Thank you.
Hello, respected board members. My name is Deebna Sarkar. I will be entering 6th grade this year. I have heard from my seniors about the misleading information about my religion, Hinduism. They shared uncomfortable questions they encountered. Now that I'm entering 6th, I know I have to face the same situation. I request you to consider the amendments so the future 6th graders are not put into the same situation. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Zimra Iqbal. I am a graduate from Sacramento State in criminal justice. I am an American Muslim from Pakistan, and I'm here to protest against the theft of our heritage through references to ancient India on page 215 for histories that span a wide region comprising of Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Myanmar. The fact in that these places did not have a shared identity at any point in history. Moreover, the history of these regions and part of the heritage of each of the countries is different. By using the term ancient India to refer to these regions, the IQC robbed millions of people of their shared historical and cultural heritage. Contrary to how the issue has been projected by some, those asking for use of the term South Asia have no interest in erasing the history of India or robbing it of its rightful place in world history. As the South Asia faculty group has recommended in many places, the term India is more appropriate. It's best to use the term South Asia. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alif Sator. I'm concerned about the naming of geographies in South Asia. Children need to be taught history in a way that leads to greater appreciation for the richness and complexities of different cultures. By introducing distortions such as references to ancient India for a region that spans a sizable part of Asia, we would be doing a great disservice to the students who expect their curriculum to be accurate. Thank you.
Greetings, Board of Education members. My name is Reshma Inamdar. Salam and Namaste. I'm an American Muslim of Indian origin, a former California public school student, the mother of a former California public school student, and soon-to-be grandmother of a California public school student. I'm here to appeal for correction to the framework, specifically in the Grade 7 framework, Chapter 11, lines 542 and 545, a text which states that Muslims often did not force Christians or Jews, people of the book, to convert, but people of other religions were more often forced to convert. I'm appalled at the inaccuracy of the statement, as it is, historically inaccurate. For example, my own ancestors in India, who were neither Christian nor Jew, converted to Islam not due to force, but rather because of the appeal of what they believe to be a more egalitarian religious and spiritual ideology. And this is just one of the glaring inaccuracies that have been pointed out by the Muslim Studies faculty group. I too urge the board to approve all of their recommendations as they're backed by scholarly consensus. Thank you.
Namaste, board members. My name is Rohit, and I'm coming from Sunnyvale. The reason why I'm standing here today is not because of me, that I wanted the change. I definitely wanted the change, but most important thing is, I don't want my kid, when he right now he's 2, when he raise up, he asks me the questions that, Dad, you did not, the teaching that you are giving me is not correctly representative in the California textbook. I wanted to post some of the questions to you, the board members here. The edits accepted by ICQ on 23rd March from South Asia faculty group, are they aligned with the content standard and California law? Or are you in violation? Second question, your approach to Hinduism, is it equally fair to Hinduism as it is to other religions? Do you really think it is fair? Things like caste system, the way it has been glorified in the negative side, so do you really think it is fair? The things like, the other question that I have, question 3, is the board going to really show some sensitivity towards the Hindu kids who are being day to day getting bullied by the kids in school? Thanks a lot, guys.
Good afternoon. My name is Malkiyat Singh. I'm from Fresno, Ravidas organization. I just want to say that the religion Hindu is based on casteism. Still, even today, the people in India from lower caste, they are not allowed in the temples. Dr. Ambedkar fought all his life against Hinduism. Hindu American Foundation is brainwashing their children. You can find all the information on the internet. And this is my humble request to not to let these guys change the history and delete the word Dalit. Thank you.
Sat Sri Akal. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Karam Singh Bangar. I'm the ex-president of Shri Ravidas Guru Kar in Fresno. I request the board member to don't remove the Dalit word in the education system, because the Hinduism is based on the caste system. There's 4 categories, they divided, and the Dalit is the lowest part of the system, and this system still exists in India. There's 1,000 of examples that every day Dalits are not treated equally, and even if a Dalit government official elected, they're not allowed to go in the Hinduist temple. There's a lot of examples. Last month, the minister got hurt because he wanted to go to the temple, and they treated him as bad and injured him. And he got to hit. So I request to don't remove the Dalit word in the history. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Raj Kumar Sood. I am from Rio Linda, Shri Guru Das Temple of Sacramento.
as a state secretary. So my question is, the Hinduism is based on casteism. The Indian history shows that. That's why Shri Guru Das, Shri Guru Namdev, Satguru Nanak Dev Ji, they fight for the equality. Even they don't treat a woman as equal, or the four castes, Brahman, Kshatri, Vaishya, Shudra, that's the based on Hinduism. Still, still Dalits are not allowed in temple, not even intercaste marriages, not even share food. They treat as an animal still in India. I request to you that the Hinduism as a based on casteism, that's why Dr. B.R. Ambedkar born Manu Simrati, and he told, I am born as a Hindu, but I cannot die as a Hindu. That's why he changed is a Buddhism. That's why I request to you, in India is based on Hinduism. Hinduism, they try to killing Dalits. Every day you can see on internet that Indian women are raped, Indian students are killed in universities, and nobody takes action, even FIR, even any law in India. Jai Bhim, Jai Bharat.
Good afternoon. I am Taber Zaidi. I am a graduate student at Sac State, and I would like to express my grave concerns about the depiction of the way women were treated in Islam. This applies to grade 7 framework, chapter 11, pages 265 and 266, lines 554 and 5 through 573. Regarding women, confinement to a household is not a religious but a cultural phenomenon. Even to this day, many Muslim cultures and societies did not and do not follow this tradition. Modesty continues to be the defining and essential part of Islam. That being said, women have and continue to play an important role and contribute to Muslim societies, whereas other religions do not. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, honorary members of this board. My name is Subra Gupta Munaga Nuru. I'm a high-tech worker from Silicon Valley. On page 219 of framework, lines 914 through 916, a statement was made that reincarnation means rebirth, quoting that at either lower or higher positions of moral and ritual purity. I request the statement be deleted. The term moral and ritual purity conjures up images of self-righteous zealots. Moral and ritual purity also has aspects of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. But this narrative makes no mention of that fact in that framework. Aside from the inherent negative tone, the statement is going to be interpreted by the educators, students alike as connected to caste, in the sense that the lower or higher refers to the lower or higher caste. This is not the Hindu view of attainment of moksha, which is available to all people of all the society. Thank you very much. Please do look into changing this one. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amir Abdul Jalil. I'm a Muslim, and I'm not here to ask you for something because I know that most of you are arrogant and you're not going to listen anyway. What's going on in America today is because of the educational system. Everybody wants to point to the police for this situation that's going on in the black community. It's not the police. It's the educational system. You're failing the people. Now you want to have Islamophobia, and you want to say that Islam was spread by the sword. Christianity in the black community was spread by the sword. 100% of the black community that are Christian today was because of the slave trade. So you guys are going down the same old road. Unfortunately, they believe in your system. I don't, because I'm from here, and my people were enslaved. We still never got reparations. We're still dealing with the same thing. You'll hear me more than them because I know the history. So I'm warning you that every empire on the face of this earth has fallen, not from another empire attacking them, because you failed to feed the citizens. You failed to educate them truthfully. What you're doing is wrong. You know the history of Islam better than they do. You know what's going on. Europeans live all over the Muslim world. They don't have no problem. You guys enslaved Africans, and we became Christians, and we're still not treated equal.
Time is up.
Good afternoon, honorable board members and my audience friends sitting here inside as well as outside. I'm Santosh Kale. I work for California State Department, and I'm here to request dignity for Hinduism. I heard a lot today, they have a problem with the word India. I just want to say this is a history and social science subject, not a political geographical topic. Secondly, the term Hinduism and the term India is in content standard. And on 23rd March, IQC replaced the Hinduism with ancient Indian religion. Is it in line with the standards for evaluation? Our kids are really being embarrassed in the classes because of this wrong negative depiction and misconception about Hinduism. I really request, as a parent, the dignity for my kids, dignity for my parentism. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Hi, my name is Gauri Vijaykumar, and I'm here with South Asian Histories for All. Last week, our country came to a standstill when we saw the murders of 2 black men by white police officers. No amount of wishful thinking can hide the fact that race exists in American society, but some people still say that we live in a post-racial society. Similarly, many upper caste Hindu Americans, proud Hindu Americans like myself, grew up unaware of caste injustice in our own communities. Chapter 10, page 221, line 953 says, "Today many Hindus in India and in the United States do not identify themselves as belonging to a caste. But in India, newspapers are full of headlines about rapes, lynchings, assaults, and murders of Dalits. 2 days ago, 7 Dalit or untouchable family members were stripped and beaten with iron rods by upper caste vigilantes. 7 days ago, a Dalit man was literally hacked to death by an upper caste mob. And this is just last week. Does this sound like a post-caste society to you? Please delete that extremely offensive sentence in Chapter 10, page 221, and replace it with the truth. Caste and caste discrimination persist in South Asia and in the United States today."
At this time, we'd like speakers up to number 265 to please line up outside the boardroom. Up to number 265.
Good afternoon. My name is Judge Lillian Singh, retired after 33 years dispensing justice in the California courts. I'm now the co-chair of the Comfort Women Justice Coalition, speaking about the truth of what happened in World War II related to comfort women. The Comfort Women is the broadest and most organized state-run system of sexual slavery in the 20th century by the Imperial Japanese Armed Forces during World War II. It affected 400,000 women and girls, and today we only have 20 comfort women alive in China, 40 alive in South Korea. 1 died last Saturday. Time is really important to educate our young people about what happened. The truth never fails. Don't be afraid of the truth. And history is about what happened. It doesn't matter whether it's the good, the bad, or the ugly. We have to tell the truth. Please stand on the side of historical truth and justice and do what Ontario did, as well as New Jersey, incorporate the comfort women in our curriculum. Thank you.
My name is Michael Wong. I'm a member of Veterans for Peace in San Francisco. Evidence from comfort women survivors, Japanese soldiers and Japanese documents, as well as reports from neutral observers, prove that the comfort women system happened. An estimated 400,000 women and young girls were forced into sexual slavery during World War II by the Japanese Imperial Army. 80% of them died. They did not survive the war. Of the 20% that did survive, some of them began speaking out decades later, and their speaking out led to international laws being passed that made rape and sexual slavery in time of war into war crimes. This is a story of both victimhood and self-empowerment, and it has to be taught in our schools because our children need this role model. Thank you.
Hello, I am Tomomi Kinaka, a historian and visiting scholar at UC Berkeley. Similar to transatlantic racial slavery of Africans, genocide of indigenous peoples, and Nazi Holocaust, Japanese military sexual slavery is one of the most atrocious crimes against humanity. And yet, it remains to be one of the most neglected chapters of world history, as though the victims' lives are not valued still to this day. we need to teach our children the exact nature of the colonial sexual violence and human trafficking with the extreme high death rates, so that our children could stand on the right side of the history and learn the significance of struggles for truth, justice, and government accountability, the movement that is led by the survivors themselves. Our children need to understand the ideology behind the euphemistic and false characterization of the system as comforting sexual service. Accurate historical knowledge is essential to allow our children to create a peaceful world without sexist and racist violence. Thank you.
This is Hong Muk Kim from Southern California. I'm a member of Korean community in the area and about 45 years U.S. citizen here, residents here. I came here to urge the issue about the achievement of the United States commitment in the World War II. The ultimate goal of the war is to secure the humanism, I believe. And one of those things that United States achieved through the World War II was to secure the humanism. One of them that included in that issue was the comfort woman. That heinous atrocity, Japanese Imperial Army's atrocity, was completely eliminated by the World War II, by the effort, by the irreversible sacrifice of the United States governments. So this great issue of achievement through the World War II cannot be omitted in that educational curriculum, which I think you are reviewing through this review framework. So thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Song Son, a former resource teacher at San Francisco Unified School District. I'm here today to ask you all a fundamental question. If we allow history to be written only for the powerful, who will speak for the weak? For 70 years, the mass-scale atrocities committed by the Japanese military against these women and children, these quote-unquote comfort women, was left as an afterthought of World War II, as a mere footnote of history. And for 70 years, even this footnote was denied. Today, I urge you to include the topic of comfort women in the 2017 revision. Why? To recognize how inhumane organized military sexual and labor slavery can be. To understand what happens when we fail to uphold the most basic human values. And most importantly, to make sure this horrifying kind of failure never happens again. If we allow history to be written only in the interest of the powerful, who will speak for the weak? The answer is teachers. Please help teachers speak for the weak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Torlickson. My name is Bobby Singh Allen. I'm the president of Elk Grove Unified School District. I'm here to encourage you to be inclusive and balanced when making changes. Words are very powerful. We all have an opportunity to educate our children and ensure that they receive facts free of special interest groups that accurately reflect and honor our rich ethnic communities. Textbooks shape our children's perceptions. We all have a duty and responsibility to ensure that it is accurate. When you report history, it must be fact-based, because revisionist history serves nobody. But I also want to state that I am a proud Sikh American, and I am very grateful to all of you for accepting the edits submitted by our community as well. Thank you for all that you do.
Honorable Mr. Torlickson, members of the board, Harpreet Sandhu, friends of the Sikh Caucus Executive Director, we thank you for, as Ms. Allen mentioned, about accepting the Sikh things. In May and June, U.S. Congress held a hearing on violation against minorities in India by the fundamentalists in India, against Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, and Dalits. And unfortunately, one of the main things that came up in the briefing, which started me, there are currently 34 million slaves in this world. Of that, 12 to 14 million slaves are in India, which is amazing. The number one country that holds slaves in any other country in this world, most of them, I'm sure, of lower caste. This finding, as I mentioned, we agree with what you've done here, but this current framework violates the rights of the Dalits, Sikhs, Muslims, because the privilege to the Brai Foundation. They've done that at the U.S. Capitol. They're doing it here as well. And the influence. We want transparency and justice. So we ask for you to look at what's been proposed here. And as a member of the Sikhs community and of the minorities, please be providing us justice in this part. Thank you very much.
Namaste. My name is Lamit Rudhir, and I'm going to 9th grade at Fremont High School, and I'm here to seek fairness and dignity for my heritage, Hinduism. The Hindu population is more than 1 billion people, which is 1/7 of the world's population itself. But many of my classmates still have made very demeaning comments about my culture in school. When I was in 6th grade, a picture of a person surrounded with trash was depicted in the textbooks while explaining Hinduism. From that, I have also faced racist comments in school. Once I was in school, I was told that I was a dirty person and came from a garbage dump. This kind of depiction of Hinduism is unfair. I would rather say it is a clear instance of Hindu phobia. I believe that the Constitution guarantees us freedom to practice our religion and promises us equality irrespective of race, religion, and nationality. I urge you to depict Hinduism in fair light and not in a demeaning manner.
Time.
I seek dignity and justice. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Atharva Kulkarni, and I am going to 9th grade at Cupertino High School, and I'm here to seek the dignity and fairness Hinduism deserves. There is no doubt that the current framework has many flaws and issues, and it is disappointing that these problems have still not been taken care of. Today, I would emphasize on one of them, the caste system. The Hindu caste system is being represented as if that were the most important thing to learn about Hinduism, and it occupies 40% of the space dedicated to Hinduism. I would like to quote what Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom has written in a letter to you. History, no matter how painful, should be documented. However, negative social structures should not be discussed as inherent beliefs of Hinduism, when Hindu teachings preach the inherent divinity in all beings. Emphasizing the negative social structures of Hinduism without similarly commenting on other religions proves offensive and reductive, particularly for a civilization with such a rich history. The standards for portraying gender and social structure should be consistent across the state's curricular frameworks. We urge you to make necessary amendments immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaste, my name is Anshuman Sharma, and I will go to 7th grade at Kennedy Middle School in Cupertino. I want to share with you about the unfair and negative portrayal of my culture in history and social science textbooks. Last year, when I was in 6th grade, I first started learning about Hinduism from my school textbook. I was surprised at what I was reading, as it was completely different and unrelated to the experiences I had in my family and the Hindu community around me. By the end of the school day, I was desperate to ask my parents if what I had read was actually true. For example, the textbook said that only Brahmins were allowed to write sacred texts, but the fact that the three most sacred texts in Hinduism, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and the Bhagavad Gita, were composed by non-Brahmins, and me and my family recite verses from these texts every day. The book talks about negative, false, and outdated practices. I don't want my classmates or anyone to form a wrong perception about my tradition after reading the book. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rohit Radhakrishnan, and I am an 8th grader studying at Lawson Middle School in Cupertino. I fully support the social sciences and religion faculty group's suggestion change to Chapter 10, Grade 6 of the framework, which would restore references to Hinduism in the place of current wording religions of ancient India, including but not limited to early Hinduism. Respected Lieutenant Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, has written a letter to you requesting, and I quote, "The framework still replaces references to Hinduism with broader and historical terms, effectively erasing thousands of years of historical
and cultural heritage, diminishing the religion's worth of contributions. U.S. Senator Tulsi Gabbard has also written up to you urging along similar lines. I sincerely request you to heed the words of Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom and Senator Tulsi Gabbard and not brush Hinduism under the carpet with the vague term religions of ancient India. Thank you.
Namaste, my name is Aditya Chinta. I'm a 10th grader from Wilcox High School in Santa Clara. I'm here to urge you to consider the Social Sciences and Religious Faculty Group's SSRFG's suggestions. The California Standards for Evaluation clearly state in sections 51501 and 6044 A and B that the board cannot adopt any instructional material that reflects adversely upon a religion. But however, I see that several topics about Hinduism have been portrayed in a negative and demeaning light, whereas other religions like Islam and Christianity are covered in a dignified and glorified way. For instance, the framework labels Hinduism as a patriarchal, yet it is one of the only religions that views divinity in feminine form. Hinduism has contributed to the world in so many ways through means of yoga, dance, music, the practice of non-harming, ahimsa, and Ayurveda. These are just a few examples, and there are many more. Many great world personalities like Martin Luther King Jr., Albert Einstein, and Nelson Mandela have been inspired by Hindu textures and teachings. So why is it that only the negatives are being highlighted? We don't want to be glorified. We just want our religion to be shown in a dignified and equitable fashion. Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Tejas Toby, and I'm a junior in Monte Vista High School. So over here, I have a copy of the first pages of the Ancient India chapter and the Hebrew Kingdom chapter in the 6th grade history textbook. I would like to quote the first sentence of the Hebrew Kingdom chapter. It says, "Although ancient Hebrews were a small group of people, their impact on world history has been great." In contrast, in the Ancient India chapter, it does not mention any of the contributions that we have had to this world. I feel that this should be changed and our contributions should be voiced more. This is a direct example of Hinduphobia, and we should change it, as this is affecting our freedom and liberty. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aditya Agarwal, and I'm going to be an 8th grader this fall at Iron Horse Middle School in San Ramon. The way Hinduism is portrayed in the 6th grade textbooks seems to me negative and gives the wrong impression to 6th grade students. The board standards for evaluating instructional material for social content isn't fulfilled when the negatives of Hinduism are the main focus and the positive have been suppressed, while other religions are barely referenced to their negatives and have their positives highlighted. For example, more than 1/3 of the Hinduism chapter is only the caste system and is represented in the textbooks through demeaning pictures. When I was in 6th grade, I felt disgusted to see this picture of a woman with trash and a pig surrounding her as a representation of Hinduism. I believe this gives a bad message, and also not only is this picture creating an environment for children to be bullied, but is also unfair and unjust. I urge you to focus on aspects such as yoga, Indian classical dance and music, our philosophy and teachings. I request that Hinduism be portrayed on an equal level with other civilizations and religions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ritvik Siddha. I'm an 8th grader at Kennedy Middle School, and I'm here to talk about how Hinduism is depicted in a negative way in the 6th grade history textbooks. One example is the focus on the caste system, which is shown as central to Hinduism. However, it isn't central or foundational to Hinduism, and my community has been providing numerous references over the last few years. Saying that the caste system is foundational to Hinduism is like saying that slavery is linked to Christianity. Most academics agree that the social views of Christianity once supported slavery. However, this isn't shown as central to Christianity. The caste system, on the other hand, is shown as foundational to Hinduism. It is given such importance that it dominates the discussion of Hinduism. When the caste system was discussed in our class, I felt offended. Please take the necessary actions to balance the depiction of Hinduism. Thank you for your time.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. My name is Mandeep Kaur, and I am from Guru Ravidas Guru Karselma, California. A Brai Foundation claim that Hindu do not practice caste is totally absurd. According to National Crime Report Bureau of India, in 2013 alone, caste-based atrocities are as follows. 2,800 Dalit women were raped, and a lot of them killed. That's 8 a day. 16,734 caste-based crimes were committed, that's 45 a day. 8,327 Dalits were murdered, that's 25 a day. On the contrary, people who are fighting against the government of India with weapon in a whole year, there were only 371 people died. Casteism in Hinduism is like building with many floors with no stairs or elevators. You born and die on the same floor. As long as there is Hinduism, there will be caste. Thank you for your time, and I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Namaste. I am Sanjay Tripathi, a California parent of 2 kids and a coordinator for Hindu Education Foundation. I have been involved in the textbook process since 2005. We see that the responsible and reasonable voice from the Hindu side is being scuttled consistently. Those who support the anti-Hindu bias in this room are talking about the politics of today's India that has no place in the discussion on ancient India and Hinduism in chapter number 10 and mischaracterize our intentions. It is a clear sign of Hindu phobia. If negatives of Hinduism are focused here, then negatives in Islam, Christianity and other religions have to be considered. Someone earlier said that, no, we are not erasing slavery. But if you read the framework document, its connection with the Islam and Christianity is completely erased. Hindu side, we are not saying that you erase caste. What we are saying is that it is not a foundational stuff in Hinduism. So please consider that. Thank you.
Respected board, my name is Muhammad Yunus. I am with a group named South Asian History for All. I live in Bay Area. I have 4 children. My main concern is that our kids should learn correct history, safe history, and non-controversial and positive history. Recent changes proposed in framework is reviewed by a group of 27 Islamic history scholars, and they found 5 places where contents are not based on facts, and if they are based on something that is controversial. So as per my recommendation, those 5 places should be corrected based on the recommendation of a Muslim study faculty group. Plus, I have another appeal to the board that this is global world. Whatever you create, that travels and get replicated in whole world right away. Plus, history is so big, so we should focus only on positive and true history. Thank you.
I am Manas Ray. I have a request to this board. Be fair to all. You intend to present the negative aspects of Hinduism, that is casteism, fine. But tell the 6th, 7th graders also the other side, that killing infidels, stoning women to death, polygamy, sexually exploiting non-Muslim women captured during war are the integral part of Islam, mentioned in Quran, Hadith and other Islamic texts. Also tell the young kids of 6th and 7th grades to stay away from church, which is the most common place of child abuse. And also I want to tell to this board, some people are talking about the anti-Indian Sikh agenda, that in India, Hindu majority elected a Sikh prime minister for 2 terms, 10 years, just like white majority Americans have elected Barack Obama for 2 terms. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Qasim Adalati. I'm here to state in the strongest and most sincere terms that this attempt by some Hindu nationalists to rewrite the history should be denied. The language is inconsistent with and totally disregard the message and practice of Islam. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, board members and fellow Americans. I'm Madhu Grandi.
I just want to make a statement. Let's not confuse students with current opinions with history. So the South Asian History for All seem to refer to the current history or whatever their personal or current events that's happening. So nobody in the South Asian History for All really referring to the history. So there are always cases, one-off cases that will happen, and those are the people who are coming and speaking about it. I urge the board to really state what our children really want to see in the textbooks, the real history and not personal issues or personal agendas. So I'm very happy that the board adopted the Uberai Foundation stuff in May, and I am happy about it, and that's about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear board members. My name is Jignesh. I am a Hindu American living in Bay Area. I am asking you to be fair to Hinduism like you have been for all other cultures. Framework for Christians was mainly influenced by the organization called Wall Builders, and this was a Christian organization. And framework for Muslim was mainly influenced by Council of Islamic Education, which is CIA. It is a pro-Muslim organization. And framework for Judaism, like Jews, was mainly influenced by JCRC, which is like a Jewish Community Relational Council. And this all were framework accepted by the board. Now, but when it comes to Hinduism and to write a fair Hindu history, just please look around. Everyone else who wants to go against Hinduism, they want to write negative about Hinduism. Hindus still have to go through so much unfairness, which also opposite to standards of evolution. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alejandro, and I will be attending Pioneer High School and early college prep classes upcoming fall in Santa Rosa. I've recently seen the film Precious Knowledge, and the concept has really influenced me to have a high school curriculum class added to student schedules. California has one of the most diverse student populations in the nation. Ethnic minorities account for more than 71% of the student population. Ethnic studies will help cultivate a classroom environment that is accepting of many diverse cultures. Students should not have to wait to college to know their history. There are so many stories about ethnic studies in our communities that have been silenced and never heard from again. Ethnic studies courses have the ability to save lives and help change the way one views themselves. It also helps relate to historical events and to have a better understanding of the surroundings. Teachers have found that not only do students may gain in attendance and grades, but they also increase the number of student course credits required to graduate. They also have boosted the academic excellence, especially among those that are at risk of dropping out. It is very important that all students gain knowledge of the various racial and ethnic groups in the state. Students also feel more motivated to come to school and graduate. The course helps them create. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Kirsten, members of the board. My name is Haig Bagdasarian, and I represent the Genocide Education Project. I urge you to support the incorporation of the American response to the Armenian Genocide into the 11th grade U.S. History chapter at page 521, line 349. There are many examples of world events which are taught about in the 10th grade, and subsequently the American perspective is included in the 11th grade curriculum, without an expectation that the subject will be retaught comprehensively, but simply to give context to what students had already learned. One example is the reference to the inaction by the U.S. in response to the Holocaust. So if our failure to act merits inclusion, then shouldn't our nation's extraordinary response to the Armenian Genocide be incorporated as well? Finally, I was actually present for the IQC's subject matter committee meeting on March 24th, and I'm afraid that something may have been lost in translation because I clearly recall the committee supporting incorporation of the U.S. response to the genocide into the 11th grade chapter. I respectfully request you to act in accordance, and I thank you for your time.
My name is Elena Satri, and I'm the Executive Director of the Armenian National Committee of America Western Region. I appear before you to urge you to reincorporate the language which has inadvertently been left out of the U.S. history curriculum framework about perhaps the proudest chapter in the U.S. history, during which time every single state in the United States, through the first U.S. congressionally sanctioned humanitarian organization, the Near East Relief, the American people raised over $117 million, saved 1 million refugees, over 132,000 orphans during and in the aftermath of the Armenian genocide. Over 2,000 organizations, educators, officials, and residents throughout California, including UTLA, SEIU, the Armenian Legislative Caucus, LAUSD, submitted support letters to you for the proposed language changes. On behalf of the largest diasporan community outside of Armenia, with an estimated number of over 1 million in California, who are descendants of Armenian genocide, I urge you to please incorporate the additions. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Samira Ali, and I'm an attorney. I practice locally in the area, and I'm here to support the South Asian Histories for All and an accurate depiction of history. And this issue is particularly important to me because I grew up here in Southern California as an Indian Muslim. And inaccurate information fuels Islamophobia, and also our community is already facing and receiving hate crimes. I humbly request that the board accept recommendations from the Muslim Studies faculty group, their faculty of academics who have looked at the issue and want to depict accurate history. And I humbly request that you guys accept that. Thank you.
Dear members of the board, my name is Arvind Sharma and I'm a sophomore at Rockland High. There are several issues regarding the portrayal of Hinduism in the history and social science textbook frameworks, but the biggest one that's severely undermining and damaging is about the caste system. The words themselves, caste system, are so discriminatory and demeaning that the first thought that comes into the student's mind is completely different than if the words were social hierarchy or social structure. The textbook tries to make it look like the only significant point of Hinduism is a so-called caste system, while in reality it was just a social structure to keep order in ancient India, much like those in ancient Greece or medieval Europe. It is important to note that social classes are meant to unify religions and societies, not promote iniquity and hatred among them. To be clear, India's social system at the time helped organize the society and evolve, exactly what it is supposed to do. The caste system has hardly anything to do with Hinduism, yet it is shown in extreme detail and scrutiny in the textbooks, and is one of the key concepts. By doing this, the textbook hardly shows the other major highlights of Hinduism and greatly misleads students who are reading it. To mitigate this, I ask that the information on ancient India's social class be portrayed accurately and concisely, not in a discriminating fashion, as well as an equal amount of material be added to the other religions on their respective social systems. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harjeet Kaur. I'm the Community Development Manager for the Sikh Coalition. I'm also a member of the South Asian Histories for All Coalition. Our group, our organization, the Sikh Coalition, has worked with our Honorable Superintendent, many school districts, educators, parents, students, and our legal justice system when we have to prevent bullying and discrimination in the education system. We have proposed Sikh Awareness Month every year in November, and we use that time to educate and provide awareness and prevent bullying in schools. Throughout the Sikh Coalition's history, many of the advocacy on our bullying issues have included awareness and educating students on Sikhism. We have never proposed the idea of destroying, distorting, or sanitizing history to prevent bullying. Hindu American Foundation and a lot of the people that have testified already are proposing to do just that, to distort history, to eliminate it, or to destroy it in order to prevent bullying. They want to eliminate any reference to caste and gender discrimination in connection to Hinduism because they believe that that causes bullying. This is unprecedented in a way of bullying prevention measures, and we urge against it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Terumi Imamura. I'm here for a Comfort Woman issue on school textbook. We all know during wartime, too many women had been victimized. Even today, it's happening somewhere in the world. Not only World War II, but every war after that too. So I agree, education is the key to change this trend. But out of all those wars, why textbook used one country as an example, that is Japanese imperial military? Is there any educational value to name one? Or I heard number of comfort women increased 200,000 to 400,000 today. Is number accurate?
Time.
Thank you.
Respected board members, my name is Yuko Miller. The comfort women's sex slaves theory is wrong as a matter of historical evidence. The government of Japan examined the records that they had within the government to see if there was any evidence that shows the Japanese military or authority had recruited women coercively. They could not find any evidence. It was 2007. In the United States, an interagency working group, IWG, was set up in 1999 to investigate war crimes. The research for Japanese war crimes was added subsequently. The U.S. government spent more than $30 million and covered more than 8 million pages for the effort. The report was submitted in 2007. They could not find any evidence that showed coercive recruitment of women, nor any human rights violation by the Japanese authority. The report number 49
Time.
of U.S. Office of War Information Psychological Warfare
Time.
team addressed they were
Time is up.
very well paid.
Good afternoon. My name is Tokuko Hirano. The U.S. Department of Justice defines bullying as a form of violence among children. The Comfort Woman texts say that Japanese army set up rooms to rape hundreds of thousands of women. This description is likely to cause bullying of Japanese children. California public schools are responsible for the removal of bullying. The history of Japan's interaction with China and Korea is 2,000 years long. Japan learned much from both countries and had a wonderful relationship with them for most of the history. Because the Japanese schools never teach hostility toward Asians, I never felt negatively about either the Chinese or Korean people. History should be written based on fairness and accuracy. Accuracy requires exact evidence, not hearsay evidence. Fairness means...
Your time is up.
Fairness not... sorry, I want to say one more thing. Fairness means not emphasizing bad slice out of long, complex history. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kumiko of Los Angeles. This promotion of comfort woman sex slave proposition by South Korean and China-related persons and organizations is an international conspiracy. It is intended to break the tie of Japan with the United States. It is intended to separate Japan from the close tie with the United States in order to help make the expansion of power for China in the Pacific. We should not encourage the expansion of power of the Chinese Communist Party. This comfort women issue should be examined not only from the perspective of human rights, but also from various other angles such as international politics. Thank you.
My name is Koichi Mera. I taught at Harvard and also professor at the USC. Also, I taught Japanese universities. Now I'm a leader of the Global Alliance for Historical Truth, try to make the history accurate on the basis of the fact, evidence. Now, I'd like to remind you that, even the U.S. Army utilized comfort women in Japan immediately after surrender of Japan in August of 1945. And again, U.S. military used comfort women in Korea during the Korean War. So if your textbook accuses Japan for utilizing comfort women, you should be also accusing U.S. military for using comfort women.
Time.
This is a fact. If you inquire the sources, I can give you sources. So thank you very much.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hide. I've been in the United States for 20 years. I'm originally from Japan. So I'm here today to protest against the usage of the word of sexual slavery in the textbook. So I was actually shocked to learn the usage of this word in the high school textbook. So as you know, there has been the hot, controversial debate between the two countries, Japan and Korea, especially, and that's really unfortunate. But the usage of the sexual slavery makes you think the situation that the Japanese Imperial Army went to the village, raided the village, and then capture and kidnap the girls and the women, and change them in the brothel. Use them as kind of
Time.
But that is not true. So usage of this word is just inappropriate and biased and offensive. Thank you very much.
My name is A.G. Suzuki. I have a concern at the chapter 15 where it says comfort women were sexual slaves forced by Japanese army during war. Well, I obtained a copy of interrogation report of Japanese POW from National Archive, and according to the section titled brothel owners were responsible for hiring prostitutes. And the report even says a civilian brothel owner purchased 22 Korean women from their own family. So what if iPhone you purchase from eBay is a stolen item? What if the clothes you wear is made by child labor? Are you responsible for those crimes? When civilian brothel owners hired prostitutes, are Japanese army really responsible for it? That misleading section should be removed until further verification. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toshio Honju. If I want to say, if the California Department of Education chooses to put an atrocity committed by the Japanese army during World War II against Korean comfort women into a textbook, from the same point of view, please put an atrocity committed by the South Korean troops in killing civilian people and abusing large number of women during the Vietnam War in the same way. Please be impartial. Please put both cases in the textbook. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenn McElhenney, and I am a California historian that specializes in LGBT history presentations and film screenings to students and young people. I am speaking in support of the new framework. These new standards are a way our State Board of Education can acknowledge to students, especially LGBT and questioning students, who some of the amazing people are that came before them. Many students, after LGBT-focused lectures and presentations, express both in person and in written questionnaires how differently they feel about themselves, how more confident they are, and that more learning about and understanding they have of this rich culture and history. Many LGBT scholars have worked long and hard to accurately document our past. I urge you to pass this framework on so educators can teach this impactful material to California students. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Don Romsberg, and as an LGBT historian and the chair of Women's and Gender Studies at Sonoma State University, I want to thank the IQC for all of their hard work in bringing the best of 4 decades of diverse scholarship on LGBT history into this framework. And that includes Indigenous history, the history of people of color, political history, cultural history, and social history. You should really take pride in making this move to vote for and affirm the most accurate and comprehensive history social science framework in terms of LGBT matters in the nation. You have come to this through a rigorous and extended process. I'm proud that in 2 years, my middle school daughter can learn about LGBT history as part of 19th century history lessons. My younger daughter will just be starting her K-12 journey, and she'll be able to learn about LGBT content in elementary, middle, and high school. This will be utterly transformative for her and for all Californians. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rick Oculto, and I'm an educator with the Welcoming Schools program. I have had the great honor of working with several schools and school districts around the state of California. To our credit, there is no shortage of teachers and administrators that work tirelessly to ensure that the well-being and education of our children are prioritized. The top issues they bring up in regards to talking about diversity, especially lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender identities, are a lack of information, a lack of resources, and a lack of support. By including fair, accurate, and inclusive representations of LGBT people in our history and social sciences, we hold true to the promise that every student and every family is included in the fabric that we weave together as our nation. Let us support our teachers in creating a climate where the plurality of our nation is celebrated. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dylan Lee, and I'm a student at the University of Southern California. I urge the State Board of Education to adopt the new History Social Science framework. The inclusion of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender history is vital to a more complete understanding of our state and our nation. It's important to recognize the countless LGBT individuals who have contributed to our collective history and for more students to feel represented in their history and social science education. Before starting at USC, I had never seen LGBT people like me represented in my history classes, and I didn't know that LGBT people had made considerable contributions to American history. Therefore, I had no basis to understand these contributions when I began learning about them in college. I know that the inclusion of LGBT Americans would have made me feel more comfortable and represented throughout my K-12 education. I hope that going forward, the framework has a similar effect for students throughout our state. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Allison Chu, and I'm a rising senior at Cupertino High. I have never once been taught about LGBT history in my school until this past year, where I happened to have a very compassionate and understanding teacher for my AP US History course. It's funny because my classmates, they can derive the quadratic formula or name elements off the periodic table, but they can't tell you who Harvey Milk was or the significance of the Stonewall riots. Talking to my classmates, I believe that bullying stems from misunderstandings. And because people who don't know don't understand. Because when we were all children, people were all the same to us. However, by the time some students reach high school, their ignorance causes them to associate being LGBT with a negative connotation, and by then it's too late. Therefore, it is so crucial that we must vote in favor of this framework so we can promote unity among students and not adversity. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alice Kessler. I'm here representing Equality California. We're the statewide LGBT advocacy organization, and we are very proud to be a co-sponsor of SB 48, the Fair Education Act. And this action today before the board is the culmination of a lot of legislative work and a lot of great work by the IQC. And we're very pleased with the LGBT inclusive curriculum you have before you. This has been an iterative process. It's one that includes the best thinking and scholarship on these issues. And as the student before me stated, it's so important for changing hearts and minds. So proud to be a Californian today, seeing this move forward, and would urge your support. Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to call speakers up to number 300. Speakers up to 300, come to the front of the boardroom, please, or actually to the back of the boardroom.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Ledmont, and I'm here. Oh, sorry. Is that better? Good afternoon. My name is Adam Ledmont, and I'm here on behalf of the ACLU of California. And we appreciate the work that the Instructional Quality Commission has done to ensure that LGBTQ individuals are adequately represented in the History and Social Science framework in accordance with the requirements set by the Fair Education Act. Thank you very much.
Good to see you, Professor Kirst. My name is Dr. Julian Vasquez-Heilig. I'm currently a professor at California State University, Sacramento. I also direct the Doctorate in Ed Leadership and blog at Cloaking and Equity. I also serve as the elected education chair for the California NAACP. I'm authorized to say that the California NAACP unequivocally supports ethnic studies in our states. The NAACP has actively worked with Assemblyperson Weber and many others to assure ethnic studies in our legislature. Why? California students, educators, and other stakeholders have provided many examples today in their testimony to support ethnic studies. We have also demonstrated in our research in the Harvard Educational Review that communities of color have been historically excluded and misrepresented in our curriculum purposely and insidiously. This has been a travesty. But peer-reviewed research at Stanford University has recently found ethnic studies students not only make gains in attendance, grades, they increase the number of credits towards graduation. I also want to personally speak on behalf of the imperative recommendations made by the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition. Thank you for your service to the state.
Good afternoon. I'm Tushar Pandya of CaliforniaHindus.org. I've been engaged with IQC since 2014. The present framework is hypocritical in its portrayal of Hinduism and going by testimony heard with some other groups as well. Tom Adams here calls it a starting point in discussion. That is like taking exclusively the notes and understanding of the civilized gentleman of respectable descent, General Custer, as the starting point for understanding the traditions and culture of Native Americans, Indians as they were called, a group considered savage and uncivilized by the expert. IQC has demonstrated an extreme ignorance of Hinduism, which could easily have been cured through education. Unfortunately, they also demonstrated a pattern of hateful hypocrisy, especially towards end of the cycle. The proposed framework is an attempt at singling out Hinduism for cultural genocide. This is not acceptable.
My name is Arvind Kumar, and I represent Kapim. I have been attending IQC meetings since September 2014. One of the most poignant moments in this process was on March 23rd, when Commissioner Hornig asked if the Saraswati River was a tributary of Indus or a separate river. A so-called scholar of the South Asia faculty group, Vijaya Nagarajan, was in the room but was clueless and met the question with silence. That is intellectual inferiority, not scholarship. It was ignorance of the so-called scholars of the South Asia faculty group on full display. These are not scholars but members of the intellectual Al-Qaeda. It was clear at the outset of the process that it would be a deceptive one. The meeting of March 23rd was like a clan meeting without the hoods, thanks to the racism of Nancy McTighe. It is shocking that no commissioner stood up and shut down her racist and hostile attacks against Hindus. This is a very shameful chapter in the history of California. Thank you.
Dear board and of respected members, my name is Duria Sayed, and I was part of MESA, Middle Eastern South Asian Advisory Board, and I'm also part of South Asian Histories for All. I'm speaking in support of using South Asian as the term instead of India. I was born in Pakistan. My parents came from India. My great-great-parents came from Afghanistan. I want to echo the recommendation of South Asia Faculty Group to use the term South Asia so that the legacy of all the people from Afghanistan, from Iran, from Pakistan, from Nepal, from Bhutan, from Bangladesh, from Sri Lanka, from Myanmar is preserved. Writing history is about people. It's about celebrating diversity. It should be inclusive, not exclusive. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. I am Gandhi from Cupertino, Bay Area. I'm a Hindu American in California. So since morning I have been hearing caste hundreds of times. But our Hinduism is not based on religion. It has become social practice because of historical reasons and social order. So I am here to draw your attention to chapter 10 of 6th grade book, page 221, lines 955. Noting that caste is a religious belief of Hindus is not only flat out wrong, it is the only place in the entire California frameworks where the social practice that goes against the religious teachings. Because of this, Hindus kids will experience definitely bullying. So I request board to consider the recommendations of the social sciences and religious faculty group to revise the chapter 10, page 221, lines 955 to 957 to read, teachers should make clear
Time.
to students that this was a social and cultural structure rather than a foundational religious belief. Thank you.
At this time, all speakers who have signed up to speak on this item, would you please come to the back of the boardroom?
Hello, my name is Cezanne Morton. I am here today specifically to support the recommendations put forth by Ethnic Studies Now, but also to support Hindus and all other misrepresented religious and cultural groups. Looking at the current framework, I wonder, is a whole and accurate understanding of history not essential to perform our civic duties? Is cultural awareness not necessary for peace? Is knowing who we are and where we come from not fundamental to the intellectual development and well-being of our children? We are all here today to humbly ask for changes that will bring equality to education. And we shall be resilient in our resolve to see it done. Will you stand with us? Or will you contribute to disorder and discrimination by allowing for omissions and misrepresentations in the curriculum? Please make all necessary changes to the history and social science framework. I thank you in advance for acting in accordance with the good of the people.
Hi, Kristen Wright, State Board. If there's anyone else in the audience or in any of the side rooms watching who have signed up to speak on item 7, please come into the boardroom now. This is the last call for item 7 speakers.
Hello, namaste. My name is Mehul Bastavala, Stanford graduate. I've come from LA today. I represent edits with research backing from OVB and Bharat Gyan that are world renowned. Please accept all edits. Chapter 10, line 870. Add Ramayana dated near 7200 BC. There's research from historical Rama book that sea levels are 9 feet higher, and at 0.4 mm a year, that's around 7,000 years. Also add Ramayana had references to Saraswati River that dried around 2500 BCE, so it's much earlier to that. Also, Sanskrit regarded as mother language by many historians. Please remove Indo-European references, and you can teach a few words of Sanskrit to your students. Line 975, add Mahabharata epic near 5100 BCE, where Lord Krishna gave legendary spiritual advice to Arjuna on battlefield saying, "See me as a spirit consciousness and soul can take rebirth." Line 923, clarify yoga as a holistic way of life with union of mind, body, and soul. Line 1020, Indian calendar, Vikram Aditya, is 50 years ahead than Gregorian calendar.
Time.
Thank you very much. Namaste. And I've given the edits.
Hello everyone, my name is Jagdev Singh and I'm from Fremont. And I don't have anything to submit or any article or any documentation or any report. But I want to offer you one thing today. All of you, not kidding. Just free air ticket to India. And I'll pay for it. And please come there and see with your own eyes what Dalit is going through there. And I'll take you guys to meet all mothers there. Their daughters are raped and naked and hanged on the trees for 3 days. And then kids denying water rights there. The Dalit kids, they can't even touch the water there. So please, I'm not kidding, my name is Jagdev Singh and I'm willing to pay for you all of your airfare ticket. and come and watch with your own eyes. And one thing I want to ask my Hindu American friends, please don't lie to your kids. Please tell them the truth. I know you guys are proud Indians, but you have to be truthful too. And tell the truth to your kids. Please don't kill my kids' identity or my rights to just make your kids happy. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. My name is Pawan Kumar. I am from Guru Ravidas Guru Kar Frijno. Rai Foundation claim that Hindus do not practice caste is totally observed. As a matter of fact, Hindu Religion Foundation is caste. One cannot survive without the others. For example, when you have Hindus religion to become Sikh, Muslim, Christian or Buddhist, you are leaving your caste as well as Hinduism. On the contrary, if you are joining Hinduism from Sikhism, Buddhist or Islam, you will have to go back into your caste. If Hindus do not practice caste, then how come there are 6,743 castes in India today? How come more than 8,000 people are killed with caste-based crimes? How come more than 15,000 only adult women are raped every year if there is no caste system? Thank you for your time, and I hope and pray you make the right decision. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Phyllis Kim from Korean American Forum of California. In 2007, United States Congress unanimously passed House Resolution 121, which clearly defines comfort women's system as an institutionalized military sexual slavery, unprecedented in its cruelty and magnitude, and one of the largest cases of human trafficking in the 20th century. And this document, House Resolution 121, represents the official position of our government passed by our Congress. There are history deniers for every human rights violations included in the history book. Some deny the Nazi Holocaust. Some deny the Armenian genocide. You heard some denying the Japanese military sexual slavery in this room today. It is time to teach our children so that the history does not repeat itself. Thank you very much.
Board members, my name is Drake Sapigao, and I'm here today to speak to you on behalf of Voices of Vietnam, a U.S. nonprofit led by Congressman Joseph Cao and human rights activist Cindy Nguyen that represents tens of thousands of Vietnamese women who were violently raped and sexually assaulted by South Korean soldiers during the Vietnam War. Today, between 5,000 and 30,000 children of mixed Korean-Vietnamese ancestry called the Lai Dai Han live at the margins of Vietnamese society. Their heartbreaking stories can be heard at our website at vietnamvoices.org. At the May IQC meeting, we asked that the board consider referencing the plight of the Lai Dai Hai and their mothers in Chapter 15 of the History Social Science Framework. Unfortunately, the calls of poor innocent Vietnamese rape victims and their families went unanswered. The current version of the text references the so-called comfort woman, but we must address these issues in a universal context. On behalf of the surviving rape victims, Voices of Vietnam calls on the board to show equal consideration to the victims and make further edits to include the tragic stories of the Lai Dai Hai Han in Chapter 15. Thank you.
Respected State Board members, thank you for the opportunity. Well, who are Hindus? Well, I listed down all that, the South Asian histories for all the words that they spelt out. Well, it said oppressive, outdated, anti-women, fanatic, supremacist. We treat people like animals. All of this. Well, is this true, or is it true that there's a sense of Hinduphobia in all of this? Let me again read out what my friend read here. A member here of SAF has put this on his Facebook post. And in there's a comment which says, if you are a Hindu, then you should have a caste. There's no ifs and buts about this, except the fact, if you follow an evil religion, then you must be an evil person too. What is wrong in honestly accepting the truth? Oh yeah, you are a Hindu. How can you speak the truth? You just can't. The world should know this fundamental fact about a Hindu. Well, sir, this is what is Hinduphobia we are talking about. It is what is represented in the textbooks through the pictures and everything. I hope you'll take note of this and accept the suggestions of SSRFG. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nusrat. There's a lot of Islamic phobia around in this room also. History has always been written from the perspective of the oppressor who's whitewashed the violence they inflict. Denying the existence of the caste system in India is to deny human right to those who suffer under the system. Deny the existence of the caste system is exploiting, sanctioning the violence is inflict. So just want to bring at this point to take the consideration there is a caste system in Hinduism. You cannot deny that fact. Thank you so much.
Okay, that now concludes the public testimony. So we opened the public hearing at 9:50 a.m. And I'm noting, I'm noting that we're closing the public hearing at 2:52 p.m. So the public hearing is closed. 1:52. Feels like 2:52. Okay. Closing it at 1:52. Right. Okay. So to begin, I think we'll start. I think it's best to start with Tom Adams responding to these, some of these comments. Our executive director, Karen Staff Williams, Karen Staff Walters, has written a series of issues that were brought up during the testimony. And we would ask Tom to address those. Then we'll turn to our board liaisons to talk with us further about their thoughts about this. But I thought we would raise these issues, and there may be issues here that we missed, but we'll start with some talk about how the IQC confronted these issues and where they came out.
Okay. So, first of all, we readily accept the praise from the LGBT community. I think we can start there.
Speak up, please, as loud as you can.
Is that loud enough?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And again, good afternoon, and thank you for having us back and giving us the chance to respond to some of these comments. First of all, we do want to say that in terms of the comfort women issue, this is not something disputed between the government of Japan and the government of South Korea. And this is something they have signed a recent treaty about. And so I think it would be best if the framework included a link to that treaty. It is available in an English translation, and I think in terms of the overall balance of the framework and promoting that inquiry agenda, it'd probably be best to include that. So in that sense, I want everyone to be aware that we did discuss this issue thoroughly. We investigated all sides of it, and we think we have the most current, that the discussion is based on the most current research in terms of things. And on top of it, it is an issue that both governments agree to continue to investigate. In terms of,
just to add to that, we did look at the documents submitted by the opposition to the Comfort Women group, and they had a lot of statistics, which we did read. Can't read. Can you hear now? Okay. We did look at that, and we did change some of the language consistent with that and scaled down some of the, so we did take into account some of those statements, and we did finally look at the agreement between the Japanese government and the Korean government as a major factor.
On the Armenian genocide question, I did address that earlier, but I just want to clarify in terms of this issue of whether there was a misunderstanding by the Commission in terms of their action. That's the one reason why there was another discussion at its May meeting about where it should be in terms of the 10th grade versus the 11th grade and the Morgenthau fundraising effort. So that was all very deliberate in terms of where it is. There wasn't any mistake made. It was the Commission was pretty clear about what it wanted to do. In terms
and you included that. Somebody said you didn't include it, but you already said you included it.
Yeah, it is there. It's there in the 10th grade.
And testimony says it isn't. Okay.
Right.
But it
it's
is
there in the 10th grade. So,
okay.
In terms of some of the edits brought before there's a cover letter from Senator Marty Block as well as other commentators today about some cleanup of the edits in terms of the ancient Hebrews and Israelites. Those are just minor edits and corrections, and definitely we will take those. Just some wording specifications here and there I think would work just in terms of tightening up. So in that sense, we're pretty comfortable with that. In terms of ancient India, I'm going to let my colleagues here talk a little bit about it as well.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
What did you say? Oh. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to you just saw how well and respectful the various groups were in the process, and they were the same before the IQC. They did respect the rules, and they they obviously feel strongly about these things, and I think it helped the process, so I want to thank them for that. Obviously, people feel strongly in this ancient India issue. I'll try and go through the 3 or 4 issues that have been presented to you where it comes out. First of all, if you read, you have the chapter 6 and chapter 7. If you read the chapter, you get a sense of the balance. What we try to do in the IQC is present positive facts about each religion, about each group, but we also decided that we did not want to neglect some negative things about each culture, just like we wouldn't not talk about slavery in the United States or the religious wars in Europe or the peasants and serfs in Russia or how we treated the American Indians or Mexican Americans here. I mean, human beings have a lot to be shameful about, and we didn't want to neglect that. So we tried to be fair both ways. I think if you read it, you'll see that we have said positive things, but we also have said, pointed out where things needed to be changed. In fact, in the first issue, is on the caste issue, there was a strong sentiment, unanimous sentiment that should be presented. The government of India in 1947 recognized this as a major problem and put in a very substantial affirmative action program. There are now 3,000 designees of different categories that get special attention. So it is obviously still a problem. The issue came down to whether you want to connect this or mention that religious thought had something to do with it. And initially that was out, but we heard from some of the scholars and other, as you heard today, no, religion does play a part in that, so we kept that in there. And I think that's a fair compromise. We didn't say it was the only thing, but we did say it was part of it. We did also discuss, and we had a conversation with the people presenting, just because you say something negative about a country or a culture or a time doesn't mean that you're denigrating that culture. It's how we respond to these things that's important. And I think that's that's the flavor that we put in there. So that was the caste issue. There was also mention of patriarchy, which came up. The Hindu Americans objected to the use of pointing that out, that was an aspect of that society, and wanted us and said, look, it may have been, but it was also in other societies too. So we put in some connection saying this was not just in one place, this was around the world. There were problems similar, and we did put that change in there. Now, the other major issue is a language issue, and that is the tension between the use of the term ancient India to describe that geographic area and what happened, and the fact that today many countries were not Indian. They're, as the Bangladeshi people say, or Pakistan, or Nepal, or Myanmar, so forth. So we tried to do that fairly by saying, initially we put in a statement saying, we're going to use the term ancient India to describe this ancient civilization, the way we say China and other places. But we're referring to a geographic area that includes, and we list all the modern countries that are included in that, just so that we're clear that that it's inclusive. And then there are a couple of places where we say, we don't say ancient India, we say ancient India, the religions of the area, including Hinduism, because there were other religions there too. some people had an objection to that, but we thought that was accurate. And then we talked about merchants in the geographic area. So we didn't say ancient India, we said the geographic area because it was much broader. That's, I think, a fair statement. So the South Asian people, you heard them, they would like the term South Asia instead of India. The problem we had with that was, one, in the standards it mentions ancient India, and therefore we're bound by the standards. And two, that's the way most people talk about this ancient civilization. They talk about ancient India, but we tried to broaden it to refer to the fact that we're talking about a broader set of cultures. So that's that issue. I think that's the major ones that were talked about here. On the Muslim American side and the Sikhs and the other groups that banded together, and you heard, as we heard, there are obviously strong opinions on both sides. If you say this, then these people get upset. If you say this, then these people get upset. And we tried to compromise that. They had 5 submissions that they presented to you. And I don't know how you want to handle this, but a couple of them, we would have no problem in changing if that's all right with the board, if we can make that suggestion. And I'm not sure how to refer to this, but there's a. I know. Yeah, we did too, and I can read the. Wait, we're going to get. Anyway, the first one had to do with the point that we say that that in the framework that the Islam religion started, and then Arabs adopted it. The Arab different tribes adopted it, and then conquered, or by force conquered a broader area. And they had suggestions that said, well, they did take over politically, but there was also other things going on, which seems fair to us.
So part of the language right now, it says Muslims, and this is on page 265, the grade 7 says Muslims often did not force Christians or Jews, people of the book, to convert, but people of other religions were more often forced to convert. And probably the more accurate term is to say some Muslim rulers did force some non-Muslims to convert at times. That's the safer way to say it, because you're using the term some, and also the practice is intermittent depending upon who was in charge and also the area. So in that sense, some is a safer term.
And the second one is here. We go back.
The other one is also found in grade 7, page 277, and it talks about the description is about the expansion of the Turkish Empire from Central Asia, and as Muslim converts, how they expanded the Islam to new territory, and they did expand their boundaries into the Indus Valley to the parts of northern India. And then there was a sentence inserted in the last round of edits says, sometimes Turkish Muslim leaders forced Hindus to convert, but at other times rulers practiced religious toleration. One of the groups is actually suggesting you probably don't need that sentence there. You could actually just continue with the most powerful of these states was the Delhi Sultanate. Islam became firmly established politically in the north and as well in some coastal towns and parts of the Deccan Plateau, et cetera. So in that sense, it was an insertion in the middle of what was a description of the geography of an empire, when maybe we might, could just remove that part and leave that up more into the to the descriptions in the day-to-day curriculum and issues about religion there. So those were just on the forced conversion issue. We see one way to kind of temper it in terms of being some, and the other place it actually kind of sticks out a little bit.
And on the second one that I mentioned is basically about the conquerors. They have some language which we are comfortable with that basically says that yes, there was that aggression, but there was also other ways that people brought people into the fold type of thing. So that language seems acceptable under number 2.
And now there's others too on Karen's staff Walter's
So
list.
I still have the ethnic studies on my list, and then the Judeo-Christian issues.
Yeah. Just 2 other points. They did bring up about Islamic fundamentalism, but if you read what's said, it basically said there were some anti-American outbreaks initiated by radical people with radical thought. I think that's a fair statement. The IQCs thought that was a fair statement, so we wouldn't react to that one. And so we did, I think the first 3 we addressed, but we wouldn't do those last 2.
So and if you can just hold your question, we'll finish up these last 2.
Let's go over all of them and then.
Yeah, on the issue of not using the term Judeo-Christian, actually that term only appears in the standards as an EG, not as. Also, one of the reasons why we quit using that term is we had certain groups come to us and say, well, you're making it sound like Judaism is the precursor to Christianity. And we didn't really want to go there. What we do know about the early republic is that while it was religiously diverse and tolerant of different faiths, it wasn't necessarily religiously harmonious. People did not go around saying, we all share our Judeo-Christian ethics. So, no, it was really, and it's not a term really used in scholarship anymore. So in that sense, that's why we dropped the use of that. There's plenty of discussion about the role of religion in the early republic, how it shaped the colonies, how it influenced people's thinking. But that term of art we don't use anymore. It doesn't work.
Yeah, we did talk quite a bit about the Great Awakening, which was a religious awakening in the country, which influenced the revolution and had a major influence in the revolution. So it's not like the subject's neglected, just the term is not used.
Yeah. And then the last issue is the ethnic studies. Keep in mind, 9th grade is the elective year in the history social science framework. So we lay out a number of courses. There's geography, modern California, psychology, and then one of those options is, of course, ethnic studies. When it came time to doing this part, we turned to our resident expert on the commission, Risha Krishna, who's a high school teacher who teaches ethnic studies, and we said, take a look at the description, tell us what you think, how would you update it? And she did give us her best thinking on it in terms of how she teaches it and has taught it. So in that sense, it does reflect some current classroom experience. In terms of the ideas being promoted through public comment, we don't see those as incompatible with the current description, but at the same time, we do have limited space when you're trying to describe all these things. I also have in mind that there is AB 2016, the Ethnic Studies Bill, moving through the legislature in terms of laying out those 4 ideas and developing them in a rich instructional fashion. I think that's going to AB 2016 would actually have us do that, and that's a model curriculum on ethnic studies. And that bill has us do 2 things. One, gathering what current district practices are and linking up to it so the state can see that, as well different districts throughout the state can see the models of other school districts, as well as it will call for a model curriculum of the ethnic studies course. So we're really hoping that bill comes through. We know how important it is that sometimes it's that one course that keeps our kids in school. It's the one thing that makes them want to learn more. And for the first time, it's a course that speaks to them. And so definitely we're hoping that bill makes its way to the governor's desk and gets signed. But in terms of what they asked for and what we have in there, we don't see them as incompatible. You could do it within our current course description. So
Tom, the last one on my list was the Vietnamese voices. They came up at the very end there.
What did she say?
Vietnamese voices, that group.
Right. Well, So this gets into the complexity of covering the war in Vietnam in terms of it's always done within a U.S. history fashion. There is talk about it in terms of world history. We do cover it in our 10th grade, but the most extensive discussion, again, prioritizing your limited time, occurs in a U.S. context. So in that sense, we can refer to, look for some documents to include on that, maybe talk about it that way. But in terms of the typical U.S. narrative, it doesn't. It doesn't usually fit into our narrative in terms of a U.S.-Vietnamese war of U.S. getting involved. How does it upset the political situation? Then how does the U.S. eventually exit the Vietnam War? So in that sense, we could find a place for that in terms of and making some document available via the framework or things like that.
Okay, so now we'll take questions from the board on these clarifications by the IQC and the CDE. Okay, and Tricia.
Yeah, I just have one clarification. We heard quite a bit of concern about current instructional materials, and this is not we have not adopted new materials to match this framework, but I think there are quite a bit of concerns about current materials being used and the depiction of things that don't feel reflective. So I just wanted you to help the public and our audience and people who came today understand that once, should we approve the framework, what the process is for publishers now to address the California framework, and then what our process will be for material review and the timeline, which takes a lot longer than most of us originally realized to actually get that in place. As that was a concern, and this is not a materials approval process. Thank you.
So I'll address the first part, and part of the reason why we wanted to set the context for the purpose of the framework was to help with that distinction. And through the last 2 years, we've heard a lot of public comment that specifically referenced items presented in textbook or specifically talked about curriculum. And it's very important for everybody to understand the framework is not curriculum. It is guidance. It should inform that conversation. It is a tool that teachers and local districts can use, but in no way, shape, or form should teachers just be handed the framework and only teach from the framework, which goes back to the original conversation why we had to think about and limit the details and why we chose to frame a lot of the chapters with beginning with those inquiry-based questions. And so a lot of what we hear in the public comment is asking for us to clarify a lot of those details, but this actually wouldn't be the most appropriate document to do that because it's meant to guide that discussion, and so that our the publishers that decide to take on the charge with creating the materials based off of the framework will address those details in depth. And I'll let Tom kind of talk about the timeline and what the process goes through, but I can speak to the fact in helping lead out the most recent ELA ELD framework adoption or materials adoption, and also assisting on the math adoption, that it is also a very public process, and there is a lot of opportunity to give feedback. Basically, it's a lengthy process that starts with reviewers from all over the state submitting applications. Anybody can submit an application, and it goes through the IQC approval process that ultimately you approve who those reviewers are. They come together, they're trained extensively on the framework, and they're trained to understand the criteria, because we are bound to the criteria that is in the chapter presented on materials and adoption. And then it goes through an independent review process and a consensus review process where the public has open access to all of those meetings and to provide public comment along the way. So based on our last 2 adoptions, we are certain that the public will be an active player in this conversation to make sure that the context of the concerns that have been presented prevail in that conversation as well.
And one thing I do want to add, we have not had a new adoption of history, social science materials since 2005. So the current list, or what's in schools, the the youngest materials are going to be 10 to 11 years old, and they're people using older materials. So in that sense, it's incumbent upon us to use this new framework that addresses these issues thoroughly and better than we have previously, and to actually have the materials aligned to that. And remember, we're going to be starting the adoption of instructional materials for history, social science in 2017.
So we started in 2017, and so when will the recommended list, not the required list, when will, based on the timing of it, is fall of 2017?
Yeah, it'll come to you in November of 2017.
Board Member Williams was next.
I just have one comment on this last topic. A lot of the students that presented here were using these older textbooks and one of the benefits of this framework is it has a much more balanced and positive approach. And so the quicker we can get that out there, I think the quicker we will get relief for what they've gone through.
So my first question related to that was the students, so many of them held up a photo of a Hindu walking through trash and said how embarrassed it made them feel and felt like they were a subject for bullying. And so I'm assuming you're saying that was something that came out of the older curriculum, and I'm saying let's pay attention to that really carefully with the instructional materials going forward.
Yeah, of course, and definitely I have to actually get the title and page number for that, because I'm not sure that was actually from the 2005 list or an earlier book. We did know that some of the books prior to 2005 were more egregious about this, and so
Okay.
But there's always room for improvement on this, and definitely I think everyone's sensitivity about that issue, as well as world cultures in general, has greatly increased since 2005.
Exactly. In that context, it's really
But it
important.
was in a textbook and not in the framework.
Correct.
I also, did you have on your list, Karen, the recommendations by the Jewish community? Yeah, we talked about you did, and you said yes, you're going to adopt those. Okay, and then my last question on this is, when did you say that where in what framework or in what grade is the Vietnam War covered?
It's in 11th grade U.S. history, so that's when, in terms of U.S. history.
Okay.
Yeah.
Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe.
I have a question about the publishers. This is the first time that I'm going through this process, so I appreciate the outline of how this works. I know that we will ultimately adopt the textbooks or the recommended textbooks. I know that right now we have a misrepresentation of Mexican Americans in the textbooks in Texas. I know that in the past, African American slavery was translated as immigrant workers in some textbooks. So we need to make sure that the textbooks or the publishers that we go with are not the same publishers that are selling their textbooks to some of the states that are now problematic. So please make sure that whatever we get is fully vetted. These are not publishers that have records of doing this type of distortion of some of our communities. Thank you.
And just in response to that, one of the luxuries of being a big state is we're about 10 to 12% of the national market. So when we ask for a requirement, we require 100% alignment. So whatever may have been created for another state doesn't work for California if it's not aligned for California.
And this has to be aligned with the framework. Mm-hmm. So the framework is sensitive to diversity issues and makes a positive statement in a lot of these areas. If the books don't reflect that, they don't get adopted.
Okay, Board Member Sanders.
Yeah, just on the topic of materials and the adoptions process, if you could there may be individuals or groups who want to engage if the framework is adopted, and then the next steps are the materials adoption, and then also rollout activities, professional learning. What opportunities exist to engage these stakeholders in not only feedback, but actually authoring texts, being part of review panels, helping partner with professional learning and rollout activities? if you could address that, Dr. Adams.
So there's plenty of avenues for engagement. We do have publisher briefings where we publicly notice them, and everyone can come who's interested in the process, and we explain what the criteria will be, and we do create frequently asked questions about that. Those are open to the public. We do also distribute our application to be a reviewer throughout the whole state, and everyone who's been on the listserv for the framework will be assuming later today you approve the framework and the accompanying application to be a reviewer. We'll post that and get it out there quickly. So people have those opportunities as well as coming before the commission itself. I think it comes down to, do you want to be part of the development process or part of the review process for people? And that'll be a question they will have to come up with. Because if someone has been part of the textbook development process, they don't end up as a reviewer. So it's a question for them what they would like to do. I also know that when it comes to developing instructional materials, it's a project with many hands. And you'll see the number of, there's usually a couple of main authors, but then there's a list for a couple pages of the consultants that they have. Everything from community members to teachers, to administrators, to curriculum experts. So it's a question of where the individual wants to go on that.
Okay. Ortiz Lacone.
You mentioned the ethnic studies bill, and so I'm wondering, if it passes, how do you then incorporate it into the framework, and when does that happen? Is there a timeline where you're able to incorporate some of the requirements so that it still makes a timeline? It seems like a tight timeline to have the list of materials or recommended materials by November.
So I should
2017.
Yeah, I should clarify, the adoption of instructional materials is for grades K through 8. And then 9 through 12 is a local decision. So this would be, the ethnic studies would be something that would be offered in high school. So there's two important stages of development. One, getting all the districts that are offering ethnic studies right now, getting their course syllabi and links to what they're doing on the department website. The other thing, though, is actually developing the model curriculum itself. How do we take some of these complex ideas that we heard about today, and really, what's the best way to approach it in terms of, in terms of instruction in the classroom? Yes, the model curriculum goes through the commission, so that will keep, harmonize the framework and the model curriculum, and then it'll come to you, the state board, for final action.
I want to say one more thing, that we heard a lot from different folks today who feel that they haven't been reflected in the curriculum. And as a first-generation Mexican-American, obviously I read through this framework with a critical eye, right, because like so many folks here, I never saw my history and my contributions reflected in that curriculum. In elementary school, I was asked to name a leader in the Latino community. And I said, we don't have any leaders, because I had never heard of Cesar Chavez, Corky Gonzalez, which, by the way, the last name was misspelled in the framework. But I had never heard of so many of pioneers and trailblazers in the Latino community. I made a list of things that I felt needed to be included as a, Mexicana, Latina, Chicana. And I'm happy to say that as I read through, I highlighted. I said, oh, they got the Guadalupe Hidalgo Treaty. They have the Chicano Moratorium. They have the East LA blowouts. Could it have been elaborated? Of course. We all want to see ours more in depth, our culture reflected. But I was very happy to see chapter 20. I thought it moved us away, at least from that chapter's perspective, from a process of subtractive learning to really an asset-based perspective. I was happy to learn more about the LGBTQ community and the history, which I had always been empathetic and thought I was a very well-aware person, and I learned so much just reviewing the framework. So I do want to thank you for adding some elements that are critical in cultural competence teaching and that really validate the experiences of diverse students in our society. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion. I want to make sure if we're going to call on one of our liaisons for a motion here, that Tom, you as representing the California Department of Education support the changes. Some of them are mentioned by members of the IQC, but we need you outlined some changes and heard some, and that you support those changes that were mentioned at this discussion right now.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So
wholeheartedly.
Wholeheartedly. Okay, let me call on Board Member Sandoval or Board Member Rucker to give their comments on this, and then maybe make a motion, and we'll see how that goes.
Okay, so first of all, to my colleagues on the board, what I'd like to begin with is sharing with you a perspective about what it is you saw today, because I know that in hearing the testimony and hearing the concerns that were raised, you probably had a flood of emotions or a flood of concerns about what exactly was accomplished with the work that was done on the framework. And what you saw the staff doing today and what you saw the members of the IQC doing this afternoon is how the entire process that led to the creation of this framework actually evolved, and even up to today continued. There was a great effort to be inclusive, to listen to concerns, to figure out ways to address them, and to bring the language together to create balance in the framework. This framework, and in my tenure on the board, I have worked on 3 frameworks: the math framework, the English Language Arts ELD framework, and the History Social Science framework. It's the 3rd framework that I have personally been assigned to work on. This framework was remarkable and unique. The math framework and the English Language Arts framework were both crafted to address California's decision to adopt a new set of standards. And the criticism of the standards we set aside was that they were a mile wide and an inch deep, and it didn't really lead to deeper learning and deeper exposure and better thinking for our students. It didn't create the kind of outcomes in language learning and in math learning that we wanted. Our history social science standards are different. This framework is based on the 1996 history social science standards. They are not a mile wide or an inch deep. They are quite specific and explicit in the types of learning outcomes that should be apparent in California schools as a result of using curriculum that has been well developed. What you are hearing and what we heard throughout the development of the process for developing this framework is that the curriculum that was developed to implement those standards did not do the job the standards intended. And what you are hearing also, and especially from the students, is that those standards led to creating curriculum that created more problems than they actually resolved in social science learning. And so the anxiety that is here and the anxiety that is apparent is because the framework is based on the same set of standards, will we actually get a better curriculum as a result? And so I had to say all that because I want to be able to answer that question with an absolute and resounding yes. And I want to thank the people who have been at all of our hearings, at all of the meetings of the IQC. I want to thank the students who came to share with us their pain and their concerns, because even though you may have been frustrated by the 1 minute you were given to speak, in those single minutes of commentary, there was a great deal of passion and a great deal of very elegant oratory. I want to personally thank Dr. Bindra because of his patient oratory and his scholarly explanations and discussions with us. I not only learned a lot about what I didn't know, but I understood why it was critically important for us to understand what we are asking a single publication from the state of California to do. Now, having said that, I also want to tell you, I also heard another piece of elegance that I thought was important. Fairness means not emphasizing a bad slice out of a long, complex history. Well, the history of the United States, the history of the world, the history of whatever community you choose to belong to is a collection of really bad slices. And every person in this room is a composite of those really bad slices. And we hold those personally for a lot of reasons. And what makes history social science as a discipline in school is this is where we try to work things out and try to resolve them. So let me just give you an example of a really bad personal slice. I was born in a state where it is important for you to know that on my birth certificate, that state says I am colored. Now that is a label that comes from a very bad slice of American history. And it's important for you to, so when you hear that about me, you're shocked. Because those of you who know me, first of all, to know me is to love me, isn't that right? Say yes. Okay, for those of you who know me, it is a shocking thing to hear. But for the people for whom it was personally and politically important to put that label, that is all they felt you needed to know about me. So we have to learn about those bad slices. We have to teach about those bad slices because it helps us to understand why we need to move forward and why we're not there anymore. So my answer to you the concerns about the framework is it a better framework? Yes, it is. Even though it is based on the 1996 standards, it does a better job than any framework we have had in the state of California on history, social science, not only to broaden our learning, but it takes the step of implementing a type of instructional shift to focus on inquiry, to focus on the outcomes of civic education, not just to continue as we have done in the past with creating a taxonomy of a whole lot of skills that students are supposed to memorize, and then to treat the history of communities of color really as a trivial pursuit activity, so we focus on just first and foods and holidays. So the framework is better for that reason. Is it possible that this new framework will give us the same kind of history books that so many students came to and told us their pain in reading? I don't think so. For a lot, and not because the framework is better, but because we know better. If there was a history book that was published in California that had a picture like that, it should never have been published anyway, and whoever it is that reviewed that didn't do their job. But what we see, and what all you really gave us was evidence of where we failed our own standards, because our standards are very strong, very good, and very clear about the intent. So the IQC did its job. They worked very hard, and they were very conscientious in hearing the input that was given. And you witnessed that today in listening and taking the input that was given in a very serious and conscientious way. I was stunned to listen to the input that came because it was new, and I was stunned at the agility and the ability of the staff, as well as the representatives of the IQC who were entrusted by the IQC to represent them here today to do this work. So yes, it's a better framework. It's a better implementation of the intent of the standards. And no, it is not possible from this framework that content will be developed that makes the same mistakes that we have seen in the past. So you cannot take my personal guarantee that that will happen, but I have remained involved with the framework and with the curriculum adoption. Tom will tell you every time the adoption comes up, I request the material. And my colleagues on the board know that I have done this, and I read that content. And I go to the training, and I go to those meetings. We've only had one appeal that ever came to the board from a content developer, a publisher who objected to the decision not to adopt their material. And because I had studied that material, I could verify and validate the decision of that panel that that material was wrong. That is the same commitment I'm making concerning the history social science material as well. So I please urge you to trust in this process and believe that the due diligence of the professionals and the stakeholders who worked with them to create this framework crafted a much better story for California students than we have ever had before.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you very much, Member Rucker. And I was a participant observer through this process too over the last few years, and I feel that the writers, the CDE staff members, the commissioners worked diligently, wholeheartedly to strike a balance between very unique needs. The first one is to honor the authority and the knowledge of the community members whose histories are reflected in the frameworks. The need to really focus on the intent, and that's to be an instructional guide for teachers, administrators, and publishers, and the requirement that the document is supported by current and confirmed research. So, members of the public, I want to thank you for your engagement with that process, because you not only engaged with the process, but you had the energy, you took the time to teach us, to teach everyone about how to be more inclusive, and helped us all develop new understandings. And I think that the revised framework reflects those new understandings. And I think it also speaks to the fact that our communities are not things of the past, but we're very much alive today. And that's an important point to make, that we're existing today in contemporary society. And the reflection of the document really speaks to the listening that happened and the thoughtful consideration of each comment. So the revised framework does reflect a more stronger document, more relevant, and it is aligned with the recently adopted ELD, ELA, and mathematics frameworks, and the fact that there are now chapters on assessment, access, and equity. Instructional strategies and professional learning are really going to help support our teachers and administrators in meeting the needs of all of our students throughout the state. The vignettes with the practical examples are particularly helpful in that. So I know that our students and teachers and administrators will benefit from a more comprehensive instructional guide and curricular resources that reflect more current scholarship. And I fully expect that our stakeholders will continue to be engaged in the process of materials adoption, either as contributors and authors of texts and resources, or as reviewers, or as partners in the professional learning and the rollout. So with that said, I move approval of the CDE's recommendation to adopt the frameworks, including the changes recommended by the IQC on May 19th. And today's recommended changes.
Changes by
that are recommended by the CDE
member,
staff, yes.
Tom Adams. Yeah. Okay, is there any further discussion by the board members? Not. All those in favor, raise your hands. All right, the framework is approved unanimously. Do we deserve a break? I guess we do. Okay, so come back at 10 of 3. I have the time. Okay. Here's a memo. Okay, the board will reconvene. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Okay, thanks for coming. All right, we're now ready for item 8 and the Odeo Charter School. So, Cindy Chan, are you here to present the item? Hello? Nick, can you present? Yeah, here she is. Please clear the room. We're trying to resume. Mr. Honig, if you would move. Yes, thank you. Come up. Please come up. Okay, go ahead, begin loud as you can be. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. So you ready for all the charter items? I'll try to go quickly, very briefly. Item 8 is an appeal by the Odeo Charter School. Good afternoon, Board President Kurz, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. I'm Cindy Chan, Director of the Charter Schools Division at the California Department of Education. So again, item 8 is an appeal by the Odeo Charter School 2 to establish a new charter school, which was denied by the Carlsbad Unified School District and the San Diego County Board of Education. Pursuant to statute, petitioners for a charter school that have been denied at the local level may petition the State Board of Education for approval, subject to certain conditions. The Odeo 2 petitioners submitted an appeal to the State Board, which the CD received on April 15th. CD's staff have reviewed the petition and information submitted. And based on this review, the CD is recommending that the State Board of Education hold a public hearing and thereafter conditionally approve, with 1 condition and 10 technical amendments, the request to establish Odeo 2 under the oversight of the State Board for a 5-year term, effective July 1, 2016 through June 30th, 2021. Inherent to this recommendation, the CD is proposing the following condition: that Odeo 2 must adhere to the terms and conditions as noted in attachment 1 of the item, State Board standard conditions on opening and operation. Additionally, inherent to this recommendation, the CD is proposing the following technical amendment: that the Odeo 2 petition be revised to remove the resource centers located in Escondido and San Marcos, as these facilities do not comply with the requirements under Education Code Section 47605.1 sub D. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools considered the Odeo 2 petition at its June 7th, 2016 meeting and voted to recommend that the State Board approve the charter petition with 8 of the technical amendments instead of the 10 that is being proposed or recommended by the CDE. Specifically, the ACCS proposed the following: to approve the Odeo 2 charter as recommended by the CDE, but to include all 5 resource centers as opposed to just the 3, the 2 in Carlsbad and 1 in Westminster. An amendment to strike the language as proposed by the CDE on emissions and revert to what Odeo 2 has in its petition on sibling preferences. The motion passed with a vote of 7-1. Odeo 2 is proposing to serve approximately 510 pupils in transitional kindergarten through grade 12 in year 1, expanding to 800 pupils in TK through grade 12 by year 4. Odeo 2 proposes to offer an independent study home school program modeled after Odeo Charter School, an existing charter school that's authorized by the San Diego Unified School District that's been in existence since 2001. Odeo 2 proposes to operate 5 resource centers, 4 in San Diego County, with 2 in Carlsbad, 1 in San Marcos, and 1 in Escondido, and 1 in Westminster, Orange County. So next I'd like to just discuss really briefly the issue of location and site limitations, specifically the resource centers. There was quite a long discussion at the ACCS meeting about this, and it's regarding the CDE's technical amendment that we're proposing to remove 2 of the 5 resource centers. and the fact that the statutes in question have been the subject of separate litigation in two counties in opposite ends of the state, one in San Diego County and one in Shasta County. Well, some of you may be familiar with the cases. I thought I'd provide a very brief layperson's overview of the applicability to the CD's analysis. And I see that there's quite a number of attorneys in the room, so I know if my layperson overview is not correct, someone will most likely provide those corrections to me. The complaints involve the charter statutes that address location and geographic site limitations. The complaints are factually not identical, and the Superior Court's final statement of decision for each case resulted in different outcomes. Most importantly, neither court decision is relevant in this matter before you, which is the Adeo 2 petition request. So under California law, Superior Court or trial court decisions are binding only on the parties to the complaint. The decisions are not precedent binding to any non-party entity. If a trial court decision is appealed, the outcome of an appellate decision has the potential to have a broad impact, as a decision could be precedent binding to parties outside of the litigation. I would note that the Shasta decision has been appealed to the 3rd District Court of Appeal. However, that has not been heard before the Court of Appeal. It's been delayed, so it is currently pending, and there is no appellate court decision before you to consider. Also, the State Board is not bound by either of the trial court decisions. Thus, the SB's responsibility in this matter is to review the facts and apply the law. The city has done so, and we interpret the statutory language to require non-classroom-based charter schools to comply with the same site limitations that apply to other charter schools. Specifically, Education Code Section 47605.1, sub A paragraph 2, provides that a charter school granted by the State Board may locate only within the geographic boundaries of the chartering entity that initially denied the charter. This supports the 2 resource centers in Carlsbad. Education Code Section 47605.1 sub C provides that a charter school may establish a resource center, meeting space, or other satellite facility located in a county adjacent to that in which the charter school is authorized if the facility is used exclusively for educational support, for non-classroom-based independent study, and the charter school provides its primary educational services in, and a majority of the pupils it serves are students of the county where the school is authorized. This supports the 1 resource center in Westminster, Orange County. And lastly, Education Code Section 47605.1 sub D provides that a single site outside of the district boundaries but within the county is permissible, but only where one of the following occurs. Either the school attempted but was unable to locate a facility within the district, or the site outside the district is temporary. Adeo 2 has not established either of these situations in this case. Therefore, the 2 resource centers in Escondido and San Marcos in San Diego County are not supported by the statute. Based on this analysis, the CD is recommending a technical amendment to revise the petition to remove the 2 resource centers located in Escondido and San Marcos. So in summary, the CD finds that the Adeo 2 petition is consistent with sound educational practice. The petitioners are demonstrably likely to implement the program set forth in the petition, and the petition provides a reasonably comprehensive description of the required elements, noting that some do require technical amendment as we proposed. The CD recommends that the State Board hold a public hearing to approve the petition to establish Adeo 2 under the oversight of the State Board with the condition and technical amendments as recommended by the Department. The Adeo 2 petitioner is here to address the board, and as always, CD staff can answer any questions that you have.
All right, thank you. Any technical questions for members of the, Cindy, I think we have a technical question here. Yes, or we have
I just want to
hearing.
clarify when you said, Cindy, that the statute does not support the location or the additional sites. Is the interpretation that the statute refers to sites or resource centers? Because I thought there's some lack of clarity about those 2 terms.
It is. There's the 3 statutes that I mentioned. It's the department's interpretation that the statutes apply to all schools equally, to non-classroom and classroom-based. It doesn't make a distinction. And I think that was sort of a point of disagreement with our analysis versus maybe those from externally.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I think we have a public hearing on this. Hearing no more technical discussion, we'll open the public hearing. So each side has 10 minutes. And so I'll open the public hearing with those who support the charter school proposal as recommended. I don't want to have the, how do I phrase this? Because of the petitioners, yes. All right, that's how I phrase it. Okay, 10 minutes for the petitioners to present their case, and then we will turn to the opponents.
Is there a thing to click it, or do I just? Good afternoon, Tim Tudor. I'm with the Adeo 2 development team. Thank you very much for having us here to talk about the Adeo 2 charter petition. It is a very strong petition. We appreciate CDE and SB staffs to recommend approval of this charter petition, and we do ask that you would also follow the ACCS Commission's recommendation to approve this with all resource centers included, as we do feel that they are lawful, and it's a practice that has been approved by many districts, including the State Board last year when you approved the Olive Grove Charter School with resource centers outside the boundaries of the district and outside and out in adjacent counties. So we do ask that you do approve it with all resource centers included. This started back in the fall of 2015. Adeo Charter School, which is the model for Adeo Charter School 2, has been operating as a very successful ASAM charter school under the authorization of San Diego Unified School District since 2001. It is important to note that they classify Adeo as a K-12 independent study program. During the renewal process this last fall, it was unanimously renewed for a fourth charter term. But during the renewal process, there were some clarifications made where 5 of the resource centers were removed from the charter petition. Those 5 resource centers make up this Adeo 2 petition to you today. We've had a long understood tradition with San Diego Unified for over 15 years that a non-classroom based independent study program could be located in the district, in the county in which the district's located, and adjacent counties, because by law, those are the students you can serve, county and adjacent counties. So we find ourselves in the crossfire of new approach to where non-classroom-based charter schools can be located. It is of note that back in 2010, the district approved Adeo Charter School with the same Carlsbad and Escondido resource centers within the charter petition, along with the language that we would continue to establish resource centers in the county and adjacent counties where we can serve kids. Again, it's very likely that there are hundreds of resource centers around the state that do tremendous work serving at-risk students with a non-classroom based independent study model, just as you approved Olive Grove overwhelmingly last year. We took this petition to Carlsbad Unified School District for these 5 resource centers because we did have 2 resource centers located in that district, and the overwhelming demand that we are seeing from Carlsbad, this just finishing up this 15-16 school year, we served nearly 400 students alone from that district, and San Diego Unified wrote a letter of good standing of support urging Carlsbad to approve this petition. It is of note that Carlsbad has never approved a charter school, and on appeal, when they did not, we took it to the county, and San Diego County Office of Education has not approved a charter school since 2001, and that was the one time they've done that, so 15 years. Looking a little closer at just the numbers, in Carlsbad specifically, these are July 1 through June 30 totals. You can see the continued demand of Adeo from students in this district. Just last year alone, we now have served almost 400 students. If you look a little specifically at these locations that are currently operating, the 2 Carlsbad resource centers are located in San Diego County, in the north part of the county. with a current enrollment of 302 students. Some of them are behind you today. 12 staff members established over 7 years ago. Square footage, a little over 2,000 square feet and a little under 2,000 square feet for both resource centers, and it's within the boundaries of Carlsbad Unified. Just so you know, this is located in a Westfield mall. It's part of a partnership so that kids that are at risk of dropping out have the opportunity to go to school and work in the same place. And so it gives them opportunities if they need to support their families by working, or if they just want to learn retail merchandising skills, to give them a new kind of innovative place to go to school. Just outside the boundaries of Carlsbad Unified is our San Marcos Resource Center, also within San Diego County. We have 84 students currently attending there, 4 staff members, established about 4 years ago, 3,500 square feet, and it's only 2.4 miles from the boundaries of Carlsbad Unified. The next city over, you have Escondido Resource Center, also within the county. 134 students currently there, 7 staff members. We established 7 years ago, also in a Westfield mall where students have the ability to work and go to school in the same place. And about 2,700 square feet, and it's about 13.1 miles from Carlsbad District. Up in the county above us, we have Westminster Resource Center in Orange County. We have 156 students currently there, 6 staff members, established about 4 years ago, 2,700 square feet, and it's 70.4 miles from the boundaries of Carlsbad Unified School District. So total current enrollment right now is 676 with the 4 resource centers in San Diego County and 1 adjacent in Westminster, Orange County. If you look at the map of where we are located in San Diego County, you could see the yellow stars represent Carlsbad resource centers. The orange stars and right next door are the San Marcos and Escondido resource centers, and the Westminster Resource Center above is the purple star. So essentially, if we were to follow the CDE recommendation to approve this without San Marcos and Escondido, the ones closest to Carlsbad could not be included. So you could have A, the yellow star Carlsbad, and C, the purple star Westminster, but not B, the San Marcos and Escondido, the orange stars nearby. But it's very clear that you can serve students in the county in which you're authorized and adjacent counties, and you have to have the majority of your students in the county in which you're authorized, not the district. Again, this is very clearly a non-classroom based charter school. These resource centers are used exclusively for the use of independent study educational support. The majority have to be within the county if they're authorized. It is a 12-month program, and students typically come in 2 times per week for 2 to 3 hours at a time to get the support they need from our teachers, use the technology, and access resources. It is mostly one-on-one tutoring, and again, technology access. You're not going to find gymnasiums, library, cafeterias. Some of the challenges over the approach to where non-classroom based charter schools can be located comes from site-based programs operating under non-classroom based approach. So again, there's no gym, no cafeteria, no library. This is not a campus environment. Here's a picture of one of our resource centers, students working on technology, working with their teachers one-on-one, kind of the one room schoolhouse type of model. Just another picture here of our non-classroom based independent study program. The resource center, students coming in, working at the tables, working with our teachers, progressing on their classes. They do 1 class a month. Again, just another few pictures of students working at resource centers here. Some of our resource centers have tables that are designated for tutoring in the different subjects. The design is that for the upper grades, they're really working on students that come behind on credits that need a different environment to get caught up. Some return back to their comprehensive setting. Some stay and graduate with us. The TK5 programs primarily designated for homeschool families. It is all personalized learning. All of our courses, we have a very extensive list of UC, A to G courses and NCAA courses, and aligned to the Common Core and Next Generation Science Standards. If you look at our demographics, we really do serve the communities, mirror the demographics of the communities we serve. Over 60% of our kids are socioeconomically disadvantaged. Significant group of English learners, homeless students, foster students, pregnant and parenting students. Half of our population is Hispanic or Latino, 30% approximately Caucasian, 10% African American, 2% Asian. Very diverse group of students. Our goal, our core competency is about transforming lives, and it really is about giving kids a second chance in a different environment to engage their interests, and they come for a variety of reasons. They're fantastic kids. They really are just super. Their families are very supportive, and they really just need a different environment. So we really look at individualizing the education, personalizing it, finding students different interests so they can move forward. Every student has a Naviance account to help facilitate some of the pathways, whether they look for four-year, they want to go to four-year university, two-year community college, they enter the workforce, or they go to the military. We promote all pathways for students. Over the last 5 years, we've graduated over 800 students. Most of them were not on track to graduate. If you look at the accomplishments of Adeo Charter School, we were, as an ASAM school, back when the state was giving out API scores, we were in the top 2% of API scores for ASAM schools. Prior to being designated by the CD as ASAM, our similar school ranking was a 10. We received a 6-year clear term of accreditation from WAS, not 6-year with 3-year review, 6-year clear. Again, extensive UC A to G courses. 80% of our students, 10th graders, passed the CASE.
Time.
Can I just have 2 more minutes?
Maybe you can come back. Yeah, we'll have to.
Okay.
10 minutes on each side. Okay. So we'll now have 10 minutes for the opponents to the petition.
Can I take a little bit of their time?
10 opponents. Are there any speakers? No opponents. Okay. So I'm going to declare the public hearing closed then. And now yes, we will have public comment. The public hearing is just the 10-minute area. So let's have board member discussion, then we will have public comment.
During this part, are we allowed to ask questions of the petitioner?
Yes.
Or would you rather we didn't?
I think you can ask questions, and then we'll have the public comment.
Okay, you want to come back?
Do you have a question for him?
My question is, what was on the last 2 slides?
We appreciate it because we have a lot of teachers here that are really supportive of this, and we have a 95% retention rate of teachers over the last 3 years. Our staff compensation is 5% higher than San Diego Unified School District, and our benefits package is 100% and paid by the employer and all eligible dependents. All of our teachers are supported by teacher assistants, and we have a partnership with Ventura County Office of Education to provide professional development in verification process for special settings, the VPSS, and with San Diego County Office of Education for Leading Edge Certified. Student achievement, again, the API scores in all significant subgroups increased over the last 3 years, and a very low dropout rate of Hispanic, African American, white students, less than 3, 1, and 3 and 2%. Again, extremely fiscally sustainability fiscally is very important for us. We've never had a financial audit exception. We've always received 100% funding for SB 740, and it allows us to continue to serve the neediest of students. We have a lot of support here. They've been waiting here for about 5 hours outside. Flew up today from all these resource centers to be here today. So tremendous amount of community support, fantastic people, and I just would urge you to take the ACCS recommendation. We see no reason why you could not have resource centers outside of the boundaries of the district, but one up in an adjacent county when you have to serve all kids within the county. There's no reason why we could not have all these resource centers listed in this petition. It's about kids, and we need to be there to serve them. So please approve this petition. Thank you.
Okay, are there other board questions of that I want to ask before we hear public comment? Okay, so we're ready for public comment, 1 minute apiece.
We have 29 speakers, so if we could have the first 6 speakers line up. Ken Burt, Jeff Stemple, Gail Levine, Sierra Payton, Michael Hanna. Did I say Colby Loop? Coop. Miriam Mayer.
I'm waiting for the pass up.
Okay, you may proceed.
Ken Bird on behalf of the California Teachers Association. Should you grant this charter, you need to monitor this group very closely. There was some one-sided story about their relationship with the San Diego schools. There's a newspaper article here from the San Diego Union Charter, or Union Tribune, that suggests, being an attorney, this is not evidence, but that it's a public allegation concerning conflict of interest and some self-dealing. So you need to monitor them very closely. My preference is, and we probably need legislation on this in the future, but my preference is we need to put the word local control back into the local district. The local district and the county basically said no. And this is also a connivance to get around the clear law. If you grant it, you can't give them the other two resources. You're inviting a lawsuit. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Hanna. I am the military advisor and Cadet Corps Commandant for the Adeo Charter School. And as such, I'm fortunate enough to witness firsthand the transformation that these cadets experience. The California Cadet Corps is an applied leadership program where participating cadets are challenged on multiple levels, resulting in student growth. Students become more resilient, more aware of their potential, and the opportunities the world has to offer. Studies by the California Military Department show that 86% of Cadet Corps graduates pursue higher education as a result of our strong academic emphasis. Cadets attend school at a higher rate, have less disciplinary infractions, and earn an average of 0.54 GPA points higher than their peers. Adeo is particularly well suited for the cadet program. Our school model encourages students to become adaptive, teaches them time management, and allows them to practice balancing responsibilities and coursework. The California Cadet Corps is one of the many tools that Adeo Charter School uses to engage our students and allows me to contribute to our mission of transforming lives. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Stemple. I'm a Charter School of San Diego alumni and current Adeo education specialist. I first came to an Adeo model school as a struggling student, and I always found the traditional school setting difficult. Amongst personal problems, education never interested me. Under our program, I was so impressed by the freedom that I had to learn at my own pace that I actually started to accelerate in my studies. I took advantage of the one-on-one support and the interactions I had with the teachers and instructional staff. The Adeo model gave me the flexibility and the accountability I needed to graduate high school and then college. I now hold a Bachelor of Arts degree and a master's degree. 10 years later, I now work as a special education case manager. Adeo is able to personalize our students' education plans and offer support services along with online instruction. As a former student and a current teacher, I urge you to approve Adeo 2, so families can have the option to send their children to a school that has shaped the future of thousands of students' lives, including my own. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sierra Payton, and I'm a graduate from Adeo. About 8 months ago, I decided to enroll in Adeo for the California Cadet Corps program, which was not offered at my previous school. I joined the program because I expected it would help me prepare for my career in the Navy once I graduated. I didn't know that I would also gain leadership and discipline skills, not only to succeed in the program, but also in the classroom as well. Adeo's values of responsibility and self-motivation mirror those of the Corps. During my Cadet Corps career at Aldeo, I have earned ribbons, a medic badge, and a CPR and EMR certification. I have learned that with the right discipline and attitude, I can conquer all my goals I set for myself. The program offered through Aldeo has given me so many opportunities and tools to succeed in life. As a graduate and a former cadet, I am proudly...
Time.
Thank you.
Sally's a first grader with spina bifida. Jojo hated going to school and was falling behind. Seth was 2 years ahead of grade level in reading, but 2 years behind in math. The parents of these children and many more deserve the opportunity to personalize their children's education. My name is Gail Levine. As a 30-year educator, a 12-year homeschool charter administrator, and one of the Aldeo 2's development team, I promise you that Aldeo 2 holds the highest standards for education. We provide our families with high-quality curriculum that meets Common Core standards and assist them step by step to ensure their children receive pedagogically sound instruction at home. Today, Sally's on target to enter 2nd grade despite numerous health issues and procedures. Jojo recently wrote a 5-page adventure story set in the Cretaceous period, including all of his scientific research. Seth continues to excel in language arts and is catching up in math. I urge you to approve Aldeo 2's petition and allow us to continue providing excellent options for children who homeschool.
Time.
Thank you.
Can we have the following speakers line up? Andre Yaney, Tabitha Barreto, Abby Barreto, Dr. Tom Davis, Marjorie Schubert, Jamila Wardak, Dominic Rios.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariam Maher, and I'd like to share my positive experience at Aldeo. The difference between my experience at Aldeo and the traditional schools is that the teaching at Aldeo is personal. Teachers support all different learning styles. They provide us with different ways to learn. Common world skills are taught in addition to traditional subjects. For example, I have improved my organization skills, learned how to ace an interview, and was taught how to apply for a college. Things that are so important to success, but ironically are often overlooked. I get better grades at Aldeo, and not because it is easier, but because the teachers believe in me enough for me to finally believe in myself. I am so thankful for the staff at Aldeo, and that I have found a school that is determined to help me succeed and to understand what I can do to be successful in school and life. Thank you.
There are mind-numbingly immense amount of variables that decide who we are. So many that we're all considered individuals. And while traditional schools do attempt to cope with all of these differences, there are plenty of outliers whose needs cannot be met within a traditional model. Aldeo Charter School is best suited to reach those outliers. It can address each student's individual situation, even as it changes. For me, this has been the best experience imaginable. I can work as fast as I want to, when I want to, and take my time when I need to. I can put aside my textbook at any moment to reflect on what I've learned. And when more pressing issues arise, I can always push my studies later into the day. The benefits of the school are tremendous and stretch farther than academics and farther than my time limit. But it's already pretty clear our educational system needs a Aldeo Charter School. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tabitha Barreto, and I'm a junior at Aldeo Charter School at the Escondido Resource Center. At Aldeo, I have learned the importance of an education, and I no longer dread going to school. I am now highly successful in school, and I don't accept anything lower than an A for myself. I believe that I have more opportunities to better myself at Aldeo than I ever would have had at my previous school. I have received various awards, scholarships, and opportunities for my academics at Aldeo. I was even asked to attend Stanford's law program this summer, which you can only get through a letter of recommendation and evaluation. Aldeo has afforded me these opportunities through successful teaching. Today, I ask you on behalf of all the students that would be affected by these possible closures to consider our current achievements and our bright futures made possible to us because of Aldeo Charter School. It seems illogical to me why there would be any boundary lines on our education. Thank you.
Hi. I've been up since 3, so it's been a super long day for us.
Adeo 2 and its resource centers in question are critical to our students' education. As a parent, I really cannot adequately express my gratitude for what this school has done for my daughter Tabitha. The change in her is immense. The guidance and support of her teacher and the Adeo staff have made her journey a positive one. She is well on her way to becoming an Adeo success story. Please know that this school changes lives. Boundary lines are what brought us here again today. I would like to state that there should never be boundary lines when it comes to the education of our children. I would hope that we can get this issue resolved favorably, in our favor, of course. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Tom Davis. I'm a retired high school principal and college professor. During my tenure, I learned, as you did, that assessment is an important part of measurement. There are different kinds of assessment. Now we call them multiple measures. Some are like the Common Core standards, but there are other kinds. This year in 2016, the Charter Schools of San Diego was the only public school in America to win the Baldrige Malcolm Award, which originated in the Office of the President of the United States and was delivered by the Department of Commerce. 10 people visited this institution last year. They spent numerous hours poring over journals of importance that outline the school's processes, practices, and procedures. They visited classrooms and spoke to parents, students, and teachers. In April of this year, representatives from this great institution traveled to Baltimore, where they were presented with the Malcolm Baldrige Award for 2016, the only traditional public school, or the only charter public school in the United States. What an achievement. Please give them your consideration.
Hi, my name is Marjorie Schubert, and I'm an Adeo parent. I'm also proud to say I teach in our local public school. However, I send my daughter to a charter. She was recently diagnosed or newly diagnosed with an anxiety disorder, formerly called school phobia. And in traditional public and private schools, we tried both. They just didn't meet her needs. Often overwhelmed, she'd display anxiety. Sorry, I'm going to do this again. Anyway, it came off as anger or odd, and the kids would react. And she'd feel terrible. I'm sorry, I'd feel terrible. And, oh my God. I'll be quick. Literally feels like a pit in your stomach when you send your child out and you know it's not the most suitable place for her to develop best. Well, it was academically, she was fine, but it wasn't conducive to her self-esteem or her self-development. And literally, Adeo was like an answer to a prayer, and I'm a person who doesn't pray very often. Last bit. Thank you.
Would the following speakers please line up? David Quezada, Jay Garrity, Admiral Lynn Herring, Stephanie Starr, Jeanette Perez, Kim Dotter.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamila Wardak, teacher at the Escondido Resource Center Adeo Charter School. I want to share with you about how students are able to complete their courses with a flexible schedule in our program. Students can come to the Resource Center 1 to 2 times a week to meet with their teacher, but they do the majority of their schoolwork at home. This allows students to work independently at their own pace and allows for teachers to be able to meet and work with students one-on-one, providing a personalized learning experience. Please approve Adeo 2 so all students can benefit from our innovative educational program that caters to students' individual needs. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dominic Rios, and for the past 3 years, I have been fortunate to serve as a teacher at Adeo Charter School. I say fortunate because Adeo's mission to transform the lives of its students aligns with the values of service and social justice that were instilled in me both as a student at Santa Clara University and as a Teach for America Corps member. Adeo provides an educational alternative for students who find themselves unsuccessful in a traditional setting. The personal attention our students receive allow teachers to directly combat the potential educational obstacles of socioeconomic status, language barriers, and learning disabilities, factors that should never minimize a student's potential. At Adeo, teachers create individualized learning plans based on students' interests, post-high school pathway, and overall academic proficiency, which allows us to create curriculum that engages the full potential of our students. The result is that many experience both personal and academic confidence for the very first time while at IDEO. Witnessing this transformative nature of education ensures me that I truly am making a difference in my community.
Time.
I urge you to allow this process to continue for our students in North County, San Diego. Thank you.
Good afternoon. As a board member of Adeo Charter School, I have a bird's eye view of the program and can only say great things about the change it's able to create in students, families, and their futures. What I really want to talk about and what inspires me so much to serve as a board member is the attitude shift Adeo inspires in our students. Because of Adeo, students learn to believe in themselves and our school system. They realize it's a place where they can succeed. Many students who enroll at Adeo lack not only the academic skills to be successful in a traditional school setting, but also the confidence in their skills and abilities. From a statewide vantage point, Adeo Charter School is a critical component of our educational system, helping some of our state's most at-risk students realize that they have the skills to greatly contribute to our school system, state, and country. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jay Garrity, and I'm a school coordinator at Adeo Charter School. I've been with the organization for over 8 years. Your support of Adeo 2 will give the residents of Carlsbad, San Marcos, Escondido, and Westminster access to a quality educational program. Students from these communities have consistently enrolled in our resource centers the past couple of years because they are looking for something that is local, safe, and offers a small learning environment. While IDEO is designed to expand learning opportunities for all students, we place a special emphasis on engaging students who are at risk and struggle in school. We are able to successfully engage these students because teachers work closely with students and families to identify and craft personal, academic, and post-secondary goals. We infuse technology into the curriculum and provide the one-on-one tutoring support that students need to advance and master course content. If you are committed to creating innovative schools that push students to reach their full potential, then you should stand behind this petition today. Thank you for your time, service, and consideration.
Good afternoon. I'm retired Rear Admiral Len Herring, and I'm currently serving as the chairman of the board for San Diego Charter Schools, the winner of the Malcolm Baldrige Award. I'm here to attest to the incredible difference this program has made to so many students who, by no fault of their own, have fallen short in their studies. And what an incredible education opportunity this has provided for each of those students so that they can succeed and provide for their prospects in the future. I've heard their stories. I've been witness to their incredible feats of self-determination and success inspired by the charter school program that places students first. There are no boundaries, as has already been said. We are talking about the student. It's an incredible program, and the Adeo model puts the most vulnerable students from the brink of dropping out and helps them graduate or returns them to the traditional so that they can be a contributing member of our society and help the economy grow.
Time.
Seriously? Yeah. Wow. Anyway, I hope that you approve the charter as it's written. Carlsbad and San Marco are strong in the military presence, and I got involved in this in 2001 because of what it provides for our military students. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Starr. I'm a coordinator for Adeo Charter School. Adeo 2 is strongly committed to serving the needs of all students with all types of learning abilities. Currently, Adeo serves a 15% special education population, the overwhelming majority of which enroll at grades 10, 11, and 12 with IEPs already in place. So why are they enrolling in our program? Here are some highlights that reflect what we hear over and over again from parents. From a parent of a 10th grade student who was enrolled for 6 months, quote, "This is the best IEP meeting I've ever participated in. Thank you so much for caring." And this is a student who had qualified since the 3rd grade. Another parent of an 11th grade student enrolled for 2 years said, "I finally don't have any concerns. I feel confident that she'll be able to graduate and be ready for college. I didn't know we would ever get here." This through tears. You know, the whole team was actually crying.
Time.
Thank you for your consideration.
Will the following speakers please line up? Amanda Orozco, Rachel Thomas, Sarahi Karas, David Toston, Lisa Kaur, Erica Martinez.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeanette Perez. I am speaking for my daughter, Maria, who graduated June 9th, started college on June 13th, and she was in class today. So this is her message to you. When I started high school, I had social anxiety and felt uneasy. When I tried conversing with other students, they turned a cold shoulder, and students would either ignore me or tease me. I was being bullied, and there were only two options I could choose. I could sit through it or go to another school. So I left and enrolled at Adeo Charter School. My transition to Adeo was difficult in 9th grade when I received the news that my father had been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. In the 9 months my father fought cancer, I was filled with never-ending worry. Adeo teachers were by my side the entire time, providing endless support and made sure I stayed caught up in school. I feel so thankful I was in a school environment where I could excel, free from the bullying I experienced before, and alongside teachers who had seen me through the hardest moment in my life. I know that Adeo has prepared me to attend USD with its rigorous curriculum and support. I hope you will vote today to support the petition for Adeo Charter School 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is my daughter, Michaela. She has ADHD, but she has always done above average with A's and B's. Michaela transitioned into high school, but the increased work in the classes started to really take a toll, even though she had a wonderful team of teachers and counselors. She went from happy to stressed and overwhelmed, which led to missing school and falling behind. She would often go to the bathroom during class and cry and not go back to class. Unfortunately, it got so difficult for Michaela that she threatened to take her life and just make the stress of school end. This was unacceptable to us, and I was not going to lose my daughter because school was too stressful. One of her teachers told me about Adeo Charter School in San Marcos. She started her sophomore year there, and her life immediately changed. She has an amazing team of teachers and counselors that work very closely with her, and she is back to her happy self, excelling in school. I have researched all the schools in my area, and there are no schools in our area that can provide Michaela the same accommodations at Adeo. Thank you.
Can you guys see me? Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Orozco, and I'm the school counselor at Adeo. We believe kids come first. I review each and every student transcript at enrollment and create a personalized plan based on their needs. Some students are working full-time to support families, dealing with medical issues, and more. We do home visits when students miss school because we care. We strive to meet kids where they are and make genuine connections. In my work, I've seen dropout students become re-engaged and thrive. Students who are the first in their families to graduate. Teen moms balance parenthood and coursework. And a motivated young lady graduated an entire year early and transitioned straight into college. Every child deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them, who understands the power of connection and insists they become the best they can be. Closing any of our resource centers would significantly and negatively impact our students. Please keep the doors to all of our resource centers open and allow us to continue to transform young lives. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Rachel Thomas, the curriculum coordinator at Adeo. All of our students have a personalized learning plan developed specifically for them. They are placed in the appropriate courses to graduate or return to their traditional school setting. Each student is required to take rigorous college preparatory courses, which are NCAA, UC A to G, and College Board approved. Once our students arrive academically deficient for a variety of reasons. Regardless of this, we believe that they deserve a rigorous education so that they graduate college and career ready. New students are given a confidence survey upon their enrollment. Every student retakes this confidence survey 90 days later. The overall results show a dramatic change. On average, there are a 25% increase in confidence compared to when they first arrived at school. When students believe they can achieve, they can and do. Please support Ardeo's renewal, and let's continue to work together to give Ardeo students the tools and skills they need to achieve their full potential. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarahi. I'm speaking on behalf of Ardeo because the school has helped me a lot. In regular high school as a freshman, I fell behind in credits and felt myself digging into a hole that was only getting deeper and deeper. I went to Ardeo my sophomore year for summer school, and when I returned to my old school, the same thing happened again. The stress of not graduating was scary. If I wanted to be something when I grew up, I had to continue going to school, but it no longer seemed worth it. One day, my summer school teacher, Mrs. Chase, called to ask my mom how I was doing. Mrs. Chase was like a ray of sunshine in a storm. We decided I should finish the school year and enroll at Ardeo for my senior year. Once back at Ardeo, I quickly caught up with my credits and was on track to graduate. The teachers were very helpful. We worked one-on-one and I got the attention I needed. I am now more accountable and I learned to prioritize my responsibilities. I graduated in June and was proud to have delivered the graduation speech. My next step is going to South Africa to do missionary work. Voting in our favor is a vote for our future. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erica Vera, and I attend the Ardeo Charter School in Westminster. I've been there for about a year, and I have seen and experienced the great environment of the school and their options. I wanted to enroll to see how well I could excel independently, and I found out that I am able to learn more efficiently than at a traditional high school. All in all, learning on my own has proved to be successful, and with the help of my teachers, I am able to progress with my classes fluently. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Colby Loop, and I am part of this graduating class of Ardeo. I transferred to Ardeo with a clean discipline record, and I had straight A's in all my classes. I was at risk, but not of failing out, burning out. One of the biggest benefits of Ardeo was a flexible schedule, and as a student who has to work to support my family, I can tell you it's really exhausting to balance work and school. Ardeo allowed me to choose my own schedule and use every moment I was at school for learning and get the direct help from teachers whenever I needed it. Ardeo's focus on college and career readiness has helped me to discover my interest in the biomedical field. The teachers and counselors showed me the steps I needed to take to apply for colleges and financial aid, and I'm proud to say that I'll be attending San Jose State University this August in their biomedical engineering program. Please consider the different types of students that can thrive at Ardeo and the lives that can be transformed by doing so. Thank you.
For the last speakers, please line up. Paul Kiefer, Ricardo Soto, and Eric Premack.
Good afternoon. My name is David Toston, and I'm the Associate Superintendent for the El Dorado Charter SELPA. And what I'd like to share with you this afternoon is many of the stories that you've heard of success for students with disabilities at the Ardeo Charter School is also borne out in the data that we see in our monitoring. They are completely invested in supporting students with disabilities, as they are with all of their students, as well as having a high standard for compliance, as well as parent relationships, and most importantly, high positive outcomes for students with disabilities. And so we would like to lend our full support to the Ardeo Charter School. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Kaur, one of the partners with Young Minnie and Kaur, here providing legal representation to the petitioners for Ardeo 2. We respectfully ask for your support of your Advisory Commission on Charter Schools recommendation of approval of Ardeo 2. The ACCS recommendation is consistent with current law, public policy, and aligns with the long-standing historical interpretation of the CDE as provided by Jan Sterling in 2002, right after AB 1994 was adopted, the Charter Schools Division Director in 2009, and CDE's published frequently asked questions. The law has not changed. Our office provided the CDE, the ACCS, and the State Board of Education members with 2 letters which detail the legal support for the ACCS recommendation for approval. And we are here today to offer to answer any questions of State Board members and to share our support for Ardeo 2. Thank you for your time and your service. Thank you.
My name is Paul Kiefer. I am with Pacific Charter Institute, and after 2 days of board meetings that I've been watching with you and seeing all the excitement that you've had to enjoy, I can say that this is a great example of the nexus between CTE and A through G. And I don't think there's a lot of examples in the state of California. but here's a school that actually is bringing those two together, and there's many charter schools like this. And I think this would be a great one for the state board to both approve and to work with so that we can move forward in California. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ricardo Soto. I'm the General Counsel with the California Charter School Association. And I just wanted to come up and say that we submitted a letter that identified our legal positions on the issues that the CDE staff raised with respect to the location of the resource centers by Aldeo Charter School under this petition, and we disagree with their recommendation. We recommend that the State Board of Education follow the recommendation of the ACCS to approve the petition without any conditions. I think that the testimony of the staff and the students today is a testament to the great work that Aldeo is doing, and based on their wonderful track record, we recommend that the State Board approve this petition. Thank you.
Eric Premack, Charter School Center. I'll associate myself with all the other remarks and just say that we've been working with this organization and its leadership team for a long, long time. They easily run one of the strongest and most respected schools, not just in the state, but in the country. Their track record is flawless and very strong. The facilities in question here are widely understood to be very much legal and within the spirit and letter and intent of the law, and we would urge you to approve the charter without conditions. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment, so we're ready for discussion from our liaisons. Board Member Holliday.
Thank you. So just to be clear, make sure the board understands the various stages of this decision. Initially, the CDE's recommendation was to approve the charter with 10 technical amendments, and two of those technical amendments were rejected by the ACCS. Both the location of the two resource centers in question, plus also the ACCS voted to remove the CDE's restrictions on admission preferences that appear in the petition. So I'm going to speak for my colleague that Member Williams and I would like to, after your discussion, put forward the motion that we approve the CDE's recommendation with 9 technical amendments. And the technical amendment that we feel should not be a part of the motion would be the closure of the 2 resource centers. In other words, we support the petition with all 5 resource centers staying open. But that would, in other words, 9 technical amendments as opposed to the 8. The reason we feel this way is because we feel that it would negatively impact students and their teachers, and a program that is serving an interesting population of students who genuinely benefit from this program and the type of program that it offers. We don't believe that a definitive decision has been that we're under the burden of a definitive decision, and that our interpretation coincides with the charter school's interpretation and the interpretation that this board has taken from time to time in the past, plus many districts who have authorized non-classroom-based charters have also taken in the past. So at the appropriate time, after your questions, I will make that motion.
Okay. Board member discussion? Board Member Burr.
If I understood you correctly, Bruce, the other amendment having to do with admission preference, you're not recommending, or you're agreeing with the department's recommendation?
Correct. We are agreeing with the
ACCS.
department's recommendation.
Okay, but that's different than what ACCS?
That is different
Okay.
from the ACCS.
Thank you.
Any more discussion by board members? Okay, Board Member Williams.
Member Burr, just to clarify from my viewpoint on that is that it's not so much that we're agreeing with the department's recommendation on preferences. It's just that our objective, our priority today is to move forward the motion with all 5 resource centers, and we hope to take up at a later date the issue about preferences and what the law allows or doesn't allow.
I think we're ready for a motion then.
So I move to approve the CDE's recommendation to approve the petition, but without the technical amendment to remove the resource centers in San Marcos and Escondido.
And I would second that motion.
All right, no further board discussion. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, do we have 6? Okay, 7 carries. Okay, and we had 3. Pardon? Are there any no votes? One abstention, 1 no vote. Okay, that concludes that item. Yeah, so the charter school and its 5 centers are approved. Okay, now we have a material revision. On the YU International Charter School. WayU, sorry. Go ahead, Cindy.
Okay. So the next 3 items are requests for a material revision. And I'm going to briefly just provide a quick overview so that when I present the items, I've already kind of gone through the process piece, so this covers for all 3 requests. These requests are a material revision for an existing charter petition for a school that's already been approved by the state board. So these are state board authorized charter schools that were approved this year, and one was last year. Current law requires the charter schools submit a complete charter petition that include the revisions that they are seeking. The CD's review is not limited just to the revisions in the petition, but we are required to review the entire petition as well as any of the documents submitted, including a revised multi-year fiscal plan. The purpose is to determine whether the educational program is sound, the charter school is likely to implement the program in the petition, and that the petition provides a reasonably comprehensive description of the required elements. Since these are state-approved charter schools, there are no local agency findings, and that's the major difference between a material revision, the way we review it, and an establishment similar to the prior request from ODEO. The action before the state board is to either approve or deny the request. Approval of the request allows the charter school to implement the material revision petition that the state board approves, which would include any conditions or any technical amendments imposed by the state board. Denial of the request, which has to be based on factual findings, will have a significant impact for all 3 charter schools. I wanted to note that up front. Kind of briefly, for WayU International Charter School, item 9, and Ross Valley Charter, item 10, both are requesting a delay in opening the charter school for a year. A denial of their request would result in termination of the charter schools. For Rocket Ship Mount Diablo, item 11, the charter school is requesting to reduce its enrollment and the grade levels served in year 1. A denial would require the charter school to either seek a larger facility, which may not be possible because the school is planning to open in the current year, or they would have to obtain a second facility which would separate the school, since they are currently going to accept a Prop 39 facility, and the whole plan is they don't want to separate the school into 2 locations. So I'll reiterate that again when I present each item, and that's a brief overview of the 3 requests. So item 9 is a request for a material revision from a current state board authorized charter school. WayU International Charter School was originally denied by the Moreland School District and the Santa Clara County Board of Education. WayU appealed to the state, and the state board approved the charter school in May 2015 for a 5-year term to serve up to 375 pupils in kindergarten through grade 5. WayU was scheduled to open in the current year in the Moreland School District boundaries. However, due to difficulties in securing facilities, WayU is requesting a material revision to the charter to delay opening until next fiscal year, 2017-18. WayU submitted the request for material revision to the state board, which the CD received on April 15th. Based on our review of the petition documents, the CD is recommending that the State Board hold a public hearing and thereafter approve with one condition and 9 technical amendments the request for a material revision to the WAU Charter petition. Inherent to the recommendation is the following condition: WAU must adhere to the terms and conditions as noted in Attachment 1 of the item, State Board Standard Conditions on Opening and Operation. Also inherent to the recommendation is the following technical amendment. WAU will provide the CDE with the WAU Board-approved revised budget projections on or before April 1st, 2017 to address each of the revenue and expenditure concerns as noted in our analysis, which you can find in the ACCS Attachment 1 item under ability to successfully implement the intended program. Additionally, the revised WAU budget must include budget narrative and assumptions covering the 4 remaining years of the charter term, updated location of the WAU facility in the Moreland School District area, updated expenditures for the facility, and an accompanying WAU board-approved and signed lease agreement for the facility within the district boundaries. The ACCS considered the WAU material revision at its June 7th meeting. At the meeting, there was considerable discussion regarding WAU's emissions preferences, which are included in the charter petition as follows: siblings of currently enrolled WAU pupils, children of WAU employees, then children of WAU founding team members, children who reside within the boundaries of the district, children who reside outside the boundaries of the district. The CD is recommending, as is our typical recommendation in this area, to change the proposed order of admission preferences to reflect our interpretation of the statute, which is existing pupils of the charter school and pupils residing in the district. Additional preferences beyond those first 2 may be permitted by the State Board and only if consistent with the law. The ACCS voted to recommend that the State Board approve the material revision with the following: extend the opening of the school for a year from the current year to 2017-18, strike the technical amendment recommended by the CDE on admissions preferences, and adopt those preferences listed in the WAU petition, material revision petition, and include all other CDE recommended technical amendments. The motion passed with a vote of 6-2. The CD reviewed the entire petition as well as the other documents, including a thorough review of the multi-year fiscal plan and budget, and we find that the proposed plan does not provide for projected operating surpluses or recommended reserves, which is the reason for the technical amendment on the fiscal issues that I had mentioned earlier. In summary, the CD finds that the WAU material revision petition meets the standards and criteria requirements, provides a reasonably comprehensive description of the required elements with the required technical amendments. As a condition of the charter school's original State Board approval, the charter school was required to open by September 30th, 2016, unless the State Board deletes or extends the deadline. Denial of the request to delay the opening would result in termination of the charter, as I noted earlier. The CD recommends that the State Board hold a public hearing and thereafter approve the request to revise the WAU petition to extend opening for a year to 2017-18 with the recommended condition and 9 technical amendments. I believe representatives from both the charter school and I think also from the school district, Moreland School District, are here to address the board. Thank you.
Okay. The State Superintendent has a comment, and then we'll have technical.
Ms. Chen?
Yeah.
Cindy? On the issue of the protocols for enrollment, what has been past practice at the board? What's the track record been like? Has it been mixed, or has it been pretty much along the lines that you recommended for this charter school?
For the enrollment?
The preferences.
Oh, the admissions preference. Yes, we've been recommending, that's been our interpretation of the statute for admissions for the last few years.
That's what I thought.
And it's been approved by the commission and the State Board. Only recently the advisory commission has sort of kind of opened up discussion in that area and has been considering alternatives. But up until the last maybe 1 or 2 meetings ago, the commission has been approving our technical amendment as we've been proposing for a while.
Okay, thank you.
And sir, to that point, both Member Williams and I do believe that should be opportunities down the road to further investigate this, to think about it, have that conversation more deeply. We don't intend to make that motion today, though.
Okay, so any other board technical comments? Yes, I know. So if there's no more of those, we will open the public hearing. I'll call on first for 10 minutes people that support the petition of. Yes, we do.
Good afternoon, State Board members and Superintendent Torlakson. My name is Felicity Miao, and I'm one of the founders and board members for the WayU International Charter School. What makes WayU unique is that we offer a bilingual English and Mandarin Common Core aligned education through the use of project-based STEAM disciplines. Our school is located in West San Jose, directly in the heart of Silicon Valley, the world's capital of technology and innovation. Being from this area, we are uniquely aware of the need for language learning opportunities and STEAM-based education. Since our state board approval last year, we have been working diligently towards building a solid foundation for success. I'd like to highlight 3 areas that we are particularly proud of. The WayU Governing Board interviewed numerous candidates for the position of Executive Director Principal and was thrilled to find Ms. Cha-Ching Lin, a Tier 1 administrative credential holder who also has 13 years, or actually 14 years, of Mandarin immersion teaching experience at the immensely popular and high-achieving Cupertino Language Immersion Program at Meyerholtz Elementary. She continues to express interest in the position of Executive Director Principal should WayU be granted approval to delay opening until fall of 2017. Ms. Lin is also here with us today and will be happy to answer any questions that you might have. WayU has also partnered with educational organizations in China and Taiwan to bring student teachers who specialize teaching Mandarin as a second language to serve as classroom aides. We have continued building our relationships with other Mandarin immersion schools, both in and outside of California. In terms of special education, we applied for and have been successfully accepted as a member of the El Dorado County Charter SELPA. We have also contracted with the North State Charter JPA, run by Jean Hatch, to provide in-service to all staff and set up our policies and procedures pertaining to special education. We promoted our school in our community via many modalities, including in English, Mandarin, and Spanish, and was rewarded with overwhelming interest in the school. By the end of our open enrollment period at the end of February, we reached 90% of our targeted first grade enrollment and had to hold a lottery for the kindergarten class. Only 56% of our kindergarten applicants were offered a spot. Our parents have affirmed their continued interest in the school, even if it will open fall of 2017. Many of our parents sent written comments to the board, and some of them are also here today to speak to in person about their enthusiasm for the school. We're here today to seek a material revision for delaying our opening until fall of 2017. As you know, finding a high-quality, affordable facility is a daunting task for any charter school, but this is particularly difficult in the heart of Silicon Valley. We attempted to secure a facility through Proposition 39, but unfortunately we were denied by the Moreland School District for the second year in a row, even though we submitted more than sufficient signatures, 108 signatures to be exact. The Moreland School District is a small school district, occupying approximately 6.5 square miles, and is largely suburban with limited suitable sites for a charter school. Through our community network, we felt extremely fortunate when we were able to negotiate a lease with the Taiwanese American Presbyterian Church in February of this year. But unfortunately, due to the construction boom in Silicon Valley and an understaffed planning department at the City of San Jose, the time required to obtain the necessary permits would put us beyond a fall 2016 starting date. Therefore, we're requesting a change in our start date to fall of 2017
to give us additional time to work with the City of San Jose and secure a school site that supports the vision of our school. We are currently pursuing two paths to ensure opening in fall of 2017. We have been working with Acre Education, our charter school real estate development company, to identify sites that could be developed into long-term or permanent facilities for the school. Currently, Acre is pursuing a church site and an office site, both of which would be large enough to house WAU when fully built out as a K-8 school. Should we be unable to secure a site that can be developed into a long-term or permanent facility for WAU this summer, the WAU board is fully prepared to continue working with our existing consultants, contractors, and architects to develop the site at the Taiwanese American Presbyterian Church, with whom we have a signed lease. We believe we have a good plan in place for a successful launch in 2017 and respectfully ask that you approve our material revision. Regarding the technical amendments, we're happy to submit a revised budget by April of 2017, updated with the latest facility assumptions. We are also happy to make the updates and clarifications to the petition as requested. Regarding the admission preferences technical amendment, we'd like to ask the State Board to adopt the ACC recommendation and allow WAU to retain the admission preferences that were previously approved on May 5th of 2015. Our admission preferences are first, returning students, sibling of currently enrolled students, children of employees, children of founders, in-district students, and out-of-district students. The admission lottery that we held in March for our kindergarten class utilized these preferences. And just to give you an idea of what it looked like, because we are a new school, there were no returning students. There were no siblings of already enrolled students. At that time, there were no eligible children of employees. There were two children of founders. There were 30 in-district students and 74 out-of-district students. So as you can see, these admission preferences gave absolute preference for the in-district students for admission into the charter school. We look forward to continuing our working relationship with the State Board and the CDE. We know our hard work and our community support will guarantee a successful opening in 2017. Thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. We may have some questions for you, but we're still in the middle of the public hearing, so now I give 10 minutes to the opponents of the petition by the school.
That would be nice.
I'm not sure where this.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it was.
Do you see it?
Look to the smart people over there.
I didn't load it either. Kim, do you know how it was loaded?
It's on the agenda.
They can pull it up.
We're item 7, right?
You're actually item.
No, we're 9. Yeah.
Yeah. That's one I think we just saw. Yeah.
Maybe they didn't set it.
It's on the agenda. Can we call up the web agenda on the website? It's linked there.
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Good evening, member, or morning, afternoon, whatever it is. It's been a long day for you.
Afternoon, yeah.
We kind of expected to be on a little earlier, but you have had a long day. My name is Mary Kay Going, and I'm the superintendent of Moreland School District, and I'm here today to oppose the WAYU material revision for yet another extension of their opening date. Moreland is a microcosm of Santa Clara County. We serve multiple cities in our 7 schools. We are a high-performing and diverse, caring school community. I had, as a new superintendent to Moreland, the opportunity to watch the video recently of the state board approval of the WAYU charter and was quite perplexed that an approval was granted when clearly significant issues were presented, which could create harm and disruption to the educational lives of students if they were not rectified. It was stated that Moreland had a long history of disapproval of charter schools. Frankly, that's not true. Moreland has a 10-year-long facilities agreement with Discovery Charter School. They currently share a campus with one of our district schools. In my personal career, I have been involved in the oversight of charter schools, and successful ones, specifically Downtown College Prep in Santa Clara, and have overseen many versions of public choice schools, including a Mandarin immersion program in San Mateo. Choice is important for a community, yet so is listening to a community, which continues to be a problem in the case of WAYU. The community has spoken more than once by WAYU's inability to secure the adequate number of enrollees to qualify for Prop 39 funding. Opening a school is not a task to be taken lightly, especially in light of the fact that WAYU petitioners ignore some state guidelines for serving English learners, students in poverty, as well as preparing a fiscally solvent multi-year projection. I would like to introduce Patty Ernsberger, Moreland's Assistant Superintendent of Business, to highlight the impact of our serious financial concerns in this material if this material revision is granted.
Good afternoon. My name is Patty Ernsberger, and I am the Assistant Superintendent of Business and Support Services for Moreland School District. And I've been in school business for 30 years and have experienced firsthand the difficulties that school districts can face when funding is reduced, cut, or formulas of funding are changed. It's a challenge under even the best of circumstances. In April of 2016, staff from the California Department of Education conducted a fiscal review and analysis of the WAYU budget projections, and in their review they discovered a significant overstatement of revenues and concluded in their own words the budget was not financially viable due to negative ending fund balances in all years of projected operations. Those fund balance deficits are listed on the current slide that's in front of you. In addition to those deficits, if the extension of the opening date is approved, the planning grant that was received would terminate, and WAYU would need to repay $186,000 of the grant that had already been spent. In response to the April review, WAYU did submit a revised budget in May of 2016. While the budget projections looked better, it still showed a negative fund balance in year 3 of about $122,000. The updated projections included revenue from a possible loan, which is essentially one-time funding. And we all understand that spending one-time money on ongoing expenditures is not a sound business practice. It would be like paying your mortgage payment from your savings account. Eventually, the money's going to run out. County Office of Education Oversight would not allow a school district to utilize this type of practice just to simply balance a budget. They would require the district to submit a plan with verifiable assumptions for making any necessary expenditure reductions or revenue increases in order to maintain state-required reserve levels. There should not be a lower standard for charter schools. In the April review of the expenditure budget, no funds were budgeted in year 1 for textbooks, books, or other supplies. In addition, PERS expense, which as we know is growing, was not included for classified administrative position for all 3 years, and the PERS expense for classified positions was excluded from year 3. There were limited expenditures for daytime support staff to address child health issues, illnesses, accidents, things that happen during the day, parent questions, or even operational needs such as classroom or restroom cleanups during the daytime. The expenditures for this food service program were budgeted to match food program revenue, which calculated out to be about $1.70 per day. In 15-16, the district's per day costs were about $2.40. If WayU were to contract out for these services, local vendors in our area charge anywhere from $2.95 to $3.10 per day, basically indicating that the budget for expenditures was not as accurate as it needed to be. As a chief business officer, it is my responsibility to make sure that my district is financially viable and secure. No matter how many programs we put in place to support our students or how many educational opportunities we offer our students, none of these would be possible or sustainable without proper levels of ongoing funding. Before WayU even gets off the ground, they are already at a fiscal deficit that will be difficult, if not impossible, to overcome. You have an opportunity to act before this budgeted fiscal failure becomes a reality by denying WayU their request for material revision to delay its opening. I thank you for your time, your attention, and your service.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board. My name is John Ye. I'm an attorney with Burke, Williams & Sorensen. I've represented the Moreland School District since the WayU petition was received back in September 2014 through the various appeals to the present day. And these concerns voiced by Superintendent Going and Assistant Superintendent Ernsberger are not new. In fact, they originated with the Moreland Board's original denial of the WayU petition, in which it found, among other things, that the petitioners were demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program due to major concerns about sustainability, including major concerns about fiscal sustainability that related back to the the misidentification and under budgeting of expenditures and over budgeting of revenues. Ever since then, ever since the Moreland Board denied the petition, these concerns have continued to materialize. As was noted before, WayU failed to reach the threshold of 80 in-district ADA to be eligible for Prop 39 not just once, but 2 years in a row when the district contacted the signatories to verify whether they had an age-eligible child that was meaningfully interested in enrolling in the charter school. The district found that not all the signatories met that legal threshold for eligibility, and in fact only 52 did for 15-16 and 50 did for 16-17. Now, for the second time, WayU has asked the State Board to delay its opening year of operation. Originally, the school was slated to open in 15-16. Now they seek to start in 17-18. And to borrow a saying from our profession, education delayed is education denied. We continue to see this, the same issues. WayU struggle with the same issues getting the program off the ground, not only in the delays in opening, but the reduction in its projected enrollment and its already volatile financial situation exacerbated by the fact that it's lost its eligibility for its startup grant. So why does this matter? It matters because the whole idea behind authorizers ensuring that a charter petitioner is demonstrably likely to successfully implement for the program set forth in the petition is for the benefit of the students. Sustainability of a program benefits students because students are the most directly impacted when a school has to close. And we see that not only locally in Santa Clara County, but also here on your agenda today as well. So in summary, it's been almost 2 years since this parent organization, Bay Area Language Immersion Schools, approached 2 districts actually, one in San Mateo County and one in Santa Clara County, to open 2 Mandarin immersion schools. And both the school districts and the local county boards in appeal denied those petitions by unanimous votes. So as we've seen, the concerns expressed by those authorizers in finding that there are issues with sustainability have been borne out because the WayU petitioners have continued to struggle to get the program even opened. And for the sake of the students and for the welfare of the students who would be ultimately harmed if the school has to close, the district respectfully requests that the State Board deny WayU's request for a material revision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm now going to close the public hearing. We have some public comment, I'm sure. Board member questions before public comment? No? Public comment.
We have 12 speakers today. Will the first 6 speakers please line up? Ken Burt, Patty Ernsberger, Mary Kay Going, John Yin.
Go ahead, Mr. Burt. Please come up.
Michelle Lopez, Eric Premack, Michelle Lowe, Debbie Chu, Arcelia Segura, Evelyn and Madeline Tom, June Dong, and Lin Chi Ching.
There's two issues I want to talk about. The idea about postponement of opening. You ought to look on those as very unfavorable. You ought to make a very heavy burden of due diligence because you promised to deliver something to the public. You induced them to sign the card to say you're going to do it. And so you need to take that very seriously to say, you know, it's not impossible, but what did you really do to exercise due diligence? Now, this particular petition was marginal at best. You know, you remember when you approved it. It was questionable. But the people in the field who conveyed to me is to say, look, so what does the fact that they've delayed 2 years really say? Well, it adds heavily to that weight of saying they're not going to be able to sustain themselves. And so you got another opportunity now to catch what was marginal in the first place rather than create a big mess.
Time.
Thank you.
Can the speakers line up, please?
The speakers that I called, are you still wanting to speak? Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Lopez, an attorney from the law offices of Young, Minnie, and Core, representing WAU. We request your recommendation for approval of the material revision without the technical amendments regarding admission preferences, as recommended last month by the ACCS. WAU's admissions preferences were already approved as written by the State Board in May 2015. To change the admission preferences at this point will be tremendously disruptive to the parents and future recruitment efforts of the school. We ask that you maintain the status quo. WAU's admissions preferences are legal and do not violate the law. The Ed Code includes no mandated hierarchy of admissions preferences, nor an order in which residents of the district must be given first preference ahead of all other student groups. If WAU were required to offer district residents first preference, then all other admission preferences would be diluted. This interpretation of the law does not make practical sense either, as we know of no district that wants its residents, students, to receive first preference in a charter school. If the State Board does not act on this issue today, we suggest a work group be established, and our office would be happy to participate in this conversation. Thank you.
Eric Premack, interest of time, I'll just say me too on that. I do want to raise a higher level issue, and that is I don't think this one or the next two need to be here today. All of them are simply asking to either push off their start date or serve fewer students. Those are not material amendments to the charter. The start date is not an element of the charter. And the incentive that you give petitioners or developers, if they are in this position, is to rush opening. And we've had some schools in front of you in the past that rushed opening, and it's not a pretty sight sometimes. So think twice about what you're asking folks to bring here. I'd like to see you guys headed home very shortly. Thank you.
Dear board members of CD, good afternoon. My name is Jun Dong. I'm one of the lead petitioners of WAU and as well as a board member of WAU. On behalf of 14 families in our founding team, I promise you that we are committed to the success of WAU. No matter our kids are aged out or not, we personally can benefit from this school or not. We do this not only for our own kids, but also for the benefit of our society. Yes, we have challenges, but we are capable, confident, and committed to conquer all the challenges, solve all the issues, to make WAU a huge success. I'm also a proud Moreland resident. On behalf of hundreds of Moreland parents and thousands of WAU supporters, I urge you to support our school. WAU will be a great complement to existing education system, providing education's regular schools don't provide.
Time.
WAU will benefit hundreds of kids who want language education at their young age. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Debbie Chow. I am a Moreland parent, and I'm also a founding team member. I was born and raised in the U.S., but I was fortunate to learn Chinese, so I know firsthand the benefits of knowing a second language, and I, like many of the parents who support what you, want that for my children as well. My older daughter, Addie, actually started in a Mandarin preschool. She learned English just from being in America, and I sent her to a Spanish immersion preschool last year. And just because she's learning these languages at such a young age, she now knows all 3 languages perfectly, and she's trilingual at the age of 4. So it's an amazing opportunity for our community. And the other thing that I also ask you to support, I know, is just sibling preference. I just ask that you help to keep families together. Many of the parents, like my own family, have come from 2 working parents, and so for us to have to send our kids to 2 separate locations is just really difficult, and will probably not allow us to send our kids to WAU. Okay, so thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Tom. This is my sister, Madeline Tom. Please approve WAU so that more kids can learn Mandarin. Please let little brothers and sisters have priority so that my sister can go to the same school as me. Thank you. Hi, my name is Madeline Tom. Please approve WAU because I want to go to the same school as my sister. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Arcelia Segura, and I'm one of the founding members of WAU. Even though my daughter is already too old to go to WAU, I'm still doing this. I'm still working on this because I see the benefits of kids learning another language that we obviously don't speak at home. And it's amazing to see how kids can learn a different language. We've been lucky and fortunate. My daughter is now trilingual, and we're fortunate that she can continue her Mandarin education, but we hope that by you guys approving WAU, we can open up more opportunities for all the families who wish to learn the language. We hope you approve WAU because I see the interest in it, and because parents would like to give them something different that is different and that will open up more opportunities for them in the future. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Michelle Lowe on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. In the interest of time, I'll say me too to Madeline and Evelyn. And we would ask today that you support the recommendation of your ACCS. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cha Ching. Over nearly half a century, language immersion education has shown benefits such as academic achievement, language and literacy development in 2 or more language and accounting skills. The key to student success is the full immersion approach to language learning. As an experienced Mandarin immersion educator for 13 plus years in the public school system and a mother of 3 children graduated or currently in the Mandarin immersion program, not only I believe, but also I know that the immersion program is the best choice I choose for my own children. I know that I appreciate the choice that I have in the public school system to work in the Mandarin immersion program in my own career path. I support all Mandarin immersion program or any immersion program under my capacity. Knowledge of having the immersion program is in fact increasing. We need to make efforts to support the increasing needs and make the Mandarin immersion program a choice option available for the parents and students. Please approve the WAU material revision to start the years of 2017 and 18. Thank you.
Okay, that ends the public comment, so we're ready for board discussion. Any discussion on this by our liaisons? Board Member Burr.
This is actually a question, I think, for you, Cindy. I'm just, and maybe I'm opening up a can of worms, but I'm confused by the recommendation about the admission priorities. That when we acted on this in May, which is my recollection, that's when we approved it. Was the department's recommendation consistent with what it is today about admission? And if not, what changed?
So we had recommended denial of this charter
okay.
petition when it first came up, and we had serious concerns on the admissions preferences. I mean, it was, I think, the policy overall. We were, I'm going to be really blunt. We had concerns over discrimination, and so the preferences were not something that we proposed as a technical amendment. We just wanted the whole admissions piece of the petition rewritten, and so I think moving forward from that, we've kind of looked at always laying out the preferences. We'll always make sure that, you know, what our policy is, it's laid out in the item. But back then, I think there was another concern that sort of trumped the lottery preferences.
Yeah, as Board Member Holliday said, the issue around admissions is very complex and multifaceted. This school has not even opened, nor has the next one. And so I think it's best that we talk about admissions as a broader policy rather than making ad hoc decisions about it today. On that point, I think, yeah, okay, you're next, but some wanted to follow up on that point. But go ahead, please.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're going to have further discussion now about admissions. I feel that if we approved it with the ranking that was listed there, the order of preference, I mean, it's kind of grandfathered in already. That's what we did. This was one of the first charter schools that I approved. It was my first meeting. So I remember this charter school quite well. And I was very excited about the dual language program because my own kids attend a dual language program. I'm sorry to hear about the challenges that you're encountering with finding facilities. I think that's not new in the world of charter schools, and it's definitely harder in communities like your own in San Jose, and could understand the difficulties with that. However, there was a couple of points about how long this had been delayed. I was under the impression that it was 1 year, but I did hear 2 years. So in clarification, was it slated to open in 2016 and now it's 17? That's only a 1 year delay. And also there was a lot of questions about their financial standing. So I do want some clarification around some of the claims made by the district to see, are they financially solvent and viable?
So their first year was a planning year, and they were scheduled to open in 2016.
Please speak up. Yeah.
The first year that when they came forward, it was a planning year, so they were approved, and they were going to take that first year time to plan to open the school, and then they were scheduled for 16, 17 to open. Yes. And then in terms of the budget, I mean, we did a really thorough review. We've noted that we do have concerns with the financials, and it actually happens more in year 2. So year 1, we find that they've met the reserve requirement. Year 2, it drops, and it's because there's areas of financial information that's not substantiated. So in terms of our review, we typically only approve things in terms of revenue that we feel are more certain. They had fundraising or donations that's just something we can't confirm this far in advance. So we typically remove those from our analyses. That's typical of any of the charter petition reviews we do. If those donations or monies come into fruition, then that would raise the reserves up. But that's just our sort of more conservative analysis on the budget. And then there were some minor discrepancies with the LCFF calculator, so those also affected the revenues. And then we had I think there were some other little tiny pots of money, I think, that we noted. So we did have some concerns, but as an existing school approved, we work with them just like we do our other ones. We monitor them, and we follow up on the finances to ensure that, during the interim reports, they're meeting their targets. If they aren't, we issue letters of concern, and we try to work with them and their board to come up with a better plan. We don't actually get involved in that way, but we do the oversight of it. So we just keep following up with them.
Can I ask one more question? Is there a maximum number of extensions that we provide to charter schools? I don't know.
No, this hasn't come up before. I mean, the charter term, to be clear, does not change. So the charter term that you approve for 5 years, it doesn't extend the term an extra year. Keeps them within that box, that 5 years that you approve them. What it's doing, in this case, it's shortening the number of years that they can operate under the state board. So by the time they have to go back and seek renewal, they will have fewer years of operation in this case.
Okay, Board Member Holliday.
It is a shame that charter schools face such difficulty finding facilities. As one who had to move an entire school over a 3-day weekend from one side of Oakland to the other side of Oakland, I know the problems of having secured facilities. So in this case, I do think that there is a plan in place to have a facility, and I certainly hope that comes to fruition and that we don't have to go through this process again. And I also think it's really valid that the CDE look at an updated budget and have that as part of the requirements in your recommendation, and that you have the latest information possible in that regard. I would move the CDE recommendation, except for one piece, and that is the lottery has already been run for this current school year, and I think it would be. I'm sorry. Oh,
First year of operation because.
I'm sorry. I didn't think that was part of it. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Then guess what? I approve the CDE recommendation.
Is there a second? Any further board discussion? We're not taking comments from the audience. Public comments done. Any more board discussion?
I do want to clarify and correct me, Cindy and Carolyn, if I don't have this quite right. That we agree that the recommendation is to honor the admissions placements that resulted from their 2016-17 lottery. To honor those for the next year when they open, but it doesn't include approving those enrollment preferences going forward. That would be, again, something that we would take up as part of the bigger discussion that you wanted to postpone.
Seems like there's some conferring here.
Okay.
Do you have any change here?
No, I think the language we have in the technical amendment, it isn't clear to the charter school. That's what our intention is that the lottery that they did hold now can be used in their first year of operation.
So they can honor those placements of students.
Yes. Going forward in year 2 of their year of operation, we are asking that they follow the state board's recommendation to follow those preferences as we typically outline, kids of the district, or kids of the charter, pupils of the district. But year 1, we're allowing that them to use that lottery because of the timing.
We approved it.
And so we're being consistent in this meeting with that. We are hoping to take up the issue of lottery preferences and how to interpret the law into the early 2017. That's my hope.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we have a motion and it's seconded. Any further board discussion? All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, there is, we have approval. Were there any no votes or abstentions? 1 no vote. Okay, now we're on to the Ross Valley Charter School. This is.
Okay, item 10 is a request for a material revision from another current State Board of Education authorized charter school. Ross Valley Charter was originally denied by the Ross Valley School District and the Marin County Board of Education. Ross Valley Charter appealed to the state and was approved by the State Board in January 2016 for a 5-year term to serve up to 222 pupils in transitional kindergarten through grade 5. Ross Valley Charter was scheduled to open in the current year, 16-17, within the Ross Valley School District boundaries in San Anselmo or Fairfax, California. However, due to difficulties in securing facilities, Ross Valley Charter is requesting a material revision to the charter to delay opening for 1 year to 2017-18. Ross Valley Charter submitted the request for material revision to the State Board, which the CD received on April 13th. Based on a review of the petition documents, the CD is recommending that the State Board hold a public hearing and thereafter approve. with one condition and 5 technical amendments, the request for a material revision to the Ross Valley Charter petition. The recommendation includes the following condition: that the Ross Valley Charter adhere to the terms and conditions as noted in Attachment 1, State Board of Education Standard Conditions on Opening and Operation. The ACCS considered the Ross Valley material revision at its June 7th meeting. At that meeting, again, there was considerable discussion regarding the admission preferences, which are included in the charter petition as follows. Existing pupils of Ross Valley Charter will be exempt from the lottery, so not applicable in the first year. Pupils who reside in the district and are English learners or free and reduced price lunch. Pupils who reside in the district and are pupils of named founders in the petition or current full-time employees of Ross Valley. Pupils who reside in the district and are siblings of existing or admitted pupils. Pupils who reside in the district. Pupils who reside outside of the district and are English learners or free and reduced price meal. Pupils who reside outside of the district and are children of current employees of Ross Valley Charter. Pupils who reside outside of the district and are siblings of existing or admitted pupils. And pupils who reside outside of the district. Again, the CD is recommending as one of the 5 technical amendments to change the proposed order of admission preferences to align with statute, which is our interpretation, existing pupils of Ross Valley Charter, pupils residing in the district, and then anything beyond those 2 may be permitted by the State Board and only if consistent with the law. The ACCS voted to recommend that the State Board approve the material revision with the following: extend the opening for a year from 2016-17 to 2017-18, not adopt the TA technical amendment, proposed by the CDE on our admissions preferences, adopt the admission preferences submitted in the Ross Valley Charter and Material Revision Petition, and include all other CDE recommended technical amendments. The motion passed with a vote of 7-1. CDE will review the entire Material Revision Petition and the documents submitted and find that it meets the standards and criteria requirements and provides a reasonably comprehensive description of the required elements, noting that there are 4 technical amendments we're proposing, or 5 technical amendments.
We want to say goodbye to Michael, who's leaving for a plane.
Okay.
Yep.
Bye.
Okay.
Okay. Additionally, the CD finds the financial plan submitted by Ross Valley to be sustainable and fiscally viable. Again, as a condition of the charter school's original State Board approval, the charter school is required to open by September 30th of this year unless the State Board deletes or extends the deadline. Denial of the request to extend the opening or delay the opening would result in termination of the Ross Valley Charter. CD recommends that the State Board hold the public hearing and thereafter approve the request to revise the petition to extend opening for a year with the recommended condition and 5 technical amendments. Representatives from Ross Valley are here to address the board.
Okay. Board, any board technical comments? Hearing none, I open the public hearing, and I'll start with the people who support the petition. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Erica Smith. I'm a public school teacher and a petitioner for Ross Valley Charter School. With me today is Sharon Sagar, our board member, Christy Kimball, a local parent and board member, and Con Hickey, our treasurer and development coordinator. We have 3 requests in this material revision, and they're presented to you in their order of importance to us. 1, delay RVC's opening by 1 year to allow us more time to secure a facility. 2, allow the results of our 2016 admission process to roll forward to fall 2017, since the opening of our school is being delayed. And 3, clarify our enrollment preferences. First, an update. On January 14th, the SBC unanimously approved our charter petition. 4 days later, the Ross Valley School District Board voted to end our 20-year multi-age program, MAP, which was the inspiration for Ross Valley Charter, regardless of whether RVC was able to secure a facility in order to open in the fall. Following through on our promise to Patricia Rucker and others on the state board and the ACCS, we've done a significant amount of narrowly targeted outreach to recruit a diverse student body for the school. In order to stay on track for opening in fall 2016, we already have conducted 2 admissions lotteries. We're pleased to report that our diversity outreach has been successful so far. Despite the uncertainty of opening this fall, 204 students have accepted admission to RVC for 220 spaces, and 5.4% are English learners and 11.8% are eligible for free and reduced price lunches, both higher than the district averages. We had significant demand from families with children in kindergarten and first grade in particular. We have a waiting list of 59 students. Our targeted outreach, as well as preferences for in-district English learners and free and reduced price lunch, were critical in our reaching these targets in our very undiverse district. So in many important aspects, we are on track for opening the fall in 2016, but unfortunately, we have not yet secured a facility. Our first request is to delay our school opening to fall 2017 to give us more time to secure a facility within the Ross Valley School District boundaries. We've been working hard since last fall to find a suitable location. We identified and explored about 20 possibilities, most of which were unavailable or not feasible in a short time frame. We provided the CDE with a 9-page detailed description of these efforts plus 24 pages of documentation. In January, we requested to rent unrented classrooms in the Red Hill School, a surplus property owned by the district. We have now bid on the space twice and have been rejected twice, and the district has not been willing to sit down with us to discuss leasing under Ed Code Provision 17477, which clearly allows for post-bid leasing negotiations. To secure a facility in time to open in 2017, we will first expand our search for a private facility. Second, as a backup plan, we will submit a Prop 39 request. The district will have enough empty classrooms in the schools it's currently operating to house RVC. And third, we will continue to entertain leasing the Red Hill facility as an in lieu agreement under Prop 39. We feel confident that one of these options will lead us to securing a school facility to open in fall 2017. Our second request, and the second most important one, is to allow us to use the results of our 2016 admission process for 2017 enrollment by rolling all students up 1 year. Many families have been patiently waiting and hoping that RVC will be able to open this fall. It seems unfair to make our admitted students and families go through an additional lottery process again in 2017, adding another layer of uncertainty for families and everyone involved in launching this new school. We also worked really hard to ensure our school exceeds the diversity in our community and would like to be able to assure those EL and FRPL families that they will be able to enroll their children in our school next year. We made real progress with our diversity, and we do not want to backslide. Rolling forward the current list of admitted students will be critical to create the base of support for our facility search. In our quest for a facility over the next 12 months, it will be very important to have a strong base of parent support, community support, volunteer time, and fundraising capacity to make a facility deal come together. And we would like to focus our work over the next 12 months on finding a facility and launching our educational program rather than starting the student recruitment process all over again from scratch. As of the ACCS hearing, the CDE had not taken a position on this request, and the language of the technical amendment allows for it. The ACCS voted to recommend accepting this request, and we will ask the SBE to do the same. Our third request involves clarifying our admission preferences going forward. During our state approval process, the main concern that arose in the hearings was that the MAP program, which was the inspiration for the RVC, had been less diverse than the district as a whole. During our state hearings, we assured the ACCS and the SBE that we would use aggressive outreach to and admission preference for EL and FRPL students to ensure that Ross Valley's charter is at least as diverse as the district, if not more so. We were successful in achieving these diversity goals in part because of our admission preferences, particularly in the younger grades, which had more than double the number of applications than space available. Because CDE's first review of our petition never raised any comments, problems, or concerns about the ER-FRPL preference, and because we had specifically mentioned in our presentations to the ACCS and the SBE the importance of this preference to achieve our diversity goals, we assumed that the sub-preferences of EL-FRPL within the in-district and out-of-district categories included in our petition were acceptable. It became clear in March when we met with CDE to staff to discuss the technical amendments and our facility situation that we had misunderstood CDE's requested changes. So they asked us to clarify our preferences in our material revision. Here are the full set of enrollment preferences we would like to use for our school. I want to point out that under these proposed preferences, no one out of district will ever be admitted before an in-district student, even if they have a sibling in the school or their parent teaches at the school. To repeat, no one out of the district will ever have preference over someone inside the district, which we feel aligns with the spirit of the CDE's wishes. One, existing students. No students will qualify for this preference until after the first year of operation. Two, within district residency category, EL or FRPL students. B, children of founding families and full-time charter employees. 10 founders have done an enormous amount of work over the 2 years, and employee preference is an important recruiting and retention tool for employers. The founder preference is the least important to us, and we did not use it in our 2016 lotteries. The district provides a preference to its employees' children, including those who reside outside of the district. And 3C, siblings of existing admitted students. One of RVC's core values is community, and it seems detrimental to break up families between schools. Almost all charter schools in California use sibling preference today, and most school districts, including Ross Valley, prioritize keeping siblings at the same school as well. For many reasons, most parents want their children to attend school together. And D, all other district residents. Out-of-district resident category, we would like to have the same 4 sub-preferences. All in-district applicants would have preference over all out-of-district students. Many California charter schools authorized by various districts and counties use similar preferences, and we hope that you will allow us to use them as well, as the law shown here clearly allows. The ACCS voted 7-1 to recommend authorization of these sub-preferences and not accept the CDE technical amendment on this issue. We are therefore asking the SBE to permit these sub-preferences for pupils who reside in the district, as the law allows it to do, so we can continue to meet our commitments to create a diverse program in a district lacking in diversity. As a public school teacher for 13 years, 12 of those in the multi-age program, I know that the Ross Valley Charter will be filling an important need in our community, and I urge you to vote in favor of our material revision. At our 3 previous state hearings in this room, we have brought dozens of supporters to make public comment. Given your very full schedule today, we did not ask anyone to come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now, go ahead. You are done with that, and we will go with the opponents to the petition. They have 10 minutes. Hearing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Public comment.
We have 5 speakers. Will the following speakers please line up? Ken Burt, Janelle Ruley, Eric Premack, Michelle Lowe, and Con Hickey.
Ken Burt, on behalf of the California Teachers Association. We oppose the extension.
Eric Premack, same point as before. These efforts are not necessary. Thank you.
Janelle Ruley, Law Offices of Young, Mini, and Core. We're here in support of Ross Valley. We ask that you approve their material revision in its entirety. I have to say I'm very eager for the discussion about admissions preferences, so I can't wait. I do want to emphasize that what Ross Valley is proposing with the subgroups, they showed you that graphic, what they're proposing is exactly in line with what CDE staff has interpreted. So in-district residents are getting a preference. So anyway, we eagerly await the discussion and to be continued. Thank you.
Michelle Lowe, on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association, we're here in support of this material revision today. Thank you.
Con Hickey, I'm the development coordinator and treasurer. I would just ask, when we've gone through the process of material revision. If you have your conversation next spring, I'm hoping that there could be some way to make that retroactive back to us, so we don't have to go through the process of doing yet another material revision to take advantage of whatever decisions you arrive at if you don't take action today.
Okay, that concludes the public comment. Comments from our board members and Bruce.
Cindy, could I ask you a question, please? In this recommendation, you also are recommending that the lottery that they held stands.
Yes. The year they open, they can use the lottery they've already conducted.
They can use the lottery they've already, for the first year.
Students that have already gotten in.
It
For
would
the-
be in their second year of operation, we would ask them. Sorry. Yes, we are allowing them to use the lottery that they've conducted
Right.
for their first year of operation. In year 2, they would need to follow what the state board ends up approving today for admissions.
And so I move the CDE recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, any?
So to the last gentleman's point, if we take additional action about admission preferences that's not consistent with what they're asking for, will they have to come back for a material revision?
I would recommend that we not require that. I don't know why that would be a material revision if we have made a different policy decision and then it gives them the flexibility to move forward with what they have requested. To me, that would be a waste of their time, a waste of our time, a waste of CDE's time to come back and consider that a material amendment.
Well,
I don't think we can make that assumption now. I'm sorry. Don't mean to disagree. I think we just don't quite know how we're going to land with the lottery, so I wouldn't want to make that commitment to them because we just don't know what kind of policy you all are going to adopt. And we have, other charter schools that might have to come back for a material revision, maybe, maybe not. I just don't know enough about what you are going to adopt or what the discussion is going to be to make that.
Well, I'll just say for my preference, not admission preference, is that we could also grandfather folks in, because we have adopted approved charter petitions based on different circumstances and individual circumstances, and so it just seems unfair to me that sort of two things. I'm with Trish in terms of just efficiency. My second question does have to do with material revisions or not material revisions. But to change the rules kind of midstream and then have everybody come back and ask for a material change just strikes me as not a good.
You certainly can approve the lottery that they've done going forward, or as Bruce said, you can approve it for 1 year and then see how the discussion goes. You have that option today.
No, but all I'm saying is that the broader concept, in my view, is if we're going to have a big discussion about admission, which it sounds like we are, and we're going to do something about admission preferences, that whatever we decide is a prospective decision. It doesn't affect, because you're saying other people would have to come forward for a technical revision.
I just don't feel comfortable. I just don't know enough about all the preferences and admission preferences in all of our charter school petitions at this point to say.
So I wonder if an option here, and this is a friendly suggestion to the motion makers, would be to incorporate that in your motion, that in the event that it changes, they would not have to come back for material revision. That just a suggestion.
And may I? My opinion is that that's a little bit premature. I do think that first of all, we cannot promise anyone anything today other than the motion and the vote that you give. At the same time, as we work through this issue, remember we are focusing on the state board authorized charter schools. We're not talking about charter schools all through the state. And we have some flexibility as an authorizer as to how we set policy for our charter schools. So the conversation is not only going to be about what is best for children, what's best for schools, but it's also going to be how to work through our authorized charters in a way that serves them well. And so I would prefer to delay the details until the conversation actually happens, and at this point say, we hear you clearly and hope to be flexible.
Board Member Williams.
I think in spirit, we're on the same page on this, and I don't know that it has to go into the motion in order for us to make that decision later. To be more explanatory to how complicated this kind of seems is that you can see that it's 5 o'clock and we've been in session 16 hours. and have had tons of public testimony and two very, very, very long days. And it's the decision. I have Member Holliday and I have raised the question, really challenging the interpretation of the statute and what is required, and think, especially with regard to sibling preference, that's a no-brainer. But the other kinds of preferences people need a chance to talk about, and it would be a change in practice. And so our feeling was, rather than, even though it might appear it would have been more efficient to do it today with this material amendment, but we weren't ready for that conversation with everything going on. That's just the way it is. And so we're holding that open and want to have that conversation after we finish all the accountability work and all of that kind of work. And I don't know why at that point we can discuss whether what procedure we could use if we made a change that suited, that aligned with what is being requested for changes in preferences, then we can talk then about how we go back and negotiate that or discuss that with the charter schools. But that's why we're trying to be consistent today.
So my other question, and this really is, I think, to Cindy, has nothing to do with the admission preference, but it is this issue of whether or not a one-year extension is really a material revision, if that's what people are asking for. Because what struck me was when you said, you reinforced for us that it doesn't extend the term of the charter, it's still within the 5 years. It's an operational change, or it could be interpreted that way.
So in all of the recommendations, I note that one of the conditions is that the school has to adhere to the attachment 1. It's in the attachment 1 that says they have to open by a state certain. And that date is sort of selected. I mean, if they're going to say they're going to open in a particular fiscal year, we cut it off at September 30th because by statute, the school can't receive apportionment money beyond September 30th. It has to open. This just, I think the last two just had some, local facility issues. Ross Valley always intended to open this year, but
So I think one of the things we've talked about is that parents sign the petition based on a certain opening date, and employees sign the petition based on a certain opening date. So we have always considered it a material revision just because of the basis of the petition.
Well, I'm going to look at this again, too. So we'll, board member.
Yes, I think that's another one that we need to take a look at, because the facilities issues are increasing. They're not idiosyncratic. They're increasing. And so we can expect this to be a problem going forward.
So we would like further legal work on whether this is absolutely required.
Policy work, too.
But we'll pursue that later. Are we ready for we have a motion?
We have a motion,
And
and that is to allow them. So the 3 requests they had were building in the first 2, rolling over the placements that were made based upon in the initial lottery, extending the opening for another year. Was the third one keeping the same enrollment preferences? It was to clarify it, and we've just done that. We've just done that. We need to clarify it.
And so the clarification is to take out the subcategories?
Yes. Until you hear back from us.
All right. We have the motion and second. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay. Is there a no vote? One no vote. Okay. Now we're on to the item 11, rocket ship. This is another material revision. Yes.
The material revision. It's another current State Board of Education authorized charter school. Rocket Ship Mount Diablo was originally denied by the Mount Diablo Unified School District and the Contra Costa County Board of Education. Rocket Ship appealed to the state, was approved by the State Board in March of 2016 for a 5-year term to serve up to 510 pupils in transitional kindergarten through grade 4 in its first year of operation. They plan on opening in the current year. Rocket Ship submitted a request for material revision to the State Board, which the CD received on April 15th. Rocket Ship applied for temporary facilities under Proposition 39, and Mount Diablo Unified School District offered 2 campuses to Rocket Ship. Rocket Ship intends to accept the offer to occupy one of the campuses. However, the facility cannot accommodate the charter school's original first-year enrollment. Thus, Rocket Ship is requesting a material revision to open with a smaller enrollment of 150 pupils and reducing its grade level configuration to kindergarten through grade 2. Based on CD's review of the petition documents, we are recommending that the State Board hold a public hearing and thereafter approve with 2 conditions and 2 technical amendments the request for the material revision for rocket ship. The 2 conditions are adhering to the terms and conditions of Attachment 1, which is the State Board standard conditions on opening and operation. And the second condition is that rocket ship must offer transitional kindergarten in its first year of operation. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools considered the material revision at its June 7th meeting and voted to approve the CD's recommendation with the withdrawal of the condition to operate transitional kindergarten in the first year of operation. The motion passed with a vote of 6-2. The CD reviewed the entire material revision petition and finds that it meets the standards and criteria requirements, provides a reasonably comprehensive description of the required elements with the required technical amendments. We also performed a very thorough review of the school's revised budget and multi-year fiscal plan as the material revision proposes to significantly reduce enrollment. We have found that the fiscal plan to be sustainable and fiscally viable. As a condition of the charter school's original State Board approval, the charter school is required to offer the enrollment and grade levels proposed in the charter petition, and that's also outlined in the Memorandum of Understanding between the school and the State Board. Denial of the request to reduce enrollment and grade levels would require rocket ship to either seek a larger facility, which may not be possible prior to opening. I think they plan to open in the next month or so. Or they would have to obtain a second facility, which would then separate the school into different locations because they've received and I believe accepted the Prop 39 facility. Accepting the second one would be in separate locations for them, and that just splits the school in half. So the CD is recommending that the State Board hold a public hearing and approve the request to revise the petition with the recommended conditions and technical amendments. And representatives from Rocket Ship are here to address the board. Thank you.
Okay, this is another public hearing. So we'll start with the people in support of the petition. You have 10 minutes.
President Kurz, Mr. Superintendent, members of the board, I'm Shai Calvo with Rocket Ship Education. Rocket Ship is a California not-for-profit organization that serves students in communities where access to excellent schools is often limited. Next year, we're really proud to be serving more than 6,000 students at 12 schools here in the Bay Area. As Director Chan mentioned, we fully intended to open in a permanent facility, which is the way Rocket Ship likes to open schools, in high-quality facilities that our families deserve. But due to the late approval of the charter, that wasn't really possible to put in place. Therefore, we actually put in place a contingency plan back in the fall to pursue Prop 39, and we're pleased that as of last month, we have worked out an agreement and signed and executed a facilities use agreement with Mount Diablo Unified School District to serve an ADA of 150 students. And so, as Director Chan mentioned, we originally were offered 2 different campuses, and it was just made more sense for us to limit the grade configuration and limit it so that all of our students could be unified on one campus. Also, the campus where we're operating is about 5 miles from the Monument Corridor, which is the community that we're really looking to serve. Therefore, that had some implications just as far as convenience for families, and bringing us together really made a lot of sense. There were 2 issues that I did want to address, and I believe I sent you an email over the weekend to sort of raise them. One you've addressed very thoroughly today, and I'm not going to go into, but we are very excited that you'll be taking up the sibling preference issue and preference issue, because our 11 other schools in California all have a sibling preference, and we believe in that policy, but we understand that that's not a topic here today. But we hope that if you do decide to allow a sibling preference for state-authorized schools, we will be able to avail ourselves of that without having to come back for material revision. The second issue, which we're really pleased to have the ACCS support with, is to withdraw the technical amendment that would require to offer TK in our first year of operation. We fully intend to offer TK. We want to offer TK, but the circumstances of limited space as well as the distance from the Monument Corridor where most of our students live really suggested to us that limiting it to K2 in year one made sense. And, distance for the little ones, we're talking 4-year-olds here, it made sense really not to have TK in that year one. We are eager to have TK. We look forward to having it as soon as possible. And we really hope to be able to get into a permanent facility in year two where we can build out our model the way we would, but we would appreciate your consideration of agreeing with the ACCS to withdraw that technical amendment to offer TK, which at this lateness of date would be difficult to go back and try to do it. And also, just the nature of rocketship programs, where a lot of schools will offer TK and Kinder in a very similar program. They group them together. We do not do that. We offer TK in self-contained classrooms by themselves, and so it really would cause us a classroom, which means overall it would put us in a position of serving fewer students. So we would appreciate your support of that decision of the ACCS. I'm pleased to answer any questions, and thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Now we allow 10 minutes for the opponents of the petitioners. Yeah, but, okay, you want to go ahead?
Yes, absolutely.
You can.
No, how else, who would have standing? That's an issue. Who would have standing? I'm here.
The district or the county?
Pardon?
The district or the county? I'm here. They denied it. Oh, okay. The district or the county is welcome to come up.
Okay, so
Good afternoon, members of the board, Superintendent Dorlickson. My name is Isabel Lara. I am the community liaison for the Mount Diablo Unified School District. Actually, I was here to give my public comment, and this is nice that I have a little extra time. As you could remember from the last time, I'm a very passionate person when it comes to serving our families. I have personally a few concerns, as well as our district, when it comes to rocketship's tactics of recruiting our families. I have been approached by some families still saying that Meadow Homes will be closed. Please know that Meadow Homes, it is not being closed. That school is thriving, and it will be open for the next school year. One thing that I wanted to point out is that it breaks my heart to hear that the numbers keep changing. The families are being used. First to get the signatures, then to open the schools from TK to 5th grade. Now, I hear it's going to be from kindergarten to 2nd grade. What is happening with the families? We're playing with families' emotions. The families are very looking forward to having something ready for next year. And I firsthand can have witnessed the families being all eager and wanting to know what is going to happen for the next year. So that is very concerning to me. Another thing that I'd like to point out is in item number 5, it says some of the students from other California residents. What does that mean? In the amendment that they are submitting for you for review today? So does that mean that because they're not going to have enough students that they can go to the neighboring school districts and get the students from Pittsburgh Unified School District, Walnut Creek School District? That is just something that is my question. As I said before, we will continue to serve our families the best we can. And thank you so much for your time.
Okay, that concludes the public hearing, so I declare the public hearing closed. And now we'll take some public comment, board member question before we have public comment. Go ahead.
I have a question for the charter school. Okay, so the petition was originally approved for transitional kindergarten through grade 5, so that was 7 grades. And you had an enrollment and a recruitment plan that was going to fill classrooms for each of those grades. And so now this material revision is going to cut that from 7 grades to 3 grades. So for the children how many kids did you have who were ready to enroll in each of the grades that you're going to be cutting today?
Well, the original plan had 510 in there. However,
That's not what I asked you. How many students did you have who were enrolling in the grades you're cutting today?
we did not when we accepted applications, we didn't run the lottery until after the approval, and so we accepted applications. I believe we had 8 third graders and 1 TK, but we really focused our recruitment on K-2 and K through 2. So most of the vast majority of our applications are on K-2 because we've had to communicate to families that we were no longer planning to open the 510 because we don't have physical facilities for them.
Okay, I want to make sure I heard what you said. You said you concentrated your recruitment in grades K-2. That's not what you said when you were here for the petition, to present the petition to the board in March. That's not what you said at all.
Well, when we were out engaging families around the petition, we had intended originally. So there are different levels. There's the petition where you sign saying you plan to offer these grades, and so that aligns with the petition. But when you're actually recruiting, giving applications to families and telling them what your plans are, that didn't happen until after the approval.
And you said that you told families you were focusing on K-2. That's not what you said your recruitment plan would be when you presented this petition to the board.
This is subsequent to the board's approval and the filing of the material provision. We received Mount Diablo's final Proposition 39 request on April 1st, and we ran our lottery in April. So a lot of the focus on recruitment, a lot of families wanted us to have a charter in hand, which we did not have until mid-March before they applied. So we had contact people that we let them know. So we did have to go back to families and let them know that the original plan of offering all those grades was no longer possible due to facilities reasons. And they were understanding, but most of our applications, I can say this, we're opening a school a brand new school in San Jose
I don't want to hear about the school in San Jose. I just want to hear about this.
I'm giving you an example. So the way applications typically work, they focus in the younger grades. You tend to recruit more kinder, first grade, second grade, and that's consistent there. There were fewer third and fourth because they're more along in their educational journey. So we had communicated to families the grades that we were planning to do, but when we had to come in with a material revision, we also went back and communicated to them the change in plans. And we accepted applications for other grades, but for the most part, we weren't focusing on that because we were informing families that we were planning to limit our enrollment due to the material revision on these grades.
And the change in plans for the grades was based on the facility you accepted?
It was based on the facilities that were available. The 510 facilities was a facility that we planned to build, but to put that in process, you need to have a charter in place, and so that's why we worked on the contingency plan. In the end, there was a negotiation with Mount Diablo Unified School District regarding how many we would accept, and it's, the Prop 39 process is elaborate. It requires a lot of conversations, and in the end, we worked out an agreement with Mount Diablo, which I think is what the state board would prefer that we try to do, and that's, in the end, we agreed to 150 students, and so the agreement we worked out was consistent with the material revision that's before you today.
I have a whole lot of other questions, but I will.
Okay, so I think we're ready for public comment.
We have 3 speakers: Ken Burt, Eric Premack, Michelle Lowe.
Ken Burt on behalf of the California Teachers Association. 3 words: bait and switch. That facilities issue was never raised. I went back and reviewed the March meeting twice. There was a material question about fraudulent inducement on petitions, about Flim Flam Man. It's repeatedly in the record. I guess I can conclude by saying a fully functional Mercedes with 4 wheels was promised. You now have a Nissan Leaf with 2 flat tires. Thank you.
We're in support, and we're so glad to hear that Mr. Burt is concerned about making sure that charter schools have adequate facilities. We'll look forward to working with the CTA and making sure that happens in the legislature.
Michelle Lowe, on behalf of CCSA, also here in support today. Thank you.
I wrote my name down for the public comment. And now I have another concern on the TK parents. I'd like to know if they were able to register their children in our schools, because that registration already happened. So when the parents are ready to register their children, they have to have an idea where they want to go. Let's say that if they choose one school and they may not like that particular school for some reason, they want another school, they will be able to do an intra-district transfer. And so everybody was going crazy trying to do that. I don't remember, it was the beginning of March. I'd like to know what happens to those families. Were they able to be informed on time in order for them to do something for their children? Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of public comment. Yeah.
The charter.
State
I had a question for the charter. In your negotiations with the Mount Diablo District, you settled on the 3 grades and a population of about 150 students?
Yes.
In that discussion, what was the thinking about the TK in terms of the number of students or how it would affect the finances? Apparently, the Mount Diablo District signed off on this, so they must have been comfortable with the blend that you were putting together.
It was mostly about space. The Mount Diablo School District, we really wanted to be in the Monument Corridor, so that was our focus. They went through an extensive analysis, and while I won't say we didn't have disagreements, they concluded that they weren't able to offer a space near where most of our families live, so they offered us space at the Ayers and Silverwood campuses on the relatively far side of Concord, which is a very different community. And they decided, rather than give us existing space, they decided it was better for them to build new modular facilities on 2 campuses. So the space at Ayers, which is where we ultimately accepted, was a better configuration. So it wasn't just about space. The space in Silverwood was sort of in the back of the campus. You literally had to walk through the middle of the campus and go into a back field that was really far away, difficult for families to access. So there were other issues than just space, but this allowed them to not have to run and go through the expense of building basically a modular campus in a place where, admittedly, the community was not very enthusiastic about having it there as well. So in the end, we thought that this was the best decision for our families and to get the school open, to keep the commitment as much as we could. Had we been able to get a different facility closer to where our families live, and there are a few closed facilities or facilities that are used for things other than K-12, that would have been great, and we would have loved to serve the amount in the original petition. But again, Prop 39 is a process. You have to work things out with the district. We engaged that process as fully as we could, and I'll say this is the best deal. This is the best deal we could get from the district, and we think it works for us. But we are eager and excited to fully execute our plan to build a new facility, as we've done for 11 other schools in California, and give the families from TK to 5th the school facility that they deserve.
So is it safe to assume, or is it a correct assumption, that in that negotiation, the Mount Diablo District knew that you were going to not provide TK? They knew that you were going to offer 3 grades.
I'll be honest with you. They asked us to sign a confidentiality agreement regarding negotiations, and we agreed to that. So I can't get too much into the details of our conversations based upon their request that we sign a non-disclosure agreement about the negotiations. But I can say that we were transparent about what we wanted. They were clear with what they were willing to do, and we reached an agreement that's workable for both of us.
Okay, so we've now concluded the public comment, and we're ready for board member comments and a motion. Board member Rucker.
Okay, you know, I'm clear because I do remember this particular meeting. I'm clear because there was a lot of conversation about the enrollment, about the recruitment, about who the students would be coming out of that community. I'm very clear that this is what, while it is an issue about the facilities, and I understand that, I also understand that you can tell us whether or not the district knew whether or not you were going to be enrolling transitional kindergarten students. But what it feels to me, what my gut is saying to me, is you didn't have the enrollment in those other 4 grades, and that's part of what is material to your request for changing the grades that you're going to enroll next year. I congratulate you on your agility to make the adjustment in your program because you didn't have those students, and you said you had a plan to build a building to open the school in to put all those students in, and that didn't go through either. So I understand all of that, and I understand what your intent is, but based on what you told me, the reality is you didn't have the enrollment for those grades, and that's part of what contributed not only to the decision you agreed to with the district to choose a smaller facility, but you knew you could house those students based on the enrollment and the commitment for enrollment that you had in those grades. So, I would have preferred that you came and told us that than to give me the story you gave me, because I feel like I got the okie doke from you today. But I'm going to accept on the face what you said, and I understand what you said, but I just don't really find everything that you said factually accurate based on the promises you gave this board when the board approved your petition.
Okay, other board comments? Licon or?
Ortiz Licon. You're like, just Ortiz, you. It's okay. We're at that
Licon
time.
is right. Yeah.
Yeah. Except you're erasing my identity as a woman by taking Ortiz.
Okay.
Just kidding. I just wanted to state that I wasn't here for the original hearing, and just for the sake of being consistent, I wasn't here. I missed that conversation because I had to leave to DC during that March. So I don't feel comfortable weighing in one way or another just for that reason, but I didn't want anyone to think it was personal. I just, rather know the entire story and feel that I was committed to the original proposal. Thank you.
Board Member Williams.
Shai, can I ask you a question? How many students do you have that signed up for TK?
We did not actively recruit TK, so I'll say, we actually signed up implies like they went through the application process. We weren't actively encouraging that, so we only had a handful of families that went through the application process for TK. We had a lengthy list of families who were interested and expressed interest, and we went back to them and let them know that TK were not in our plans. And I'll be honest, there was disappointment there.
So that handful that actually went through the application process, did they know early enough to apply to the district?
Yeah, we do understand that in the application process through you, like we began talking, realizing where we were in the process in probably early part of this year, that the facilities, because building a building, even in a 6-month period takes a long amount of time. And so you do need a charter in hand to get facilities in place. And so we continued through the chartering process with an understanding that we could not move on a material revision until we got the charter, which was why we filed it right away. So we were basically guided in through the process. We did know in March that we were going to file a material revision, but we were told that the process, at this stage, we had to go through that process. We couldn't make a change midway. So we were talking to families in the community. What we didn't know at that time is where the school would be located. So once February 1st is where the Ayers and Silverwood proposal came to us by Mount Diablo, and we began conversations with them at that time around Silverwood and Ayers. But do understand, Silverwood and Ayers is a good distance from the Monument Corridor. Not all of our families have vehicles. Not all of our families or have 2 vehicles where they can get transportation, especially east. If you know the traffic patterns in that community, it flows west towards San Francisco. So the location of the school was a big issue for us because most families in that community walk to school. They walk to the elementary schools in the area. So the location was as much an issue as the space. So it certainly did affect demand at how many families could get there. We included in this proposal I think we added $10,000 or $100,000 in the budget for this proposal to provide transportation. So we will be providing transportation, which is not something we typically do, but we want to make sure that we can help families who otherwise wouldn't be able to attend. But it does limit our ability to there were limitations of space that we accept as a reality that we're doing our best to work with.
So you realize that while you were waiting for all the pieces to fall into place and know what was going to be accepted on the material amendment and know whether or not you're going to have a facility and where the facility was, some of the plans that you had about whether you would have TK or not have TK went back and forth a little bit, is what it sounds like to me. And you'd only had you say a small handful of kids that actually went through the application process for TK, and you let them know that you were not going to, you probably weren't going to be able to offer the TK.
Yes,
and you are now in this material amendment, correct me if I'm wrong, requesting to delay the TK start until the second year of your operation? Or exactly right. Yes, okay.
Board Member Rucker.
I want to make sure I'm tracking, because I'm going to begin by saying I believe I'm confused. In March, when you were here for the hearing, did I just hear you say you knew you were going to file for a material revision while you were standing in front of this board requesting approval for a pre-TK5 program?
Not only, yes, I knew it, and we had discussed it with staff. We had discussed it with staff, and we were told that the process had to focus at almost an appellate process, so we could not make changes at that time.
Okay. So what impressed me at the time that we were hearing this petition were the parents who were here asking the board to approve this petition because they were looking forward to the opportunity to consider your program as an option for their child. So while you had the discussion with the staff, let me just say, I didn't know that. So I'm wondering, did all those parents who you recruited to come here and talk know that you were going to turn around and do a material revision and pare the grades down from 7 grades to K2?
Yes, we had discussed it with them.
You discussed it with them as well?
Yes.
So that means I'm like literally the only person in the room that day who didn't know you were looking for an approval that you could turn around and make a material revision for? Is that what you're telling me right now?
That is not what I'm telling you.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to my okey-doke concern. If you knew that day and I didn't know, I have a concern about that.
Okay. Any more further board discussion? We are. Yeah, well, it's huge. Right? Are we ready for a motion?
Okay, can I just ask, so since we're adding to the list of charter school issues that we're going to discuss, I would like to understand what it is staff should be disclosing to us in their discussions with petitioners for approval for a state board charter, because what he just said is that he knew when he was petitioning this board for a state board charter that he was going to turn around the following week and file a material revision, and he said the staff knew that. I think that was material to our conversation, and I should have known that. So if we're going to have a conversation about some of these other policy issues at some point in time, I think what it is we know and understand about information concerning the charter and what's disclosed to us becomes important as well, because that really concerns me in a way that seems almost it was false information about their intent of what they plan to open and what they have asked us to approve, knowing full well that that's not what they intended to open and not what they intended really for us to approve. I have great concern about that.
Okay, we'll do that. And just the underlying context here is that the charter petition has to be based on what they originally went to, the charter petition way back when they went to the local school district. And it takes a long time to get to us, and sometimes between when it began with the local district, and by the time they get to us through their appeals, things have changed in that period of time. So I agree with your issue, but we want to open up whether we have any flexibility to look at a more current proposal than the one that was submitted originally to the local school board.
And I understand what you're saying, but the point is they knew they didn't have the enrollment for the grades they were petitioning for,
I understand.
but there was a long conversation about their recruitment plan. They should have said then things have changed. They had plenty of opportunity to do that, and they did not.
Yeah, okay.
This board has approved lots of revisions and conditions that really and truly were material revisions. They should have been honest and said, we don't have the enrollment projections, and asked us to give them year-by-year opportunity to add those grades as part of a condition of improving that petition. You've done that before, and that was a material revision, but you did do it. They didn't do that here. They should have been honest, and they should have asked for that as a condition of approving their charter. They did not, and they were not honest, because you have approved charters like that, allowing them to add one grade at a time, year by year, as a condition of approving their charter, which I always have argued was a material revision, but you've done lots of those before. This was dishonest, because I should have known that, and they knew what they were going to do, and that should have been made clear.
Well, may I
Remember
say
Holiday,
something? First of all, if there is knowledge, I'm so old I can't remember March, but to the best of my knowledge, I had no idea that the plan was to. No. But I'm just saying. I'm in the same boat with you. Is what I'm saying, and I think that's a problem. I agree with you entirely, Member Rucker. It's a problem if there is a plan behind the scenes that is shaping up that we don't know anything about. I think that's a real concern. And I would like to know from staff whether or not they had this knowledge about this facility issue, about the size, about the change in grade levels, and were cautioned, and that you cautioned the petitioner to stick with the proposal, or just advise them you must stick with the proposal.
Or was it a matter that they didn't yet know about the facilities?
But at the same time, I do think, Member Rucker, that your assumption that they didn't have the enrollment is not necessarily true, in the sense that if they already knew that they were going to do a K through 3 school, K2, that they didn't have the enrollment because they weren't. Correct. Well, once again, it's a question of whether or not they felt that they had to adhere to the original petition, and that was the guidance given by the department and by the
Senator
process.
Chan will comment on that.
So because the petition came to us so late, I mean, they had planned, they had intended to build a facility, but the rocket ship had intended to build a facility to house this larger enrollment population, and they had to go with it because that was in their original petition with Mount Diablo. And so they did question concern about the fact that they had to cease the development of the facility because the city wouldn't allow them to proceed without being approved. So they were very honest and said, we're going to probably have to find a temporary facility, and hopefully that will house the original population. Sort of as a concern that we wanted to make sure that they understood that if that enrollment were to drop, we built in a condition into the state board recommendation that really kind of details that if they change their enrollment plan, they change grade level serve, and it's within the 25% we allow that in the memorandum of understanding. There's a cushion, there's a 25% cushion up or down that charter schools are allowed to grow or drop. We allow that with all of our schools, but in the event this one was significant, we actually built into conditions saying if they were to go beyond that 25%, they would need to come back with a material revision to get that approved. So anything beyond the 25% up or down, that couldn't be approved, they have to revise their petition. So that ended up being part of the condition in the March approval.
Yeah, I remember that. That's why I'm saying what he just said, that you knew they were planning to come back for a material revision, is not accurate. They knew they were going to come back because they didn't have the enrollment. I'm sticking with what I said. They already knew when they were talking with you they were going to be below the 25% cushion that they had, because he already admitted that they were not recruiting. So I have great concerns. He just misrepresented what that condition was, because I went back and read that before I asked him my question. So I knew what you were going to say, and this is not correct.
Okay, well, let's just agree, we'll bring this issue back again, that's what you requested. And the underlying causes of it, which are multiple, as well, and try and look at this in the future, so. Whether we have, again, statutory constraints of some sort, I don't know, to making this more transparent. Okay, so we're ready for a motion.
Yeah, before you do the motion, I just want to make it clear, in the interest of our staff, there was not a prior agreement or a separate agreement or a secret agreement with department staff that they knowingly knew or agreed to them that they could get their petition approved and then turn around and immediately file a material revision. That is not the agreement the staff made. I want to make sure that nobody leaves with that impression when you approve this petition.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, because I don't think that anybody said that. So I'm ready to make a motion to approve the material amendment, and the one exception I would make to it is that they be allowed to start their TK in year 2.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any further board discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, so we have 6 votes. We have 2 opponents? No. Abstain? 1 opponent. Okay. So, all right, now we're on to, I need to make the announcement about item 12, which is the San Francisco Flex Academy. That hearing has been eliminated because they have voluntarily surrendered their charter. And now we're on to item 15, and that is a request for the 13. You said 15. That is a request for the determination of funding with a reasonable basis mitigating circumstances for a non-classroom-based charter school. So here.
So this is going to be fun because it's funding. Yes, I love funding.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll try to keep it brief, but I really wanted to provide a really brief overview of this process because I don't ever present these items to you. These are usually on consent. I think it's been over a year since I actually presented a funding determination, so I'm going to go really briefly through the background of the funding determinations and then the criteria and the things that you should be considering in these requests, because we are actually making some denials, and so these are important, information. So item 13 is a request for a determination of funding for 14 non-classroom-based charter schools. And just to give you a little bit of background, requests for determination of funding are a result of Senate Bill 740. We often refer to this process as SB 740, which was enacted in 2001 and established general rules governing non-classroom-based instruction. At that time, there were concerns of misuse of public funds in non-classroom-based charter schools. SB 740 was established to establish a spending compliance process to control the excess of revenues over costs that could lead to profiteering by charter school operators or charter school authorizers. The intent of this is that funds would be spent dedicated to the instruction of students. So the funding determination contains 2 components, and these are very important because these are the components that you approve for each request that comes before you. The first one is the funding determination itself, which is in the form of a percentage. And so that percentage is applied to the charter schools. I'm going to just say it's their ADA because most of their ADA is non-classroom based. It's applied to their non-classroom based average daily attendance. Therefore, not all of a charter school's funding is affected by this funding determination. Programs that are driven by like grant programs or based on enrollment and other data are not affected by the funding determination percentage. And just to give you kind of an idea, sort of a visual as to how this is applied, a charter school reports 100 ADA. The state board approves a funding determination of 70%. That means only 70 of the 100 ADA are eligible for funding. 30 ADA would not be funded in accordance with the requirements of the law. And typically the programs that are most affected, the ADA-driven programs, local control funding formula, lottery, state special education, AB 602 funding, and a lot of the one-time pots have been ADA sort of driven components, so those would also be affected. The second component you approve is the effective period, and that is the number of fiscal years that the funding determination is approved for. The law requires a minimum of 2 years and a maximum of 5. So the criteria for the regulations, there are 3 percentages actually specified in the regulations that you can approve: 100% or full funding, 85 and 70%. And then there's also a denial of the funding determination, and that's required if a charter school does not spend at a established floor. So there's actually percentages that they have to spend at a minimum in order to even be considered for a funding determination. And that's kind of all of these requests we have in front of us here. The criteria are based on 2 funding levels that the school made. So this is totally on how much a school spends on certificated employee salaries and benefits, and that's calculated as a percentage of the charter school's total public revenues. And the second threshold or percentage is how much they spend on instruction and instruction-related services as a percentage of total revenues. The third criteria is that for full funding, any charter school that wants 100% funding has to meet the pupil-to-teacher ratio. They cannot exceed a ratio of 25-1. So there are spending minimums that must be met that determine which funding percentage the school meets. For example, for full funding, these are really important to keep in mind, and I'll remind you later when I'm presenting. For 100% funding, the school has to spend at least 40% or more on certificated salaries and benefits, and at least 80% or more on instruction and instruction-related services. So what happens if a charter school wants a certain funding level, wants full funding, wants 100% funding, but they find that they did not meet the spending levels, so they underspent? What the regulations provide is some discretion for the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools to make. They can actually make a recommendation for a higher level of funding or lower level of funding if it finds a reasonable basis to do so, and that is what we refer to as a mitigating circumstance. So a charter school, let's say, that seeks full funding but finds it's spent at a level that would only allow it to receive 70%, they can provide justification to the Advisory Commission that you also would review and consider. And that justification would support reasons why it underspent on instruction and didn't meet the spending targets. The regulations provide for specific examples for the ACCS to consider. We interpret those to be something that's one-time, exceptional.
Can you move to the recommendation fairly soon?
Yeah, okay. Am I not there yet? Okay. I know it's so late. Okay, let me go right into the request then. So for the 14 requests, just kind of keep in mind they're based on 2014-15 data. Each request was reviewed individually, but for the sake of time and simplicity, I'm going to group them together into 4 groups. And they're grouped together because they're either operated by the same organization, the mitigating circumstances are similar, and the recommendation that we're recommending is the same for each school. So the schools are requesting a 5-year maximum. There's 2 that are requesting 3 years. So this, if anything, this is the important point to keep in mind. They are requesting 100%. So the threshold for them without the mitigating circumstances is 40% or more on certificated staff salaries, 80% or more instruction-related services. So I'm going to start with Group 1. That's there's only 1 school in the group, Merced Scholars Charter, and I think the school is here to provide comment. The school spent 50% roughly on certificated staff, but only 61% on instruction and related services. So that results in a 70% funding determination without mitigating circumstances. The mitigating circumstances they would like you to consider are that they spend it conservatively and accumulated reserves. They held lottery funds in reserves to spend in a future year. They had excess special education funding, which they couldn't spend, and they had an inability to fill a school administrator position. CDE's analysis and recommendation, we want to point out that the school has requested and received 4 prior funding determinations, and the most recent request was with mitigating circumstances. So this is the second time the charter school has not been able to spend at the level that it seeks. They underspent on instruction in 2014, but ended the fiscal year with 130% reserves, 790,000, which we feel 790,000 of reserves, which we felt they could have used on instruction. So therefore, we're recommending that you deny the mitigating circumstances request, but by the way that they spent, they would receive a 70% funding determination, which is what we are approving, but for 2 years. The second group includes 2 charter schools, Mosaica Online Academy of Los Angeles, that spent 29% on certificated staff salaries and 67% on instruction-related services. And the second school, Mosaica Online Academy of Southern California, spent roughly 34% on certificated staff salaries and 81% on instruction and related services. Their spending levels resulted in being ineligible for a determination of funding, which means it would be a denial without their mitigating circumstances. They're citing what they want you to consider is that they spent conservatively. They had a delay in hiring teachers due to uncertainty of enrollment in ADA in their first year of operation. And they had a management company that ran them in that year in question, Mosaic Education, which was going through bankruptcy. And so they felt that the CMO couldn't provide them with the guidance that it needed in terms of their budget. So our recommendation, we note that this is the first request for mitigating circumstances from the school. We feel that the change in operational management, hopefully it's to foundation learning, that they've committed to implementing a budget revision process to ensure that they meet the expenditure targets. So we are approving the mitigating circumstances request, funding for 100% funding determination, but only for 2 years instead of 5. And that's typical because we want them to come back sooner and show that they can actually, that they've committed to spend at the higher level. The third group has 2 schools, Delta Keys Charter, which spent 21% on certificate staff salaries and 50% on instruction and related services, and Delta Home Charter, which spent 20% on certificated staff salaries and 51% roughly on instruction-related services. Again, their spending levels would result in being ineligible for determination of funding and would require denial without their mitigating circumstances. They cite that there was an improper retention of unspent apportionment funds as a result of the former charter operators' mismanagement of the charter school. So the charter school was run by a charter management organization, the Academy of Arts and Sciences, and the authorizer, New Jerusalem Elementary District, took the operation of the charter over beginning in this year. So they're saying that they've committed to work with the charter school, hire more staff, and meet those spending targets in future years. So because it's the first request of this kind, mitigating circumstances for the school, and with the intent of the new sort of management of the district running the school, we are approving the mitigating circumstances request, 100% funding, but for 2 years instead of 5 for the very similar reason. And the last group, Group 4, has 9 charter schools, and I'll read them off really quickly. They're all operated by the Academy of Arts and Sciences. There's one Academy of Arts and Sciences Fresno, Academy of Arts and Sciences Los Angeles K-8, Academy of Arts and Sciences Los Angeles 9 through 12, Academy of Arts and Sciences El Cajon Middle and High 612, Academy of Arts and Sciences Del Mar Elementary K-5, Academy of Arts and Sciences Del Mar Middle and High K-12, Academy of Arts and Sciences Sonoma, Academy of Arts and Sciences Thousand Oaks and Simi Valley, and Academy of Arts and Sciences Oxnard and Ventura. So each of their reasons and everything is in the item separately, but I'm going to kind of summarize everything as a group because they're very similar. So the spending levels, sort of for all 9 schools, I'm just going to give you a range. They range from a low of 24.89% for certificated staff salaries to a high of 32.56%. For instruction-related services, there was a range of a low of 44% to a high of 58%. So all 9 schools did not meet the spending targets. They would be ineligible. They would receive a denial of the request without the mitigating circumstances. So their mitigating circumstances include, and for some schools it's all of these reasons, some it's just 1 or 2, but I'm going to kind of read them all out. Spending conservatively due to the uncertainty of their enrollment in EDA in the first year of operation, receiving a majority of funding in the second half of the fiscal year, a spike in average daily attendance, anticipating a decline in average daily attendance for the subsequent fiscal year, and building reserves for future years. So our analysis and recommendation is that for 3 of the 9 schools, this is their second funding determination request, but the first time for mitigating circumstances. For 6 schools, this is the 3rd time that they've come before you for a funding determination. The most prior request was with mitigating circumstances, so this is the 2nd time for 6 schools that they have not been able to meet the funding, the expenditure thresholds. The charter schools are managed by the same CMO, Academy of Arts and Sciences, and a governing board that have operated almost a dozen non-classroom-based charter schools that have requested multiple funding determinations in the past, yet none of these schools have met the requirements for any level of funding. Spending on instruction has decreased for almost all of the schools. In total, the charter schools ended the fiscal year, the year in question, 2014-15, with reserves ranging from 38 to 91%, which equates to $602,000 to $2.1 million. The total reserves for all 9 charter schools is approximately $10.5 million at the end of 2014-15, which grew to $20 million in 2015-16. The reserves we felt could have been used to support instruction for each of the school's students rather than being held for the future expense or future students of the charter schools. Overall, we felt that the CMO and the board, governing board of the charter schools have demonstrated an inability to comply with the spending requirements for their 9 schools, and we are recommending denial of the mitigating circumstances, and that would mean that there would be a denial of a funding determination overall for 2 years, the minimum amount. So in summary, we are recommending that the state board approve the mitigating circumstances request for 4 schools and deny the request for the 10 remaining schools, and approve the determinations of funding and effective periods that are specified in attachment 1. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools met on June 7th, and we presented this item to them, and some of the schools came up and presented their comments. And the ACCS voted unanimously to approve the CDE's recommendation. So I can answer any questions that you have. I know that in public comment, I think some of the schools are here.
Okay. So we will have public comment.
We have 2 speakers. Please line up. Mark Pinter, J.J. Lewis.
I should say good evening, State Board, State Superintendent. I'd just like to thank you for your time, and also thank you to CD and Mr. Fong's analysis of our funding determination. I'm here, I've been here the whole day to show my full support for my program and to once again ask that the board consider the 2 years at 100%. I do understand the high reserves and the concerns with that when I took over the budget in 14-15 because the previous mitigating circumstance was under a different administrator. I did not put forth the budgetary expenditure on instructors I should have, which came at a later time, as well as instructional aides, which were all in planning as our school's expanding now. And also keep in mind that some of those reserves are also restricted in lottery funding and in special education. At the time, our special education, out of 95 students in that year,
One was special ed. This year, we're up to 12 that are coming in as special education. So there's a significant increase, which will cut into a lot of those reserves, which we were kind of anticipating in 14, 15 year. Yes, Mark Pintor, Merced Scholars Charter School. I'm the principal there. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is J.J. Lewis with Academy of Arts and Sciences Charter School. I want to first thank CD staff and the ACCS for the recommendations. I came before the ACCS in June, and I'll make pretty much the same remarks in a shorter amount of time by saying the recommendations are, or the findings are factual. AAS did not comply with its requirements in the past, and we take full responsibility for the actions of the past. But I asked the state board, just as I asked the ACCS last month, to look at AAS as a new organization. I became the CEO on February 1st of this year. We have a brand new senior management team. We have almost an entirely brand new board of directors. It is, in fact, a newer organization that has these legacy items that it's addressing and is trying to correct, and ask for your support in correcting them. Thank you.
Okay, that ends the public comment. Board discussion. Motion?
I move the CDE recommendation.
Second? I second it. Board discussion? All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that carries the CDE recommendation unanimously. Now we're ready for proposed consent, items 14 through 22. Do we have
So
any
moved.
Pardon? Do we have any speaker public comment? No. Go ahead.
I move the consent.
All right, any board discussion? All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, thank you. Now we're down to information item 23, general public comment. No general public comment. Board is adjourned.